Affaires courantes.
Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Report from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I present the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled Speaker's Public Participation at an Ontario Liberal Party Event, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to our clerk, Mike. I would like to appreciate the hours and the speed at which our analysts, Andre, Sarah, and Isabel moved. I would like to appreciate members from all parties, including the Liberals, Conservatives, Bloc, and NDP. I would like to thank the witnesses who arrived on such short order, the behind-the-scenes crew, including for IT, food, maintenance, and the list goes on, especially the interpretation and translation services who worked around the clock to return this report to the House in the time that the House gave us. I also have to give a shout out to our team members of all teams. They were there with us every single minute of the way, not necessarily by choice, but because they had to be, and we appreciate everything that they've done. And I will just say that when committees move at the pace that we were moving, it is often our constituencies who are left behind. So I know for constituents in the riding of Waterloo, they were not able to have meetings with me because I had to cancel them. So I do want them to know that I appreciate them.
And I'd just like to wish everyone happy holidays. See you next year.
I would really appreciate not seeing anyone in this place until 2024 because I would like to be in my riding of Waterloo. So with that, I have the honour to present this report in both official languages, and I'm sure everybody will be reading it profusely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. See you next year. Thank you.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you as well. We have a dissenting opinion from the Conservatives. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a dissenting report from the Conservative members on the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. There is a long-standing tradition and expectation that the Speaker be impartial and non-partisan. That expectation was shattered by the current Speaker when he engaged in partisan commentary no less than on 3 occasions in the span of a week. This demonstrated not only a lack of judgment, but a betrayal of the trust of all honourable members in this House. I would note that both the official opposition and the third party, comprising of nearly half of the members in this House, have called on the Speaker to resign. I would submit that it is untenable in the circumstances that he continue in his high office. In order to restore the trust and confidence of all honourable members in the Speakership, it is with regret that Conservatives call on the current Speaker to resign.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, we're also very sad, and we have a certain amount of regret. The Honourable Member will need unanimous consent.
Okay. With UC, you can do anything, as is your. Okay.
All those opposed to what the Honourable Member is proposing will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House? All those opposed will please say nay. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief because we have more important work to do. So we're somewhat saddened and regretful that we had to table a dissenting report as well, because in the eyes of the Bloc Québécois, the Speaker's role is very important, and there's zero tolerance for partiality. And we're of the view that what the Speaker did is unpardonable, unforgivable, and he has to step down. And we have asked him to make the right decision and step down because he failed in his responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I hope we want the House to function as smoothly as possible, and that takes a Speaker who enjoys the full confidence of all elected members here in the House.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, entitled In Demand Yet Unprocessed, Endemic Immigration Backlog. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also believe there's a dissenting opinion from the Conservatives, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
As Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, I have the honour of tabling today a Conservative supplementary opinion to the report on backlogs and delays. 8 years of NDP Liberal leadership in the Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship was described by one witness as nothing short of a dumpster fire. The main report includes many Conservative contributions and recommendations that we proposed to the committee. That said, some common sense recommendations were rejected by the NDP Liberal majority, while other recommendations could not be accepted by the Conservatives. For example, the Liberals are moving towards a click for your citizenship system, while Conservatives believe that taking the oath of citizenship should be treated with gravity and respect and be done in person unless there are exceptional circumstances. After 8 years, we know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and his Liberal-made immigration backlog is causing more chaos in the department, as well as destroying the faith of Canadians in our immigration system. But have no fear, because soon a common-sense Conservative government will be here to restore faith and clean up these backlogs. Let's bring it home.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Gerritsen, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that an act to establish a national day to honour Canadian women's contributions to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
It is an honour to introduce a private member's bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Day to Honour Canadian Women's Contributions to Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics. And while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Kamaricek, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. There we go.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members. It's all depending on you now, Brad. Oh, sorry, microphone was on. Tout le monde est bien? La question est...
The question is the following one.
And I need to remember who proposed that this time, but I think it was Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Kuzmierczak, moves that we do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started. We will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Those who support the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Kuzmierczak.
Mr. Kuzmierczak.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pullers.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshin.
Mr. Dreeshin.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Pavanche.
Mr. Falk-Pavanche.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before proceeding.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Seated. The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just see that in the dashboard, the member from Edmonton Riverbend did vote, but he did not have a photo attached to that vote. So I just wanted to check with the table what's happening there. Thank you so much.
I will consult with the table for a second. That vote will be removed from the roll. L'honneur de député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, there was a problem with the application, and I would like to vote no.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Ms. Sinclair Desgagnés, no.
OK. Même si je n'ai pas même lu la... Si député...
If a member was unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I don't see anyone online. Nobody else in the House.
No. Oh, na quelqu'un.
Oh, there is someone.
Mr. McLean.
Yes.
Mr. McLean. There we go. Mr. McLean, try it again. I don't hear you.
Recorded as a name.
Mr. McLean, nay contre.
Okay, anybody else? Voila. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012.
I think we have a point of order from the honourable member from Regina Capel.
I regretfully have to inform the House that there is evidence of another partisan activity that the Speaker was engaged with. I have in my hands a picture of the Speaker at an event with the honourable member for Pontiac, which was labelled and advertised by the Liberal Party as un cocktail militant. The post, the Instagram post for Sophie Chatel a dit, the honourable member, I appreciate that. This week, I had the privilege of participating in a remarkable event in the company of my colleague, Greg, the Speaker. In this time when the political sphere is in full swing, supporting our colleagues is crucial. I want to express my gratitude to my provincial counterpart and friend, Andre Fortin, as well as his Liberal team, for organizing a stimulating evening focused on political discussions, both regional and local. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not even the Speaker's riding. This is a neighbouring riding. It's billed as a cocktail with activists or volunteers. I would like to seek unanimous consent to table these documents. If any member of Parliament has ever said anything about the importance of the independence and integrity of the Speaker, they should allow me to table these documents, and they should have allowed the debate to continue on the Speaker today. Do I have unanimous consent to table?
Yeah. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. So we go into on the point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly did listen to what the House Leader from the Conservatives had to say. If you would perhaps provide us with an opportunity to review, reflect, and provide comments on that before making a ruling, we'd really appreciate it.
On the same point, the honourable member for Regina Cabell.
The whole point about tabling the document is that you can read them.
Yes.
So how can you not read that?
There you go. Okay. Well, we're not going to have a debate. We're not going to have a debate on this. The information is apparently public now. We'll make it. You know, people can go and have a look at it. Let's move on to orders of the day, where we're debating Bill C-58, and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is the first one up. The floor is free.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is clear for those who are following the parliamentary calendar that the government is making last-minute changes to the projected order of business, but I am nonetheless very happy to speak today on Bill C-58 and address this government's profound failures when it comes to workers and the excellent work that the Conservative Party have been doing and are continuing to do to support workers here in Canada. Our priority is creating powerful paychecks for Canadian workers.
That's right.
Supporting jobs and opportunity for Canadian workers. And in that process, our leader, the member for Carleton, has been traveling across the country, engaging with, meeting with workers, hearing about their priorities and their concerns. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the number one priority for workers that he meets with, that all of us on this side of the House are meeting with, is jobs and opportunity, is to have an economy that works for working people, an economy that puts the interests of working people ahead of those of the well-connected insiders that this government has so persistently tried to prioritize. And we see this profound disconnect in so many different ways. We see the way that this Liberal government is focused on the interests of well-connected insiders, how they love shoveling money out to consultants who specialize in encouraging companies to fire more people. These are the kind of relationships that this government is cultivating. These are the kind of people that this government is trying to serve, whereas Conservatives are focused on jobs and opportunity for workers, and in creating the kind of economy where more people can work, more people can prosper and succeed. And there are many different aspects, I think, to the government's agenda in this regard. We see in the context, for instance, of their unjust transition plan. This government, in fact, is now admitting that their so-called just transition rhetoric is unpopular with workers. I was very struck by the fact that the Labour Minister got up in the House fairly recently and said, well, I don't use the terminology of just transition anymore because workers don't like it.
Exactly.
Right? It's true that workers don't like it, but it wasn't the name that they had a problem with, Mr. Speaker. It was the substance of this government's agenda.
And the fact they know
and this government talks about so-called transitioning workers as if what workers wanted was to be able to not work.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, a big part of the reason why people work, yes, it's for the paycheck. That's a critical piece of it. But also, it comes from the satisfaction that they get from being able to accomplish something significant.
Yes.
This is what's so important about work and for workers, that they appreciate the ability to both earn a paycheck for their family and be able to participate in the creation of value. Both of those things together are important. So when the government says to workers, well, we want to transition you out of your jobs, but we'll have social programs for you on the other end of it. First of all, I think members are rightly skeptical about whether those promises will actually be delivered on, right? But secondarily, the people in my riding who work in the energy sector and other sectors, they're actually not looking for easy money. They're looking for the opportunity to be able to work hard and build up themselves, their families, and their communities in the process. This is the dignity inherent in work. It's not just about the paycheck. The paycheck is critically important, but it's not just about the paycheck. It's about the satisfaction that comes from work, and this is something that the government just doesn't understand. But this is a central piece of why this government's unjust transition agenda is so unpopular with workers, and renaming it, calling it something else, isn't going to change the picture. So in the midst of this larger discussion about workers and the failure of the government to support or respond to the needs and concerns of working people, we have them bringing forward this legislation on replacement workers. And I would say what's quite curious about the government's approach to this is that at the same time as they're championing their legislation allegedly dealing with the issue of replacement workers, the government is signing massive corporate subsidies to companies that are in fact bringing in foreign replacement workers. Another example of the duplicity that we see from the other side. And we've been working on this issue with the Government Operations Committee and wearing down a Liberal filibuster, because here's what happened. Conservatives came to the committee and said, so we've got evidence that in the process of over $40 billion in corporate subsidies, that these subsidies are being used not to hire Canadian workers, not to create jobs and opportunity for workers in Canada, but to actually subsidize companies that are bringing in foreign replacement workers. Canadian tax dollars, over $40 billion, by the way, that's a massive amount of money, right? Let's break that down, because it's a big number overall. But if you break it down per family, it's $3,000 per family. So, Mr. Speaker, that means all the Canadians who are, as we speak, at home glued to CPAC, and I salute their dedication, who are watching, can think you at home are on the hook for $3,000 because of these subsidies.
And a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when the member is taking into consideration his calculation, does that include Premier Doug Ford's contribution also?
It's not a point of order, it's just a point of debate. And as we get to questions and comments, I'm sure the honourable member can ask it at that time. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that was obviously not a point of order, but in a way it was revealing the way the member spoke about it. Because he thinks when different levels of government spend money on items, that comes from the individual. That when the government of Ontario spends money, that's Doug Ford's money. Or that when the government, this government spends money, that it's their money somehow. There's only one taxpayer. Absolutely. The people of Canada, whether it's through provincial, local, or national governments, the people of Canada are paying for this, okay? But we're talking about very large sums of money individually. So Canadians have a right to say, what value are they getting for this spending? And if they were to find that a very large portion of those subsidies were going to subsidize foreign replacement workers, I think they would have a right to be concerned. So Conservatives, we've taken a very moderate, reasonable approach on this. Absolutely. We've said, hey, we just want to get the information. Show us your work. Show us your work. We think Canadians should be able to see the contracts. And it's interesting, every time we bring this up, that Canadians should be able to see the contracts. Members of the government say, oh, these are great deals. These are great. These are the best deals you've ever seen for workers.
Like somebody I know.
But I would say, hey, these aren't the best deals you've ever seen because you haven't seen them, right? Right. We don't know if they're the best deals we've ever seen because we can't see them. So let's see them, right? If the government is so proud of what they're doing, then show us your work.
Yeah.
Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe we'll be surprised and pleased. We'll say, "Oh my, these contracts are fantastic!" Right?
Maybe we will.
Maybe that'll be what we'll do. Maybe once they're submitted to the committees, we'll look at them and we'll say, "Wow, this government has done a great job. These are fantastic." Maybe we'll say it. We probably won't. I mean, but maybe we'll be shocked that they'll be good.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll find that the government did not include any protections for Canadian workers.
I think that's what we'll find.
But either way, show us your work. But this, it was the best essay I ever wrote. But the dog ate it before I could hand it in to my teacher.
Yeah, I promise.
My kids, we cleaned up so well, but somehow the dog got in. You know, we did great work, but no one could see it. What absurdity from this government. Again, if you did the work well, if the workers are protected, then show us the contracts.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Speaker, we're calling again. If the government is actually proud of their approach, if they think they've done good work for workers, then show us the work.
Yeah,
but inevitably in questions and comments, we're going to hear members stand up and say, oh, these are the best deals you've never seen, right? Enough of the best deals we've never seen, Mr. Speaker. Let's see the deals. Let's see what $40 billion got Canadian workers. Did $40 billion get workers anything? And the member across the way says, come to Windsor. I would love to come to Windsor. I will come and door knock vigorously in Windsor in the next election, Mr. Speaker. We will be there. And when we door knock in Windsor, we will say to workers, you have the right to a member of Parliament who wants to show you his work. You deserve a member of Parliament who's not going to hide his work. You deserve a member of Parliament who's not going to go to committee to filibuster. Who's going to go and fight to cover up the work he's doing. deserve a member of parliament who's going to come and say, see what I did, see what I accomplished, not someone who's going to say, we don't want to show you their work. So, Mr. Speaker, I challenge the members across the way. If they care about workers, if they actually care about Canadian workers, then let Canadian workers see their work, release the contracts.
Well, there you go. A lot of energy today. This is quite a, must be getting close to the end of Christmas time. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, come to Windsor. Come see the hundreds, thousands of workers that are building the battery plant right now. I would love to introduce my honourable colleague to every single one of them. There is a sense of tremendous optimism in my community in Windsor because we know we're going to have 2,500 great-paying jobs in Windsor. They will be for workers that are local, Canadian, unionized, building batteries, not just for years, but for generations, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, 8 years ago, I remember in Windsor, under the Conservative government, we had 11.2% unemployment. 11.2% unemployment. The Conservatives lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Windsor was ground zero for that. And of course, the leader of the opposition would remember that as well, too, because he was the Minister of Employment, or as I would like to call it, the Minister of Unemployment. But a big part of that optimism, Mr. Speaker, is what we bargained at the bargaining table, what the unions bargained at the bargaining table, huge pay increases for workers. And so I wanted to ask my honourable colleague, when will they support unions? When will they support workers? When will they support Windsor? When will they support the bargaining table and support Bill C-58?
All right, this questions and comments, one question maybe at a time. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it would seem that I correctly foresaw exactly what this member's question and comment would be. Yeah, that's right. Because he got up and said, this is the best deal you've never seen. That's right. Right? He got up and said, it's unbelievable how good a deal this is for workers. Yep. But he didn't address the fact that he is going to the Government Operations Committee, filibustering to cover up the release of these contracts. Actually, it's worse than that because the NDP flip-flopped. A little bit of filibustering from the Liberals, and the NDP said, okay, we'll fold to the pressure from our colleagues in the costly corrupt cover-up coalition, and we'll agree to hide the contract. I agree with the member, though, on one point. He said there is an incredible sense of optimism in Windsor. And I agree, having seen the rallies, yes, the number of people that have come out to hear the member of Carleton speak in Windsor, it is incredible. People in Windsor know that after 8 years of NDP Liberal rule, after 8 years of this corrupt government, hope is on the horizon with the member of Carleton.
I just want to remind honourable members that if we keep our questions and our answers concise, everybody can participate in this debate. Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was sublime listening to all the arguments that have nothing to do with C-58. So that's just great. My question is a clear one, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. C-58, the purpose of the bill is, in the case of a strike or a lockout, to prevent scabs from being on the workplace so that the bargaining can continue appropriately. So that's what needs to be stopped. It's still happening in Quebec with the longshoremen. They've been locked out for months, and there are scabs doing their jobs. It's unacceptable. For over 50 years now, this situation has continued to persist, and my question is for the Conservative Party. Are they for or against Bill C-58? The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I was talking about in my speech, which was the reality of how this government, in the midst of talking about the issue of replacement workers, is actually bringing in foreign replacement workers. Mr. Speaker, the member for Windsor said I should visit and meet with the people that are going to be working on these projects. I would love to go to Korea and do that, actually. I would love to be able to go to Korea and meet with the people that are going to be working on these projects. This government is bringing in foreign replacement workers. They're trying to bury and hide the contracts. The NDP is now complicit in them. To their credit, the Bloc has been working with the Conservatives to try to expose these contracts. But it's the costly cover-up coalition that wants to hide these contracts from workers.
On a point of order? No? Questions and comments?
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, mentioned the fact that there's a single taxpayer. The Conservatives often like to bring that up. And I'm just wondering whether he and his party will be supporting the NDP's pharmacare proposal, that because if we make it a federal program, that will save the single taxpayers across this country billions of dollars a year. The federal government takes on it will save money from the provinces, the corporations, the individuals. Will he support us?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. We're out of time, but I will allow him to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good opportunity to talk about how we're getting to the end of the year and we're well over the NDP's red line. Remember the NDP convention where they said, we will ensure that our plan is supported by the government. And then they said, oh, it's actually a bit flexible. The NDP continually cave to their coalition partners and the Liberals. I would say that member should focus on trying to get his coalition partners on side for whatever they're proposing first. And there is a long history of the NDP putting forward things that will allegedly save us money. And to be charitable, I'll say it doesn't always work.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm particularly pleased and proud to be able to rise in this debate on C-58. It should go without saying in this country that workers deserve respect, fair wages, and safe working conditions. But that success in achieving those things has depended largely on the free collective bargaining process. And that success of every business, every enterprise, every government program depends on all the workers who are involved. Those who clean, those who provide security, those who drive, those who provide childcare. None of our economy functions without all of us working together. And in fact, I would speculate that if CEOs, the top CEOs and directors, stayed home for a day, their businesses will continue to function because workers will carry on providing those services to the economy and to the public. But we should also recognize today that increasing inequality will eventually undermine social stability in this country. And we've had the spectacle of Galen Weston as a CEO appearing before a House of Commons committee and saying the fact that he earns in 1 year 431 times his average worker's salary is reasonable. That's a quote, reasonable. Now, I would say to Mr. Weston that that's reasonable only in some other universe than the one the rest of us live in. And in fact, it's actually even out of scale for the top 100 CEOs who only, on the average, earn 243 times what their average worker does. In a study by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, they demonstrated to us that in a typical year, and we've got a new year coming up, before the end of that second day, the top 100 CEOs will earn more than their average worker in the entire year. And by my own calculations, by the end of that year, the CEOs will have earned more than the average worker will earn in a lifetime. And so we have a serious problem with growing inequality in this country. And one of the only ways that we can, on a practical basis, see progress is through free collective bargaining. We face huge challenges in our society. I could spend time talking about the challenge of climate change. We face huge challenges, as I said, in inequality. We face all kinds of challenges in our workforce with labor shortages. And how do we address those? We're a wealthy country. We're a well-educated country. We have a dedicated workforce. And if we all work together, we can meet those challenges. We know what we need to do. And if we work together and everyone pays their fair share, then we can meet the challenges. I would cite the new NDP dental care plan as an example of how we can meet those challenges that we face. This is a health challenge, and in particular for many seniors that I hear from in my riding, who worked very hard all their lives but didn't necessarily have a job in which their health benefits continued into retirement, if they had them at all. And so I've had many people approaching my office saying that the quality of their life is really impaired by their inability to afford dental care. So how is this relevant? If everybody pays their fair share, we can afford dental care for all Canadians. And so when some of my Conservative friends have said, well, you always support spending, why is that? You just support deficits. I always try to correct them in saying, I, as a New Democrat, do not support deficits. I support fair taxation. And if we applied the principles of fair taxation, including a wealth tax in this country, we can afford to take care of each other. And I think that's an important principle. But where did that principle of taking care of each other come from? It came from trade unions and collective bargaining, where workers joined together and said, let's not have some of us succeed at the cost of the rest of us in the workplace. So they joined together to negotiate contracts that provided fair benefits, fair wages, better working conditions for everybody in the bargaining unit. And so that the employers couldn't just reward those who they favored in the workplace. Now, I have to tell a bit of a door-knocking story from an election campaign. I went out one Saturday morning, too early for me and obviously too early for some of my constituents. But a gentleman came to the door and opened the door and he said, oh, you're the New Democrat. I can't support you. And I said, why can't you? And he said, you're way too close to the unions. So I said, well, what day is it? He said, what do you mean, what day is it? I said, what day is it? He said, well, it's Saturday. And then he looked at me and he said, oh, I see where you're going with this. And I said, yeah, you're home on the weekend because you got collective bargaining that got people weekends off. It made it the standard in our society. And he said, oh, next you're going to talk to me about health care and all kinds of other things unions got. And I said, that's absolutely what I'm going to talk to you about. He said, still can't vote for you. Shut the door. So I didn't succeed in convincing him that day, but even he understood that a lot of the benefits he, as a non-union worker, was enjoying came from the work of trade unions. Now, why am I giving all these examples when we're talking about legislation that deals with anti-scab legislation? We know the importance of collective bargaining. And we also know, if we stop to think for a minute, that most collective bargaining processes do not lead to strikes or lockouts. The vast majority of them, and I've seen various statistics, in some sectors it's up to 90% of contracts are completed successfully without any work stoppage at all. And so what happens when replacement workers get involved? And again, the studies will tell us quite clearly that if there are replacement workers hired by an employer, two things happen. One is that the strike, on average, will last 6 times as long as if replacement workers were not involved. But the second thing that it does in the use of replacement workers is introduce an element of hostility and division in the community. Because workers who are on strike see replacement workers as a threat to their livelihood. And quite often replacement workers are hired through employment agencies or other ways where they have no idea that they're being sent into such a position of conflict as a replacement worker. So what's, I think, really good about this legislation is that it will ban this practice. British Columbia and Quebec have already had this kind of legislation for years. And of course, the NDP has been trying to get this introduced at the federal level. We've introduced a bill 8 times in the last 15 years. And the last time we introduced it in 2016, both the Liberals and the Conservatives voted against anti-scab legislation.
That's right.
So we have a Conservative Party leader who likes to talk about working people, and he's a friend of working people. And I would say this bill gives him a chance to demonstrate that concretely. His previous record doesn't show that. His party voted against minimum wages. His party has, I guess I would say, never seen back-to-work legislation they didn't like. So their record is clear on one side. If they want to change that record, this legislation gives them an opportunity to demonstrate that they really are friends of workers and they really are friends of progress in terms of our economy. Now, who are the workers who are most affected by the use of replacement workers? Well, quite often, I'm going to make a strange argument here, but quite often it's actually the non-union workers, because it's unionized companies and unionized sectors that set the standard that employers have to meet, even if those standards aren't legislated. So when we talk about the people who work in the lowest paid, non-union jobs, they're actually protected by this legislation as well, because it will allow unions to have shorter work stoppages and to negotiate better conditions, which will spread eventually through our economy. So once again, I'm back to this point that I want to make again. We hear a lot about how society and Parliament in Canada are suddenly dysfunctional. I don't believe that's true. I believe what we have is choices that we're making. So we make choices in the economy. It's not inevitable that we have great inequality. It's not inevitable that we have homelessness in our society. We make policy choices that have real outcomes that disadvantage many Canadians. We can make better choices and we can make different choices. And when we're talking about whether the House of Commons can do that, if the House of Commons appears dysfunctional to people, I believe that that's currently the result of choices being made by one party in this House to make the House of Commons appear dysfunctional and to make sure, as their leader declared, that we can't get anything done in this House. He said he's going to grind the House to a halt, and we've seen him trying to do that. What is the impact of that on workers? That means we can't get to legislation like this. It means that we cannot get to a fair bargaining process for workers in the federal sector across the country. And I represent a riding where there are lots of workers in the federally regulated sector. And I know that this is important to them because they know it will shorten labor disputes and that will result in less hostility around the picket lines. And one last thing that I want to talk about, I know I'm running out of time here, is that the improvement that this legislation makes over BC and Quebec is it considers the issue of remote work. And so one of the challenges now we have is in many industries, if there's a picket line, there's no need for employers to get someone to actually cross the physical line. They can hire people to work remotely. And so this legislation is actually an improvement over what exists in British Columbia and Quebec, and I look forward to being able to vote in favor of it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm so used to doing that still. The Honourable Member of Kingston Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed my colleague's intervention, in particular how he was talking about how a lot of the established practices in the workplace have come through negotiations with unions over the years, and I would agree with him completely. But just towards the end of his speech there, he was talking about the obstructionary practices of Conservatives in this House. And we did some calculations this morning, and in fact, this fall session alone, as we are now wrapping up, 1 out of every 3 days in this House was there was some obstructionary practice by the Conservatives bringing forward. Now, Conservatives will say, well, that's our job, and I would say, no, it's not. Their job is to hold the government to account, but not to grind the place to a halt, which is what they're trying to do. You can hold a government accountable without having to turn the place into a roadshow. Would the member not agree with me that they have failed in what their responsibility is?
Senator Suk.
Well, I thank the member for that question. I do think that all of us come here with the idea that we're going to do what's right for Canadians. It's just unfortunate when we head to the ditch of obstructionism. And my example is right now in the Justice Committee, we're working on a bill called the Miscarriages of Justice Act, which attempts to deal with the fact that many Indigenous and Black Canadians have been wrongfully convicted, spent long times in jail unnecessarily. And because of the carbon tax, the Conservatives are filibustering the Miscarriage of Justice Act. This just makes no sense to me. And in the 4 terms that I've been here, I've seen some bitter disputes over something that's actually before the House. But it's the first time I've seen disputes flowing into all the committees about something that's absolutely irrelevant to the work that those committees are trying to do for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to ask the NDP a question specifically on the issue of replacement workers. Originally, the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Bloc were working together to try to bring to light contracts signed by the government which seemed to allow foreign replacement workers to be brought in on publicly subsidized projects. In fact, the NDP leader asked a question in the House in which he expressed the view that these contracts should be made public. But since then, the NDP have flip-flopped and voted with the Liberals to bury the contracts and to say, well, why don't we just do an ATIP instead? And we all know the problems associated with the ATIP system. Parliamentary committees have a right to request unfettered access to documents. Why did the NDP flip-flop, abandon workers, and give in to the Liberal filibuster and agree to support their efforts to bury these contracts?
Member for Esquimalt, Senator Suk.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for his question because he's just given a perfect example of what I'm talking about, and the Conservatives attempting to make the House dysfunctional. So the question he's asking has nothing to do with the topic of the bill before us. It has nothing to do with the work we're trying to do in the House today, and so it is a perfect example of the Conservatives trying to make the House look dysfunctional.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lémétis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his work. I know that the NDP has wanted this bill to come to be for a long time, and that's the truth for us as well. We tabled an anti-scab bill 11 times over the years. So we've been waiting for this kind of bill for a long time. It's essential for us for it to be implemented rapidly. The government has had a lot of time to get ready for this bill and to table a bill which is good. One of the things that annoys me, however, with this bill is the 18-month waiting period before the bill is actually implemented. So, if the NDP is like us on the matter, then the NDP should also be saying that we shouldn't be waiting 18 months. So why is the government waiting 18 months, and why is the NDP accepting this 18-month timeline? Will they work with us at committee to make sure that the bill will come into power immediately?
Senator Suk in about 40 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I always enjoy working with her, and her questions are always, as they are today, to the point. And so one of the concerns I have about the bill is this 18-month delay before its implementation. And so we're at second reading. We're supporting the bill at second reading, so it can go to committee, and we'll have a fulsome debate. And I, too, am hoping that we can convince the government that that 18-month delay is too long.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to this bill with regards to workers, labour relations, and replacement workers. One of the essential factors to take into account in our debates today is as follows. The Liberal mismanagement over the past 8 years, which has led to a situation where the cost of living has increased for all Canadian workers. There is a disastrous Liberal management, astronomical inflation, skyrocketing interest at rates we haven't seen in 40 years. All of these factors together mean that there is a certain pressure being exerted upon the shoulders of Canadian workers. People have their working conditions, they have their salary, but when everything becomes more expensive, housing, rent, for example, groceries as another example. Mr. Speaker, when it costs you $150 more for the same basket of groceries per week, and if your salary doesn't go up, Mr. Speaker, you simply can't make ends meet. It's simple mathematics. The Liberals try to tell us how we should live our lives, and that has been the case since the beginning of this government. They say we're here for the middle class, we're here to help people reach the middle class. We also had, I don't know how to say this, but the joy of seeing a ministerial portfolio created for middle-class prosperity, which was an absolute farce. It doesn't exist now, so they must have realized it was completely useless. Their will, had it been there, would have created good conditions, but the opposite has happened. During this 8 years of mismanagement, there's also been an explosion of labour disputes. There are over 300 major ones that have happened in Canada over the past few years, which is unprecedented. This created by certain conditions. Conditions where people have a noose around their neck financially. Food banks are overflowing with clients and not food. 2 million people a month going to food banks. Beforehand, people used to live fairly well, but now there are lines of people waiting every morning for a little bit of food from a food bank, and that is the pressure on the backs of workers, and this leads to tensions. There's tension in Quebec as well, but that's a Quebec government matter because it's nurses, teachers, so provincial workers who are striking. But the conditions are the same at the federal level because the situation is terrible here as well. Workers are becoming agitated. They live in a precarious situation. They are concerned and they are worried, and rightly so. And all one can do is point the finger at the government because that is the fact. The government acted. Unprecedented spending was made by the government, and now $50 billion will have to be spent on interest every year, which is 10% of government revenue. 10% of this government revenue will be used only for interest for banks in London or New York. This creates a situation where workers say, well, hang on a second, I can't make ends meet anymore. This simply does not work. Workers ask for more, and employers who are also living difficult times say, well, we can't do much. Employers have increased spending as well. And so the market as a whole has been affected by the Liberals' mismanagement of our economy. Other decisions that are completely incoherent with the current situation are the following files. Volkswagen, Northvolt, Stellantis. We have learned that the latter will receive public monies to the tune of $15 billion, Mr. Speaker. They will have replacement workers coming from abroad. South Koreans, we heard it was 1,600. Now we know it will be about 900 of them. South Koreans who will come to Canada to work in Canada. So these are replacement workers coming from abroad, people that will come here and take Canadian jobs. But then the government will say, well, it's specialized jobs, which is all well and good. Yes, I understand that new technology must come with experts who can work this new technology. But it doesn't take 900 people to do so. And the proof is that when we asked questions at the beginning, the Prime Minister said, no. After this, one of the Liberal ministers said, well, there might be a few, there might be one person coming in, and then they changed their minds and said, oh, actually, there are going to be 900 South Koreans who will be taking Canadian jobs. And let's not forget that $15 billion will be invested, public money. So a private company turning up with its own money, that's all well and good. They might need external help from the private market. And then they can do what they want. But when it's government money, massive amounts of government money being invested in something that has not been proven to be efficient. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said that it's going to cost much more than $15 billion. We don't even know if this will be cost effective and what the ROI will be. And now we have foreign workers coming to Canada. It's the same in Northvolt, which will be implanted in Quebec. They will also bring in foreign workers. And this is unclear. The details are unclear. We wanted to see the contracts. That's all we want to hear. We understand that private-public contracts have clauses, and sometimes we have to keep some things under wraps. But don't tell me, Mr. Speaker, that we can't get basic information like how many people are going to be brought in. These are the conditions under which they are being brought into the country, because let us not forget that taxpayers are footing the bill for this. Billions upon billions. We're not talking about peanuts here. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars in these projects. And so it's normal to get at least a modicum of information, a little bit of basic information, so that the opposition party can read the information and say, okay, is this a good agreement or a bad agreement? But the government doesn't want to be transparent on the matter. And you'll understand, Mr. Speaker, that once again, this creates conditions pursuant to which Canadian workers think, well, we want to be protected. What's going on? On the one hand, the government wants to protect its workers, and then on the other hand, it's importing workers from abroad, whilst using taxpayer money to bring these foreign workers in. This creates conditions that make people cast doubts about how the federal government operates in Canada. This has repercussions on every link in the supply chain. in Canada. We have a strong supply chain. But there are many issues at the moment. Yes, there was an impact under COVID, but post-COVID has been difficult as well. There's a lack of synergy. There's a lack of efficiency and effectiveness in Canada. There are issues with transport, be it on rails, in the seas, or in the skies. There's a lack of efficiency. There's a lack of predictability. That's what's missing in Canada, predictability. And abroad, companies are worried. They take a look at Canada and say, well, especially transporters and shippers don't know if they should go through Canada or through the States. And they don't know how the environment will be for them in Canada. And this has been caused by the government. We saw this with the strike in Vancouver, in the port of Vancouver. The government knew months in advance that something was going to happen, but the minister did not take preemptive measures in order to avoid this labor dispute, which caused $500 million of losses. This could have been avoided. There's a whole ensemble of factors when it comes to work, labor, workers, but now the major issue is inflation and interest rates that are adding another burden on workers. Then we have the government that doesn't seem to understand that we need to better manage public investments in companies like Nordvolt and Stellantis so that foreign replacement workers are not imported into Canada. We should use Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is another example of the pattern that I talked about the other day, where we're seeing the mega Conservatives, led by the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada, is now taking this approach. What they want to talk about is Stellantis and the Volkswagen deal. I get it. Mega Conservatives do not like it when the government invests in industrial expansion in areas that mean a great deal in terms of literally thousands of direct jobs, not to mention the indirect jobs. My question to the member is, why is the Conservative Party fallen so dogmatic to the idea of mega conservatism that they're bringing it almost on a daily basis now into the chamber? What's wrong with the Government of Canada recognizing the potential of an industry? Batteries, electrification of vehicles, that's a thing in the future. That's happening today. We have an opportunity to see that industry grow in Canada. Why does the Conservative Party today not support the growth of that industry?
The Deputy de Charbonneau-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie mon collègue.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. Number one, I challenge the premise of his question, that we're working like the Americans. We don't work like the Americans. As I said in my speech, it's very clear that we want a consistent Canadian policy to work consistently so that Canada is more effective in transportation and energy. Yes, the future in the environment is electrification of transportation and batteries, but when the federal government invests taxpayer monies, and then we have legitimate questions about foreign workers coming in and the government doesn't want to respond to them, I don't see how this looks like American politics. We're talking about what's happening in Canada, not the United States. I'm asking questions for our people here at home. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Quebec for his speech. However, I don't think I completely understood what is his position on the vote that we will have to do on C-58. This is legislation that intends to protect striking workers or locked out workers by preventing employers from using scabs in the cases of labor disputes. Now, I understand, Mr. Speaker, considering that in Quebec we have our own legislation. We've had anti-scab legislation since 1977, and other governments dragged their feet, especially here at the federal government, before setting up their own legislation. Now we have C-58 to protect the right to strike. However, does his party actually intend to vote in favor or against C-58? That's my question. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. When I vote to protect Canadian jobs. And we have a problem because we haven't gotten any answer about the issue of foreign replacement workers. We're dealing with C-58, but I also want answers. And I'm seizing this opportunity to ask the government why companies are bringing in foreign replacement workers. It's not just about scabs. It's taking jobs away from our own workers from the outset. Questions and comments?
Ellen Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. We know that right now across Canada we're seeing a cost of living crisis, and this bill really does something important. It ensures a level playing field, giving workers the power to negotiate as equals with their employers. Now, we know that the Conservatives have supported back to work legislation repeatedly, so I'm just wondering, on which side is the Conservatives? Are they on the side of the workers or of the CEOs that make so much when the workers make so little?
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I thought it was clear in my speech. What we're going through in Canada has never been seen before. With this government that has created a catastrophe in public finance, leading to significant rises in interest rates. And now workers no longer have enough money to pay their bills at the end of the month or their rent. That is a problem. We have to work together, all opposition parties together, to stop this government from acting this way and spending recklessly. Resuming debate.
With that, there's a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the patience of the House, I do have a point of order, and it's a response to the application of 69.1 to Bill C-59, better known as the Fall Economic Statement, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to respond to the point of order raised on December the 12th, 2023, respecting the application of the Standing Order 69.1 to the provision in C-59 that were announced in the Fall Economic Statement but were not referenced in the 2023 budget. Let me quote the standing order in question, which reads, in the case where the government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions, or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purpose of voting on the motion for a second reading and reference to committee and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of the clauses separately, provided that there will be a single debate at each stage. The present standing order shall not apply if the bill has at its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation, end of quote. The legal title of the bill reads, and I would quote, Mr. Speaker, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21, 2023, and the certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, end of quote. I can confirm to the House that the significant majority of provisions in Bill C-59 implement measures announced and articulated in the 2023 budget. The Fall Economic Statement was designed to respond to affordability challenges facing Canadians, and these measures reflect a minority of provisions in the bill. Mr. Speaker, the key to this standing order is the ability for the government to provide a compelling rationale as to why there is a common element or theme that connects the various provisions. In my intervention on the matter last week, I stated that the provisions to implement the legislative measures announced in the Fall Economic Statement were linked to a common theme of affordability for Canadians. This intervention therefore allows me to provide in greater detail how these measures demonstrate a clear link to addressing the affordability concerns of Canadians. Before I review the measures that were only referenced in the fall economic statement, I would like to point out that many of the measures identified by the member from Regina Coppell were referenced in the 2023 budget. Clause 1, though 95 relate to proposed amendments to the Income Tax Act, which in principle ensure the robustness of Canada's tax system to provide benefits to Canadians, to create good quality jobs and build an economy that works for everyone. There is only measure in these clauses that was not announced in the budget. That is the information sharing provision between departments to facilitate the provision of the government's dental benefit program. I would note that the dental benefit was a Budget 2023 measure, and in this provision was a technical fix to ensure smooth operationalization of the benefit. This measure and corresponding technical fix is clearly a measure to address affordability challenges faced by Canadians who are eligible for the benefit. Clauses 96 through 128 establishes a digital service tax, which was announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. Clauses 129 to 136 relate to proposed amendments to the Excise Tax Act, which are designed to ensure that businesses in Canada and Canadians are fairly and properly affected by the excise tax, enhance Canada's reputation as an investment destination and a great place to do business, and support Canadians' participation in the labour market. All measures contained in clauses 129 to 136 were announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. Clauses 136 to 144 also relate to proposed amendments to the excise tax, which would ensure that businesses in Canada and Canadians are fairly treated by the excise tax. These measures would enhance Canada's reputation as an investment destination, which not only creates excellent job opportunities for Canadians, but also contributes to the revenues to strengthen Canada's social safety net. A significant majority of these measures were announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. There are three measures that were not announced in the 2023 budget, but their purpose is clearly designed to address affordability challenges for Canadians. These include a measure that would exempt psychotherapy from federal tax, which will not only reduce the cost of therapy for Canadians, but contribute to their well-being so that they can productively contribute to the labour market. The second measure involves provisions to ensure that cooperative housing units are eligible for the 100% GST rebate on purpose-built housing, which is a real and significant investment to help build homes for Canadians and address affordability challenges for Canadians to find a place to call home. Clauses 145 to 167 concern the taxation of vaping products and cannabis products in Canada. These revenues provide investments for Canada to strengthen our social supports and provide a price signal to Canadians of the health effects of the abuse of these products, while also provide for a fair and stable taxation of vaping and cannabis products. Clauses 168 to 196 would amend the laws governing financial institutions, which are designed to strengthen the governance of Canadian financial institutions, which are important to keeping Canadians' money and investments, as well as our financial institutions, safe and secure. All of these measures were announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. Clauses 197 to 208 related to proposed leave entitlements related to pregnancy loss and bereavement leave, which are designed to support workers. Canadian workers are the backbone of the economy, and anyone who faces the tragedy of pregnancy loss deserves rightful access to bereavement leave. Ultimately, this measure ensures that Canadians who are dealing with this tragedy are not also burdened by the loss of income. Again, all of these measures were announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. Clauses 209 to 216 relate to the establishment of a Canada Water Agency, which will create good jobs for Canadians and will protect Canadians' access to fresh, clean water and restore, protect, and manage bodies of water of national significance. Canadians should be able to count on access to clean water, and in an era of increasing climate disruption, an independent Canadian Water Agency, which will be located in Winnipeg, I must say, Mr. Speaker, will help to protect our bodies of water. This measure was announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to a separate vote at the second and third reading stages. Clause 217 and 218 relate to the proposed amendments to Tobacco and Vaping Products Act, which would provide the government with the authority to develop and implement tobacco and vaping cost recovery frameworks, which will limit the cost burden on taxpayers for the funding of federal tobacco and vaping activities. In essence, these measures would ensure that Canadians are not on the hook for paying for development or regulatory frameworks related to vaping, which would not only free up funds that can be otherwise spent on investments and the supports Canadians rely on, but also provide Canadians who use such products with disposable income to spend on the essentials of life. Clause 219 to 230 propose amendments to the Canadian Payments Act to make the Canadian banking system safer and more secure while delivering more innovative services for Canadians. The purpose of these amendments will ensure Canadians' hard-earned money is safe in the financial institutions they rely on. Clauses 231 to 272 would amend the Competition Act to help increase competition, most notably in the grocery sector, where Canadians have experienced rising prices that have impacted their ability to feed their families with healthy and nutritious foods. These amendments are designed to make life more affordable for Canadians by lowering prices, providing more choice, which in turn stimulates competition to compete on pricing, and lastly, to encourage the development of more innovative products and services for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Clauses 273 to 277 would exempt post-secondary education institutions from the laws governing bankruptcy and insolvency. By educating our young people and conducting world-leading research, post-secondary educational institutions play a critical role in Canada's social, scientific, and economic development. These amendments would help protect the solvency of Canadian post-secondary institutions. Clauses 278 to 317 relate to amendments to address anti-money.
I know it's a point of order and a point of order, but I know the honourable member, the honourable House Leader for the NDP.
I would just ask your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member can speak with some passion at sometimes. If he could liven this up, I think it would be to the tribute of everybody in the House.
Thank you.
You know, we've been working very hard, and we need some motivation. Reading in a monotone doesn't do that.
I think the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot maybe on this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is quite simple. I'm wondering if this will be included in the member from Kingston and the Islands calculation about obstruction of the business of this place, since he seemed to be finding out how to do some math earlier on this subject. So I'm wondering if this would be included in that.
Okay, we're just getting into debate. That's just getting into debate here. I was just wondering if there was some filibustering going on. Anyway, the honourable member, parliamentary secretary, the government house leader. I know there's a few more pages to go there.
In fairness to myself, Mr. Speaker, there was a point where we talked about the water agency, and I did go a little bit off script, and I said that was something that's happening in Winnipeg, which is somewhat spontaneous on my part to try to liven it up a little bit. But I'll stick right back to my script so I can get right to the point. Very close to being done, Mr. Speaker. Deck the halls. There you go. Mr. Speaker, to continue on, clauses 278 to 317 relate to amendments to address the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism and the threats they pose to the safety of Canadians and the integrity of our financial system. These threats have real costs for the Canadian economy and for Canadians. Not only will these amendments help keep Canadians' hard-earned money safe, but also keep our financial system sound. These measures were announced in the 2023 budget and articulated in the budget documents, so should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. Clauses 318 and 319 would require the publication of information relating to the transfer of payments to the provinces. The federal government provides transfers to the provinces and territories that help deliver the services Canadians rely on, like childcare, which is a key measure to ease Canadians' affordability concerns with respect to the care of their young children, and importantly, to help deliver the health care that Canadians need when they are at their most vulnerable state. Clauses 320 to 322 would amend the Public Sector Pension Investment Board Act to ensure that the workers are represented in the governance of the public sector pension investments by giving a voice to labour representatives in making investment decisions for workers' retirement benefits. These amendments will contribute to stronger investments that support jobs for middle-class Canadians. The final clauses referenced by my colleagues are clauses 323 to 341, which would clarify the Department made of Infrastructure Canada to include powers, duties, and functions of the Department to take a lead role for improving housing outcomes and to enhance its activities and powers in relation to public infrastructure. These proposed amendments will assist the Department in helping to deliver on Canadians' desire and need for housing in a more efficient and effective manner. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I submit that a significant majority of the provisions in Bill C-59 were announced in the 2023 budget, and as such, these measures should not be subject to separate votes at the second and third reading stages. The minority of the amendments in Bill C-59 that were announced in the fall economic statement were designed to ease Canadians' concerns about affordability. These provisions that seek to advance the measures that address affordability concerns represent a common theme and should be grouped as such, provided for under Standing Order 69.1. I thank you and all members, Madam Speaker, for their patience as I went through that. Thank you.
So the honourable member was adding to the point of order that was raised earlier. I appreciate the additional information. Certainly we'll take it under consideration. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it's a pleasure to rise in this House and to speak about things that matter to my constituents and to myself. I did want to take this opportunity, first of all, though, to congratulate Trottis Leo. He is not in my constituency now, but he grew up there, and he actually used to be the French tutor for my sons. He just was named on the list of Amazon 2023's Best Canadian Podcast of the Year, so that's very exciting. Wow. He does tremendous work and talks about the Indigenous realities, and I really appreciate his work, and I just wanted to acknowledge him today. So we're in this place so close to the end, talking about a bill that I'm particularly passionate about, Bill C-58. This is about prohibiting the use of replacement workers and modifying the business's continuity process. And the reason that that is so important to me and to the riding that I represent is because we all appreciate the amazing work that unions do. Madam Speaker, in this House, I talk a lot about there being a bar of dignity in Canada, and that I feel that that bar of dignity is sinking, and we need to raise it up so that all Canadians have a level of dignity that is acceptable, in my opinion, which means that you just have enough to exist and get by without being afraid every day about your future. And I really have to thank unions, because part of the reason that we have all the social programs in this country is because of the hard work of labor unions. They remind us again and again to work for one another, to care about one another, and to make sure that when people work, they are treated with the dignity that they respect. And this bill is so important because it really is about looking at the system we have in Canada and understanding that all too often workers are lose their power because workers are able to go in and fill those positions when they're doing their important work of standing up against employers on issues that really matter. So the reality is we know that workers across this country deserve a lot more respect. They're working hard every day doing what is best, and they are still falling behind. And that is an epidemic that we're seeing in this country that needs to be dealt with. We need to see better wages. We need to see better working conditions. And the NDP has a long documented history of always working on the side of workers and listening to those voices. In fact, when it comes to this legislation, the NDP is in an agreement that forced this Liberal government to move forward with this meaningful piece of legislation. And we know this. We know this because the NDP has introduced anti-scab legislation in this place 8 times in the last 15 years. And in fact, the last time when it came up for a vote, the Liberals and the Conservatives voted against it. So it just tells you there's a long history of the NDP being here, and we took what power we had with 25 members to make sure that workers are better represented in this country and have more power in this country, and I think it's about time. So like unions, like workers across Canada, we did not give up. We kept working diligently. And we know the fight is hard and significant. And we know that because right now across this country, people can't afford the food that they desperately need to exist. And we know as that's happening, grocery stores are making some of the biggest profits, especially those big box ones, not those, local ones in our communities that often do so much for the community, pay for our sports clubs, help out like Quality Foods in Campbell River with the fireworks every Canada Day. It's those big box stores that are taking home huge profits at the expense of workers. And we know, for example, that Galen Weston makes 431 times the average of the workers that work for him. When I think of those folks that work every day on the front lines, they're interacting constantly with people. They're seeing people who can't afford the groceries that they have and have to put items back on. And often they are workers in those grocery stores that cannot afford to shop at the grocery store that they work on. They have to go to food banks to pay for making ends meet. And Galen Weston's making over 400 per times the amount that those workers are. That just tells you that one of the things that we need to address in this country is that growing inequity. And it's happening. We can see it. There's a lot of research that show that the top 1% continue to make more and more money, pay less and less in terms of taxes, while everyday workers work hard, get paid about the same, knowing that inflation is impacting that income, and they keep working so hard, and they are paying their fair share in taxes. So I hope that we, as a place that understands the bar of dignity of all Canadians, start considering that. Because even though Galen Weston makes that much, the average of these top CEOs, they're making 235 times what their workers are making. I think that's totally unacceptable and something that all of us in this place should be addressing, and this is one step on doing that. So what is a scab? Well, a scab is a person that is hired After the notice to bargain has gone out, it means that people are coming from other employers to work in a facility, and it's a contractor that isn't already hired by the employer until that strike action happens. And, Madam Speaker, as a member that represents a more rural riding, I can tell you right now, the impact on community is profound. When you see people that you grocery shop with every day standing on the line, standing up for their rights as workers, and that person that you saw at the grocery store is going past that line to go work somewhere so that you have to keep fighting, not getting paid, not getting the support you need, that decimates communities. It's really profound. And so this is why we're fighting for this, because we also know that corporations are getting more and more tricky. And so they may have people out on the picket line, and they're getting people to work remotely. So this is why this legislation matters, because it's all of Canada. And I recognize that both Quebec and BC have anti-scab legislation. You know where that came from in BC. It was definitely the New Democrats. But this has to be across the country, and it needs to be more fulsome so that we can protect the workers. And Madam Speaker, isn't it time that we started to protect workers in a more meaningful and profound way? And we know that workers have waited long enough. How many more years do they have to wait? How many times have this promise been made and not followed through with? We're going to make it happen, and we're really, really happy to do this. So what this means for people is it means protection against replacement workers, which gives workers more power in their negotiations, and it helps have a more balanced bargaining table, and that is incredibly important. We know again and again that using scabs just creates unforeseen things. We've heard stories of violence that often linger in communities much longer than the labor dispute. And we know that workers have even been injured or killed as a result of these tensions. Madam Speaker, when people are doing their very best to survive and they're seeing other people limiting their ability to do that, it raises a lot of concerns, and we don't want to see that violence increase. And of course, whenever workers are replaced, it means that those employers get to continue on like nothing's wrong, not acknowledging the safety issues, the issues around how much people are compensated. So these things really become difficult, and this legislation is going to make all the difference. I want to thank the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, who said, and I quote, B. Brusky said this, "We have seen years of record corporate profits while workers' pay lagged far behind. Workers are rightly demanding fairer wages, better safety standards, and respect from their employers. If we ban the use of scabs once and for all, we can take a real step towards less labor disruptions, avoiding work stoppages, and building a more balanced economy while increasing the benefits and respect workers deserve." End quote. Madam Speaker, we need to see a country that focuses much more on workers, that looks at the power that they need and rightfully should have. And what we want to see in this place is more cohesion so that we can support those workers. We know that often disputes last 6 times longer when the employer uses scabs than when there is no scabs. That, for me, is enough. We need to make this right. And, you know, again and again in this place, we have seen back-to-work legislation come forward, and both the Liberals and the Conservatives support it. It's absolutely time to stop that. Let's get it done by having this in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Provencher.
Madam Speaker, and I've been listening quite carefully to speeches coming from the NDP party. And I noticed they keep using the term fair share of tax, fair share of tax. Well, wondering if the member could articulate for the House and for you, Madam Speaker, what exactly do they mean by fair share? Is there a percentage? We know that high-income earners in Canada pay between 50 and 55% of their income towards income tax, depending which province you live in. So what percentage is the right percentage, and what do they call fair?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I'm just so sad to hear that lack of understanding and awareness in this place, and I really encourage the member to do the research. We know that people who have the
order, there is There's opportunities for questions and comments. If members have questions and comments, they need to wait till the appropriate time. Now, one of their members has already been recognized, and I would wait for them to ask a question at a different time. The honourable member for North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that. It's unfortunate that members feel so defensive that their only result is to yell while I'm giving a simple answer. Fairness is not something that is a reality in this country. We know that the top 1% earners are getting so much more. They're paying less taxes because they're using every tax loophole. In fact, some are hiding their money overseas. These are policies that the Liberals and the Conservatives have continuously supported, and that is unfortunate, but it is the reality. And I encourage all of these members to talk to everyday working people who pay their fair share of tax and how it feels when other people don't pay theirs. And I also want to remind the Conservative Party that the Conservatives in the UK actually acknowledged this by having a windfall tax and making sure that money went back into the communities to support them during very trying times. We know it's a reality. There's a lot of graphs out there. I encourage them to do their research.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, the anti-scab legislation has been an important personal issue for me for many, many years, dating all the way back to 88, 89 in my first few years as a parliamentarian. And I was really glad when the Prime Minister incorporated that into our last election platform. And I'm really glad that we have two political entities or three political entities in the chamber that are in fact committed to getting anti-scab legislation. What I found interesting is the Conservatives have yet to say how it is that they're going to actually vote on it, yet out in the communities they're telling people that they're for the worker.
The Honourable for North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for that question. We honestly don't know where the Conservatives are on this very important bill that will bring more balance to workers. This is a bill that focuses solely on workers, and I think this is an opportunity. We know that the corporate-controlled Conservatives have a hard time working for people. They like to say things, but when it actually comes to the workers, they don't do it. We've seen that in how they vote back-to-work legislation repeatedly.
And comments? The Honourable Member of Churchill, Kiwana-Newcastle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for her clear message today that we need anti-scab legislation and her reminder of how critical this legislation is for workers' rights, for fairness, for workers, and for all of us. It's a historic moment where we're seeing the NDP once again standing up for workers and standing up for Canadians and fighting back. And yet we have the Conservatives, a party that has revamped itself recently, pretending to defend Canadians who are struggling, who are refusing to get behind anti-scab legislation. Can my colleague share her views on why the Conservatives are refusing to stand up for Canadian workers?
The Honourable Member for North Island Power River.
Well, I think, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that really important question. You know, my grandma used to always say the proof is in the pudding. We know that actions speak louder than words, and what we've seen again and again with the corporately controlled Conservatives is that they continue to choose their corporate friends over hardworking Canadians. And so they can say they're about the working class, but again and again, their action shows that actually that is not their focus. It's not what they do. So it's one thing to say something. It's completely a different one to do it. The NDP will continue to do the work that matters so much to workers across this country.
Reprise débat. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's been interesting to observe the debate that has been taking place in the chamber here today on Bill C-58. And I would note a couple of observations, if I could, because I believe it provides important context to the conversation that we are having here. And the observations that I would note to you, Madam Speaker, and of course the many Canadians that I'm sure are watching, is the flip-flops that we are seeing in this regard. Madam Speaker, we have the Liberals desperate to keep the NDP on side, yet it seems like the NDP are quick to sell out when it comes to simply holding on to this thread of power that they feel they have. We hear the NDP talk tough against the Liberals in one sentence, yet then they walk down the street to committee, which the leader of the NDP said in the beginning that committees would not be affected by their confidence and supply coalition agreement, yet we see them capitulating to the...
One point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
This is completely irrelevant. We're talking about anti-replacement worker legislation, and a member just can't get up. If he hasn't read the bill, I would suggest he read the bill, get the information, but he has to speak on topic, Madam Speaker, as you well know.
So again, I just want to remind members that there is some flexibility during speeches. However, the honourable members do need to ensure that their speech is related to the bill and should mention the bill from time to time during their speech, if possible, or aspects within the bill. So the honourable member for Rattle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm always glad that the NDP are paying such close attention, because if they would pay such close attention to Canadians, they would see how far off base they are with average workers that I'm speaking to coast, and certainly that are attending the rallies that the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton, who in fact in many cases, and this is an interesting observation, and it does connect closely to Bill C-58, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that that NDP member is paying attention, because what we're hearing increasingly is that workers across this country feel abandoned by left-leaning parties in this country. Right. They feel abandoned by an ideological focus on things that are shifting the conversation away from Canadians being able to prosper. So when it comes to the bill that we have before us, we have the NDP even, they are taking credit for this, yet I've heard them time and time again stand up and declare all the problems that exist within this legislation. For example, they have stated that they don't agree with the 18-month window for coming into force. Madam Speaker, we've heard from that minister that introduced the bill that there's some ambiguity as to who it would apply for. We see that the public service, that it affects federally regulated sectors, but it does not affect the public service. So, Madam Speaker, there are many holes in this legislation, and it's unfortunate the NDP seem to be so quick to sell themselves out for this slight grip on power that they seem to have. And we see that no more obviously, and it relates directly to the conversation we're having, Madam Speaker, because the leader of the NDP, only a number of months ago, when facing a confidence vote at his convention, there was a red line drawn. The members of that party said that if they didn't have pharmacare by the end of the year, the deal was done. Well, Madam Speaker, we see that once again there is, you simply cannot trust what the NDP promise. You simply cannot trust what they say that they are endeavoring to accomplish, and that the NDP and that the Liberals in this coalition agreement, it's either some of the worst negotiations we've ever seen, or they simply are playing along with this tenuous idea of power or security, so that they may be afraid to face the electorate in this country. So. And what's interesting, and that member proved my point, is how angry the NDP are about this. They seem angry about everything that the Liberals are doing, yet they are the ones that continue to prop them up. And Madam Speaker, that is no more true than the situation we find ourselves in as we are debating a bill on replacement workers, yet we see that the NDP are supporting the government in the bringing in of thousands of foreign replacement workers on government-subsidized projects. Now, Madam Speaker, we have before us tens of billions of dollars that are being spent to subsidize these battery production facilities. And Madam Speaker, I would just take a brief detour if I could, because certainly I believe fully that there is a huge economic opportunity that exists when it comes to energy in Canada, whether that's traditional forms of energy or whether that's new and clean tech. But what I find absolutely tragic, Madam Speaker, is that the ideological Liberals are so blinded by this idea that they have to be in control, that they refuse to allow our economy to prosper. They refuse to allow my constituents. And, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be the beating heart of Canada's energy industry. In fact, 87% of Canada's crude oil transits through a little town called Hardisty in my constituency. And now that may be an embarrassment to the left-leaning parties in this House, but the reality is this, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the energy that powers our nation, that can power the world, and that provides good, not only good-paying jobs to the folks that I represent, but provides the revenue, taxation, and otherwise to so much of what we have come to depend on in our country, it is an absolute embarrassment that those Liberals and those NDP have abandoned those hard-working Canadians for this ideological fantasy that simply is not worth the cost. But let's get back to the foreign replacement workers. The situation that we have before us is that the Liberals are quick to brag about the deals that they've signed. Yet, Madam Speaker, what is very troubling is that while they brag publicly about the deals, they refuse to tell us what those deals actually are. They talk about the number of jobs they're creating, but the number, the misinformation, the disinformation, the competing information that we get from those Liberals is certainly, it makes the Prime Minister's math that budgets balance themselves seem top quality when compared to the number of the scope of differences that exist between the different estimates we've seen about the number of individuals that will be brought into Canada, subsidized by Canadian taxpayers, and those dollars being sent to workers that are not from this country. And what is tragic in this conversation, Madam Speaker, is that in the beginning, it was the Leader of the Opposition stood up in his place and he shared outrage. He was outraged that about the revelations of these foreign replacement workers, and that he was going to get to the bottom of it, and that his MPs were going to fight for that every step of the way. Yet it only took a couple of short weeks.
We have a point of order from the Honourable Government House Deputy House Leader.
I hate to call a point of order because it only prolongs how much longer I have to listen to this, but do you think you could ask the member to at least return to the subject? You've already asked him once, stressed the importance of that. Perhaps he could return to the subject of the bill that we're debating today?
Yes, so although there is some leeway, I also was wondering when the honourable member would actually get to the bill itself, and so I would remind the member that he is to speak to the content of the bill. Yes, he can add some other content in there, but he should be focused on the bill that is before the House. I have another point of order. The honourable member for Provencher.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I was listening very closely to the member giving his speech, and he was talking about the replacement workers coming to the Stellantis battery factory from South Korea. This is a replacement worker. This is a replacement worker piece of legislation, and he was directly referring to the replacement workers that the Liberals have authorized.
So again, I do want to remind members, I appreciate the honourable member adding to the conversation. Yes, the honourable member has added a very minimum quality in there, but I just want to make sure that the debate is actually on the bill itself, and I do want to allow the honourable member to finish his speech. He has almost 3 minutes. I have another point of order, sorry. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich.
Madam Speaker. If we're going to be talking about the topic of this bill and use the term replacement workers, I'd just like to point out that temporary foreign workers, whatever people feel about them, I happen to think that temporary foreign workers are a good addition to our economy. However you feel about them, they're not replacement workers under this legislation. And so either the members of the Conservative Party are confused or they're deliberately...
I'm sorry, that seems... I had to, and I apologize, I had to actually put my speaker on even more because I couldn't hear the honourable member that well, but I did get the gist, and that would actually be a point of debate. So the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's certainly always interesting how when I speak the truth in this place, to the level that it triggers the left in this country is certainly astounding, and that couldn't be more true than the fact that while we debate the concept of a bill that would supposedly ban replacement workers, although there are some clauses that you could drive an electric vehicle through. It is quite fascinating that these other parties here, and in particular the NDP, and to just emphasize the point that I was making, and I think it has to do with the credibility to which the NDP are claiming on this legislation, because while their leader and their members stood strong demanding answers, it took only a couple of weeks, Madam Speaker, for them to back down, for them to literally, and I wish I was kidding here, but instead of demanding that a parliamentary committee get the answers, get the contracts in this case, to see the contracts so that Canadians could know for themselves exactly what we were talking about, the number of replacement workers, what was negotiated on behalf of taxpayers. This is not, just a private company and a private company or private individuals. This is a minister of the Crown and a government department negotiating to the tune of tens of billions of dollars in tax dollars. Now, it's not the government's money. That's Canadians' money, Madam Speaker. Yet, instead of demanding accountability, although they feigned outrage in this place, what did the NDP do at committee? They backed down and said, oh, we'll just file an ATIP. Instead of demanding answers, oh, we'll just file an access to information request. And the government has repeatedly refused to abide by the most basic measures of accountability to provide the answers that Canadians deserve. So when it comes to the subject matter of what we are here debating today, Madam Speaker, it comes down to the idea of trust. And for the NDP, I don't know how they can continue to trust the Liberals. For Canadians, it is increasingly clear that they cannot trust the left-leaning coalition that governs this country. Because when it comes to the best interests of workers, Madam Speaker, it is clear, it is crystal clear that they do not have, whether unionized or not, whether a new sector in the economy or a traditional one, it is clear that the left-leaning coalition in this country do not have workers' backs. Well, Madam Speaker, the good news is Conservatives do, and we're going to bring it home for Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Madam Speaker, once again. This is the third time now where our Conservative colleagues talk about replacement workers in battery factories, foreign workers, essentially. We're not talking about the same thing here in C58. There's a difference. There's a huge difference. C58 talks about replacement workers, but it's a different definition. I think the Conservatives know this. What they're trying to do, what this bill is trying to do, is to stop scabs from taking over positions during labour disputes. It also seeks to institute a law that would stop recourse to scabs. Therefore, making this labour dispute continue. This is a huge difference in definition. Since 1977, we've had anti-scab legislation. So my question is clear. We're talking about anti-scab legislation. Does my colleague agree with this bill? Will he vote for or against Bill C-58?
Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the Bloc, and appreciate that the Bloc have been willing to partner with the official opposition in the sense that we are demanding answers, unlike the NDP that have abandoned their principles, sold out their ideology to simply attain power, some tenuous grip on power.
Remind the Honourable Deputy House Leader that I reminded others a while ago that when someone else has the floor, to please wait until the next time for questions and comments if they wish to contribute. The Honourable for Battle River Crowfoot.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate that they're demanding answers on this, but I think it bears this close connection because, and it comes down to the very fundamental idea of trust. We need to look closely at the legislation we have before us, but can we trust those who have proposed it? But Madam Speaker, when it comes to workers, whether it's farmers in my constituency or energy workers, or whether it's manufacturers manufacturing in Ontario or coastal port workers. Madam Speaker, it's time for a party that supports workers and prosperity in this country, and unfortunately they've been abandoned by Canada's left, but don't worry, Conservatives are here to bring it home for all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot. It's my first opportunity to speak on C-58, so first of all, I want to put on the record that Green Party supports this very important legislation. It's time for our Parliament to act to protect workers' rights. I used to practice in the area of labor law with a firm in Halifax back in the day that represented trade unions in specializing in labor law. So my question to the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot will be to clarify why we're spending so much time in this debate. And I know he's been asked by the member for Esquimalt, or if other Conservatives have been asked by the member for Esquimalt, Sandwich Souk, and l'honorable député du Thérèse de Blainville. There's no connection in this bill, and I want to ask if he agrees, no connection in this bill whatsoever to having foreign workers come into any plant in Canada, to any workplace in Canada. This bill is specifically to protect the rights of collective bargaining, the rights of workers who have gone out on a strike, that they not have what are called scab workers, and that's a replacement worker. The workers at the Stellantis battery plant are not scab workers, to the honourable member.
The honourable for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do wish the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands well. I know she's had some health challenges, and just as I think a lesson that in the midst of the heated debates, and although she and I would disagree on probably many things, I do wish her well and a very Merry Christmas to her, and hope that her health continues to improve. Madam Speaker, my answer and response would be simple. If we had the answers to the very basic questions, being able to see the contracts, being able to understand what the labor negotiations were included in those contracts with Stellantis, or the number of other major contracts that this government has signed but refused to provide details on, we could definitively say exactly what that member is suggesting. But, Madam Speaker, the problem is that because the government refuses to give us the details, we can't definitively say that that is not the case, and it's unfortunate that the NDP especially won't join us in demanding that accountability.
Resuming debate. A point of order. We got a point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just following up on the point of order by the member for Regina Capel this morning. And I have images of fundraisers that were conducted by a speaker. I would like permission to unanimous consent to table these images of these fundraisers involving a speaker. It's the former member from the former speaker, the member from Regina Capel, and 3 fundraisers, partisan fundraisers that he was involved in as speaker. So I would ask for permission to table those documents.
I'm already hearing no, so there is no unanimous consent. I have another point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader, Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, earlier the Conservative House Leader was asking for tabling of a speaker with what he classified as inappropriate behavior. Now the Conservatives are saying no to tabling a document that shows inappropriate.
Sorry, I would tend to think I've already asked on this here. We've gotten a no, and this is now going into debate. Is this another point of order? A separate and the a separate point of order. The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe you will, if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion number 44, to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion shall be deemed put and on a recorded division deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed to what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has tabled, please say nay. The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Resuming debate. I just want to say that if members want to have conversations, they should take it into the lobby, please. Resuming debate, the honourable for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we are speaking here today on Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code and the Canadian in Canada Industrial Relations Board regulations, otherwise known as the anti-scab legislation that workers from across the country have been calling for since time immemorial. The NDP has put forward this legislation 8 times in the last 15 years, and it has been defeated by Liberals and Conservatives alike. So we are very happy and proud that we have forced this government to table this legislation this year and look forward to see it become law as soon as possible. Now, Madam Speaker, workers around the world have only one power to balance the relationship with employers, and that is their work, the labor they provide to make the products or provide the services that give their employees their profits, their employers their profits. The withdrawal of that labor, or even the threat of withdrawal, is the only thing that levels the playing field in labor negotiations. So when negotiations break down and workers feel that a strike is the only option left to them to obtain a fair collective agreement, then the employer brings in, and then if the employer brings in replacement workers to break that strike, the playing field is tilted steeply in favor of the employer. The employers have no real reason to bargain in good faith with the workers or bargain at all. Now, labor relations in Canada have a long and deep history, and some of the most important moments in that history happened in my riding, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and it happened in the Roslyn mines. In the late 1800s, there was a mining boom across my riding, gold mines in the South Okanagan, silver in the Slocan, but some of the richest mines were in Roslyn. In 1895, the Roslyn miners formed the first Canadian local of the Western Federation of Miners. And that local went on to advance many of the first labor laws in British Columbia and Canada, laws that brought in the 5-day work week, the 8-hour workday, and laws enforcing safe workplaces, the first Workers' Compensation Act. Unrest in those mining camps resulted in the Canadian government sending in Roger Clute, a prominent Toronto lawyer, to Roslyn in 1899. And he reported back that compulsory arbitration would be less effective than conciliatory measures, and after another trip to Roslyn, his reports led to the Federal Conciliation Act of 1900. That helped to create the Department of Labor and the Canadian System of Industrial Relations. So Roslyn and the miners of Roslyn helped build our system of labor relations across this country. So when everyone in this place goes home for the weekend, when everyone in the country goes home at 5 o'clock after an 8-hour workday, when every worker in Canada knows they have the right to a safe workplace, they can thank the members of the Roslyn local of the Western Federation of Miners. And that's the benefit of having a healthy and fair system of labor relations. And at the center of that system is the right of workers to withdraw their work. And replacement workers, scabs, destroy that system. Not only does that take away any power that the workers have to undertake fair negotiations, it often tears communities apart. Especially small communities that have few other opportunities for good work. If workers go on a strike in that situation and the company hires scabs, those replacement workers are taking away jobs from their neighbors, their relatives. This increases tensions within the community, and those tensions sometimes escalate into violence. Using replacement workers was common during the early strikes, including in the mines of British Columbia, and there are too many histories of violence from those days. One of the worst stories, though, comes from a relatively recent times when the workers of the Giant Mine in Yellowknife went on strike in 1992. That gold mine had been the mainstay of the Yellowknife economy for years, but a new owner demanded cuts from the union and then locked the unionized workers out. The company then hired replacement workers to keep the mine going, to keep the profits rolling in. Hostilities quickly rose, pitting neighbors against neighbors, and culminated in a bombing within the mine that killed 9 miners, 9 replacement workers. One of the worst mass murders in Canadian history. And this is why we need anti-scab legislation. This is why British Columbia and Quebec introduced and have anti-scab legislation and have had it for decades. Critics say this legislation may allow strikes and lockouts to drag on, but in fact it usually has quite the opposite effect. What impetus does the employer have to end a strike if they can use workers to keep things going, to keep those profits rolling in? If anything, outlawing replacement workers speeds negotiations up because both sides are on an even footing. The employer is losing profits, the unions are losing pay. They both want to end the dispute as soon as possible. Many of the longest labor disputes in Canadian history are those involving scabs, because the employer has no reason to bargain with the unions. So this law would have effect in federally regulated industries, such as ports, railways, airports, telecommunications, and banks. Now, we recently had a dispute at the Port of Vancouver, and we're studying that issue in the International Trade Committee right now. Some witnesses have tried to paint a picture that labor is the cause of a declining reputation in a Canadian supply chain reliability, that the unions dragged out negotiations and caused this strike. And what we've heard is exactly the opposite at committee. For one, this is the first strike at the Port of Vancouver since 1969. You know, most people in this chamber weren't even alive then. And secondly, so the collective bargaining system has been working very well in the Port of Vancouver. And secondly, delays in bargaining were clearly the fault of the employers, or rather their association, the BC Maritime Employers Association. The BCMEA represents the employers at the bargaining table, but had no mandate to make decisions. So the union would respond with a counteroffer to the employer's offer within a day. But when the union put forward that counteroffer, the BCMA would take a week or 10 days to come back with a counteroffer. So negotiations dragged on. The strike began, and it took 13 more days of negotiation to come to an agreement. We could have easily reached that agreement before strike action was necessary if it weren't for the delays and intransigence of the employers. So remember, there are two sides to every labor dispute, and the best negotiations, the fairest negotiations, and often the shortest negotiations are those where both sides have an equal balance of power. And that's what Bill C-58 brings to the federal labor scene. The NDP is, of course, very much in favor of this legislation. We have worked hard and long to improve this legislation, and will continue to do that when it goes to committee. Our big concern now is the provision within this bill of a delay of 18 months before the legislation comes into force after passing through Parliament. We've heard no good reasons for this delay, and we'll be making the case in committee to amend that part of the bill. If the use of replacement workers is illegal, that provision should come into force immediately. I can see no reason why corporations or unions need 18 months, a year and a half, to get their head around the change to Canadian labor laws, this change. And Madam Speaker, I'll finish by saying I remember one of the first debates I took part in this place, a debate on an NDP private member's bill in 2016 that was essentially the same bill we are debating today. I was so encouraged that we could be making such a big difference for workers, but was profoundly surprised and disappointed when the Liberals and Conservatives defeated that bill. I've since unfortunately gotten used to disappointments in this place, but with this bill we have the opportunity to take a step towards hope. So I hope we can pass this bill at second reading quickly, have the committee debate it in detail, and pass it so that all Canadians can enjoy better labor relations across the country. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to wish everyone here everyone in the wonderful riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a very happy Christmas and a peaceful holiday season full of love and good cheer. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if we just pick up on the member's last comment in regards to the importance of the legislation and how wonderful it would be to actually pass this legislation through to the committee stage. The Conservatives like to go around the country telling Canadians that they are pro-worker, that they're there to support workers. I think it would be a very strong, powerful message collectively from the House, from all political parties, if we could see this legislation ultimately collapse the debate so that we could allow for it to actually go to committee before Christmas. And I'm wondering if the member would not concur with the thought that sending this in a unanimous way to a standing committee before Christmas would be a wonderful Christmas gift for the workers in Canada.
Honourable for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for that question. And again, I often say this, but you know, in this case, I'm very happy to agree with them that I think we should move this forward, whether it's included in one of our famous omnibus unanimous consent motions that happen at the end of sessions. But I think we should be passing this soon for all the reasons I outlined. I hope the Conservatives will join us in that effort. You know, they try to make it sound like they're on side with the workers of Canada, but every time we have a debate and a vote on workers' rights here in this place, they vote against it. Every time. I can't remember any single instance of them supporting or voting against back-to-work legislation, for instance. So I would like to thank the member for that question, and I would agree.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rimouski, Négette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for this speech. As you know, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill. Quebec already has anti-scab legislation, and it dates back to 1977. When we say that we're wasting time with the federal government and they're constantly behind, this is a great example. While we have progressive measures in Quebec to protect workers, the federal government is still lagging behind. Earlier, my colleague from Winnipeg North said that we should go immediately to committee to accelerate passage of this bill. I would remind the colleague that in 2021, special legislation was invoked for the Port of Montreal. And who introduced it? The Liberal Party, seconded by the Conservative Party. So, thinking that they're on the side of workers today and defending workers' rights is rather misleading. Now, how quickly could we get this bill before committee?
West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and I would agree with them. They've had anti-scab legislation in Quebec for decades. We've had anti-scab legislation in British Columbia for decades, and it has proven very useful, very positive. It's been a disappointment, as I said at the end of my speech, that this federal government hasn't done the same until now. It looks like we have a chance to move this forward, and I hope that we can get this to committee where we can make some important changes, such as getting rid of that 18-month delay that I know the Bloc Québécois supports as well. So I would like to thank him for that question, and I fully support what he had to say. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for his intervention. Just wanted to get him to provide a sense of how important this is also for the economy. Right now with the labor shortage, having a stable workforce is seen as one of the best assets going forward, and this will all provide some more strength to having actually stable working environments and strong conditions to attract investment. In fact, that's one of the cases that we're hearing significantly from areas of labor shortages. So I'd like my colleague to reflect on that, because reducing labor shortages and actually having less turnover and more stability to the workplace is a competitive edge for all of Canada.
Brief answer from the honourable for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Windsor West for that question and would totally agree with him. And I tried to make the point within my speech that this legislation, getting rid of replacement workers, would speed up labor negotiations, shorten strikes when they happen, and really balance the system so that we have labor peace in this country. And that's what we need. I was very disappointed when the Canadian Chamber of Commerce came before a committee and asked us to vote against this. They didn't seem to understand that they were voting for more and longer labor disputes, something they don't want, we don't want, workers don't want, corporations don't want. So let's get this bill passed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour always to rise in this place and talk about the issues of the day. And this Bill C-58 is, I understand, was not originally on the agenda, but it's still a great opportunity to speak about it. Prior to becoming the Conservative Party's critic on housing, I had the honour of being the Conservative Party's critic on labour. And I worked directly with our current critic, the member for Essex, who I think is doing an amazing job. And I was reflecting on his comments that he made on this particular bill. And of course, Essex, there's an awful lot of organized labor and skilled trades in his riding. And, he talks to a lot of people in his constituency. And it's a great way to learn what's really going on, talking to real people. And I'm not sure enough of that has gone on with this particular government. I think about the importance of workers. Any great business owner will tell you that it's the people that make their business work. And the best businesses take good care of their workers. And of course, Conservatives believe in the right to collectively bargain, and that's an important part of the process. But what I'm more concerned about, I guess, than anything is the need for this legislation right now. One of the situations we're seeing in this country is that there is an awful lot more labor disruption, where there are more strikes, whether it's in the Port of Montreal or the strike in Vancouver. And one has to ask why that is. Why is that happening? I know from talking to leaders in the labor movement, leaders in the skilled trades unions, leaders in business, that a big part of the problem in this country facing workers is the cost of living. The cost of living is getting out of control. Inflation is driving up the cost of food, driving up the cost of heating our homes. It's driving up the cost of even getting a home. We know that the labor situation affects the housing situation as well. This is one of the things we've been focusing a lot on. The CMHC has told us we need to build 3.5 million more homes in the next 10 years than we would normally build. That's a total of almost 6 million homes. That works out to 750,000 units a year. The most we've ever built in a year is about 260,000, and that was in the 70s when it was very easy to get things like permits and approvals. Now, today, the most difficult part of building a home is getting the permission to build the home. And one of the major barriers to getting those homes built is labor. Skilled trades. We need more electricians, more plumbers. We need more labor. And we have a government that I guess didn't understand the demographic shift that was going on in our country, didn't really prepare for it. But we have a situation today where there's a desperate need for more people to help us build the homes that the people need. But the inflationary spending of this government is a big part of the reason why we're behind the eight ball on the housing issue. It's why people can't afford to, pay rent. Rents have doubled. In 8 years of this photo op happy talking points government, home prices have doubled. Rents have doubled. Mortgage rates now. We've seen the fastest increase in interest rates over this last year than we've seen in 40 years. And of course, the impact of that, Madam Speaker, is that people that were hoping to get into the market are now that much further behind. They're never going to have a chance. And the people that do own a home, what they're struggling with, and I'm going to get a little point of order because she's not really paying attention to.
The point of order, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
He predicted my point of order. The member is talking about the budget. This is a bill about scab legislation, Madam Speaker. This is, an ongoing theme with the Conservatives. They're not staying on topic, and perhaps you could ask the member to get back on topic as you did the previous.
So again, as I've indicated, there is some leeway. I do want to remind members that are speaking on the bills to make sure that they reference the bill from time to time and relate their speech to that. The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what I would say is that, the reason I'm speaking about the issue I'm speaking about, and I'll explain it to the member because he clearly doesn't quite get it. The fact that we have more labor strife in this country, part of the reason for that is, in fact, the inflationary spending of this government, the excessive borrowing. It's causing everything to go up in price, and organized labor is struggling to put food on the table like everybody else. And so that's why I'm referring to these issues. It's why I'm referring it back to an issue that is completely connected to organized labor, and that's housing. It's the foundation of society, a warm, safe bed to sleep in at night. There's people working all across this country, whether they're in a union or not, who are struggling to make ends meet. That's causing labor strife. So my point about C-58 is that it's this government's attempt, along with their coalition partners, to deflect from the real issues, deflect from their failures as a government, and the massive borrowing and spending that they've done for the last 8 years that's causing everything to go up in price, that's causing this labor strife. If they understood the impact of their inflationary policies, things like Bill C-58 really shouldn't be the top priority. It's an important discussion to have, but what we really need to do is get the cost of living down in this country. We need to make life more affordable for Canadians. And whether it's their inflationary borrowing and excessive spending, I know they believe that the best way to solve any problem is to hire some more bureaucrats and make the government bigger. But in fact, the best way to make life more affordable for Canadians is to get out of their pockets and give them a break. C-58.
Remind members that there is no opportunity for cross debate at this point. There is just an opportunity for questions and comments after, and just so that members know when that time is going to come, and it's going to be in just about 4 minutes. So the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
I'm not sure if those two members are familiar with the Muppet Show, but they remind me a little bit of Waldorf and Statler right now. But that's okay. Bill C-58.
I do want to remind members, when they are describing members in the House, they should be very respectful. So the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Honestly, that was respectful. It was meant in jest, and I think it was a very positive thing. And only one of them's offended, so they're actually playing the role very well, which is great. I wish
if the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka can get back onto his speech and about the debate that's before the House, that would be great. Thanks, the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Absolutely. I would like to point out that this cost of living issue that I've been discussing and talking about is directly related to Bill C-58 and the fact that there is more labor strife in this country. We've seen a lot more of it, and obviously I'm just trying to make the point here and tie the point and help them understand across the aisle here that in fact it's their inflationary borrowing and spending and their big government solutions to everything is part of the reason why we're having more labor strife in this country, and that if they understood that, if they understood the implications of these disastrous policies, they would understand why it's important to point that out when discussing things like C-58. It's also interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that this Bill C-58 will ban the use of replacement workers in federally regulated workspaces. We're talking banks and airlines and rail, which are all very important. It is interesting to note, of course, that this government's making sure that this wouldn't apply to federal workers. Just federally regulated. So it's one of these classic double standards of the Liberal Party where they want to make sure that they look to be doing the right thing, but not sure they really are. And so it's just one more example of a government that is good on talking points, long on photo ops, but not really great at delivering results. And so I'll wrap it up there. I'm sure there's been some really insightful questions from across the aisle. But before I do, I would say that, just in reference to the cost of living and the issues that Canadians are facing today, while this will be the last time I speak in this House before the Christmas break, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Christmas, a happy holiday, and to be thinking about your neighbor this holiday season. Lots of people are struggling, and if you can support your local food bank, please do that. Our neighbors need our help this year more than ever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually feel sorry for this member. I genuinely believe that he's one of the more progressive ones in his party, yet somehow he seems to be sucked down the rabbit hole of the member from Carleton and his talking points. I genuinely don't believe that this member thinks that the inflationary impact has to do with the government spending. He must know that it has more to do with global issues such as the war in Ukraine, the fact that every other country in this world, in the developed world, is also experiencing inflation. Can he not at least, perhaps just agree that there are other factors that contribute to inflation?
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
I would note that my Liberal friends like me a lot more when I agree with them, but he's patently wrong in this particular circumstance. We've heard from the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who said that inflationary borrowing and spending is actually exacerbating inflation. It's not the only reason, I'll grant him that. We've also heard from a former Liberal finance minister about the same topic, that excessive borrowing and inflationary spending is driving things up more expensive. We've heard from Scotia Bank economists. I'm not making it up, and I know he despises the member for Carleton, but the member of Carleton is absolutely correct, and he's not quoting his own numbers. He's quoting numbers that we're hearing from the experts. I don't know why the Liberals don't agree with the experts, but the facts are there, and I just wish they would listen to them as opposed to their own Liberal talking points from the PMO.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Timmins James Bay.
I listened with great interest, and I got great respect for my colleague, who's almost from the north, but not quite. But the problem is that the Conservatives pretend inflation just happened. I mean, I'm looking at inflationary jumps that have gone on for some time. For example, the member for Regina Capel, who when he was Speaker began doing fundraisers for $125 a plate where you could have cigars. But by the time 4 years on, it was $175 a plate to come out and have cigars and so this is a huge inflationary jump.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
The member's comments are neither comments on the member's speech nor on the motion. Relevance.
So, again, I do want to remind members that speeches and comments should be related to the matter that's before the House. If the Honourable Member can do the link there, that would be great. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Trying to raise questions about the Conservatives' use of inflation to jump up prices for tickets for when the member for Regina Capel was Speaker and doing fundraisers. That's a dramatic increase, and I think that needs to be explained. Was that world global figures? Was that the Liberals? Or was that the member for Regina Capel who...
Again, I didn't see the relation to the actual bill that's before the House. I don't know if the Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka wishes to weigh in on this here, but I'm not sure if he's able to relate it to the bill as well. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
It was a little jumbled. I'll grant you that, Madam Speaker. I think you're quite justified in being confused by what he was talking about or trying to come up with. But the fact of the matter is, inflation is definitely far worse over the last few years of this government. It's spiked because of exactly what I've been talking about. And so, while inflation has always existed, it is certainly a lot worse now and exacerbated by this government.
Again, I don't think that either the question or the comment had any relation to the bill that's before the House on anti-scab legislation, but anyhow, we will go to the next question. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to ask this particular member to maybe talk a little bit more about inflation and how it is affecting people who work, particularly the working men and working women right across this country, unionized or not. Maybe there's a message here that he'd like to share with them on, especially in relation to the member of Carleton's message to give them some hope around the corner.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my honourable colleague, for the question. But the labour strike that exists in this country is in large part because life is too expensive. And so while it's important for the rights of workers to bargain collectively, it's also important for those workers to be able to afford to put food on the table, to heat their homes, to drive to work if they need to drive to work. And this government's making it more expensive with their inflationary spending and their carbon taxes on everything.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this House, and certainly very proud to rise on Bill C-58, an act to amend Canada's Labour Code and the Industrial Relations Board regulations to end the practice in federally regulated workplaces of being able to bring in scab labor. This is something the Democrats and the labor movement have fought for many, many years, and we are determined to make this a reality. I'd like to say at the outset I want to thank my member, the member from the Kootenays who spoke about the history, because history is important, the history of the Roslyn Miners and the Western Federation of Miners and the transformation that they brought across this country. I'm proud to be from Cobalt, where the 17th district of the Western Federation of Miners was formed under Big Jim McGuire. The fact that the fight for the 8-hour day began in the mines of Cobalt. April 28th, the International Day of mourning for workers killed on the job, relates directly to the Cobalt Miners Union 1914, April 28th, winning the right to workers' compensation. Both my grandfathers, Charlie Angus, he died at the Hollinger mine. My other grandfather, Joe McNeil, broke his back underground at the McIntyre mine. Both were members of Mine Mill and then the steel workers. What we see now is that when I was growing up, anybody who came from a mining town had a relative who had been injured or killed on the job. And organized labor fundamentally changed that. The rights of labor to organize, the rights of labor to fight for a better future is the history of our country. And in the United States, they talk about the birth of the middle class in the United States as being the 1938 sit-down strike in Flint, Michigan, where the auto workers were not going to put up with precarious work.
Of order, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
I'd like to mention that the member is mentioning about the United States. We're dealing with Canadian legislation here. Why is he bringing up U.S. situations for?
I want to remind the honourable members, and I've mentioned this on a number of occasions, there is some leeway, and as long as the members bring it back to the bill and relate it to the bill somehow, there is some leeway in the speeches. Another point of order, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think you're going to see a pattern during the member for Timmins James Bay speech. He's going to give a speech that's on topic, and you're going to see Conservatives stand up on bogus points of order. I'd like the chair to pay attention to this pattern. Thank you.
Again, that was more of a point of debate. I do want to remind members that maybe when they rise on points of orders, it would be best for them to point out the standing order that they are bringing a point of order on. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I'm not surprised that they're trying to shut down a discussion on labor rights. We know the deep anti-labor history of the Conservatives. So if they don't want to know history, they can go have a walk around the block. We know that the modern middle class was formed in Canada in 1945 at the Ford-Windsor strike. That was a follow-up to what happened in 1938 in Flint, Michigan. What happened in Flint, Michigan matters to Canada. Conservatives don't understand that, but it matters because it was the Peace of Detroit that established the post-war consensus of labor, capital, and government that started the biggest transformation of wealth and success in the history of the world. The movement of the working class from precarious crap jobs to stable housing, to proper wages, to pensions came out of those strikes. Certainly in my region, the 1941 Kirkland Lake gold miner strike, which was a brutal strike, won the right to collective bargaining. 1973, it was the steel workers going on strike again and again in wildcat strikes. Those were illegal strikes in Elliott Lake that forced the fundamental changes to the Workers' Compensation Act everywhere. Health and safety became a fundamental issue because workers were dying on the job and they weren't going to take it anymore. This is our history. This is a history of New Democrats. This is a history of my family. But the other history is a dark history as well, and it begins in 1980 when we see the planned destruction of the modern working class, middle class that was put in place by the gurus of the conservative movement, Milton Friedman, Frederick Hayek. Frederick Hayek was so opposed to the growth of wealth of the North American working class that he wrote an essay calling for a planned depression. He wanted to force a depression on North America in order to break the back of the working class. That was picked up by Ronald Reagan. That was picked up by Paul Volcker of the Federal Reserve. And it began in January 1980 with massive increases in interest rates that led to millions of job losses across the United States, and then that spilled over into Canada. What we saw then was that Ronald Reagan targeted the union movement, and from then on, we started to see the loss of rights of workers, the loss of wages, the loss of security. In Canada, that effort was undertaken, but thankfully, we had the solid backing of some very strong labor leaders at the time. Bob White and the United Auto Workers, before they became the Canadian Auto Workers, came out with a no concessions policy. Under any circumstances were they going to give concessions. They stood up to Chrysler. They stood up to GM. They stood up at factory after factory after factory to defend the rights of workers. We know the modern conservatives wouldn't support that. But Bill Davis, who was an old-style conservative, actually sided on a number of occasions with the auto workers along the 401 belt to say that they did have rights, even at a time of massive job losses. So what we saw in the damage that was done from the 1980s on, you can count it in the lost wages and the lost security. The neoliberal attack on worker rights was so overwhelming that in 2022, the RAND Corporation, now the RAND Corporation, well, under this present conservative leader, you might think they're sort of rabid lefties, but they actually usually work for the U.S. military. The RAND Corporation did a study of economic inequality to deal with the issue of democratic instability in the United States. Certainly we see what's happening with MAGA and the issue of economic precarity and the loss of the North American working class and the creation of economic instability and political instability. That over the period from 1980, when the attack on the organized labor in the United States began and what then followed through in Canada, that in the United States today, a black worker is making $26,000 less than they would have if their 1980 wages had remained constant. A college-educated worker is earning between $48,000 and $63,000 less a year. And all that wealth, according to the RAND Institute, was plundered directly for the benefit of the 1%. So what we're seeing is that they identified the loss of wages, pension security, benefits to be in the order of $50 trillion of lost money that belonged to the working and middle class that then was hoovered up and put in the pockets of the 1%. That is what created the political and economic instability of our age. The United States, that loss of income means that for every worker, they lost $1,144 a month, every single month for the last 40 years. That is what created MAGA. So when we see the conservatives talking about, inflation and how hard it is, we've seen no efforts by the conservatives ever to stand with workers, ever, to stand up on these issues. But this is the issue that has to be dealt with. This is why workers came to us again and again to talk about anti-scab, so that we could restore a balance, the balance of negotiations with labor and management, the right of workers to have a seat at the table. And I want to say, I quote Paul Mason in his book, Post-Capitalism. This is a really instructive statement. The destruction of labor's bargaining power was the essence of the entire right-wing project. It was the means to all other ends. Neoliberalism's guiding principle is not free markets, not fiscal discipline, nor sound money, nor privatization and offshoring, not even globalization. All these things were products or byproducts or weapons of its main endeavor to remove organized labor from the equation. That was the whole Milton Friedman, Stephen Harper, Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan agenda for the last 40 years. And guess what? Those days are over. Because what we've seen in this past year is unprecedented victory for workers' rights. Now, we just remember just a few years ago, Bill Morneau, remember Bill Morneau, the privatized pension king of Canada? He told, Bill no more, Bill no more. He told young workers, he said, get used to it. Suck it up. Precarious, crappy, gig jobs, that's the new normal. That was the new normal for Bill Morneau. And then what happened? Well, we got COVID. We had the break of supply chains. And we had a young generation of workers who said, no, we're not going to put up with crappy work. And they just started to either walk off the jobs, refuse to take the jobs, or they started to organize. And so now what we're seeing in this past year, the UAW, in their strikes against the Big Three, they ended the tiered wages that was forced on them in the 80s and the 90s. Unifor won the biggest wage increase in their history of negotiations with Ford. When the Hollywood writers went on strike, everyone thought they'd cave. They didn't. They won 3 times the original offer that was put on the table. We're seeing young people organizing at Tesla. We're seeing them organizing at Amazon. We're seeing them organizing at Starbucks. And the reason is that they know that they can't count on right-wing governments to protect their interests. They are going to organize. They have a right to be at the table. And the worst thing that we could do is allow scab labor to come into our workplaces to try and undermine their rights to restore balance and to have proper wages, proper pensions, proper housing. That's going to be fought by organized labor. This bill has to pass, and we support it as New Democrats.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, you know, anti-scab legislation ultimately, I believe, will promote more harmony in our labour force, which would help out in terms of issues like inflation. And I know the member's concerned about inflation because earlier today he was posing a question in regards to inflation, and I didn't quite catch the reference that he was making. Can he expand on the reference when he was talking about I think it was the member from Regina Coppell and the issue of inflation? Could he expand upon that, please?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Certainly, it was a question that was raised in terms of my colleague from Burnaby had attempted to unanimous consent to bring forward documents about fundraisers done by the member for Regina Coppell, and I noticed a pattern of increasing prices for what he was charging for $175 dinner and shooting, back with popular demand, cigar and scotch tasting, a great chance to chat with fellow Conservatives while sampling fine scotches and cigars, and of course shooting off guns. That was our former speaker. Very, very partisan. But I'm concerned about the inflationary aspects because the price of his fundraising dinners as speaker certainly jumped up pretty high in price.
I'm not quite sure how that was actually all related to the bill that's before the House. I know that there was some inflationary thing, but I do want to remind members to try to stay on topic. The honourable member for Provencher, questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Neither the question nor the answer was relevant to what we're discussing. But I was listening carefully to the member's speech, and I appreciate his historical narrative. And he rightly said that the things that affect workers are inflation and high interest rates. And my question to the member would be, and I'm curious about it, why have they as an NDP party, why has he as a member supported the Liberals' inflationary policies of spend, 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 increasing our debt, creating an excess of cash in our economy to make the things that money buys cost more? And why has he not stood up against what the Liberals are doing in creating inflation, resulting in high interest rates?
Again, I'm not quite sure how that relates to the bill that's before the House, but I will allow the honourable member to see if he wants to respond to that. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I want to thank my colleague. I want to wish him and his family a very Merry Christmas. He does ask a legitimate question, how can we trust the Liberals? I don't know how many times on anti-scab legislation it was like Lucy in the football. The Liberals would come out and tell everybody in the labor movement, don't worry, we got your back. And then, oh my God, as soon as the vote came, they would all sneak out the back bench and then they would leave. So that's a really important question. How can we trust Liberals? Well, we can't. But the great thing is that when we're in a minority government, if they want to keep their jobs, they're going to have to work with us. So we got dental care. I know the Conservatives don't want dental care, but we got that. We got anti-scab. We're going to get farmer care. But, you know, it's a good point. You can't turn your back on them for a minute, and if you fall asleep in the boat with the Liberals, you'll be waking up swimming with the fishes. But we're going to hold them to account.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've noticed during the debate today there has been a certain amount of avoidance from the Conservatives to talk about Bill C-58. And, you know, going back to the Stephen Harper days, you know, I can remember those two private members' bills, the one that went after to make it harder for unions to certify, one that subjected unions to more stringent financial controls than businesses ever had to deal with, all of the back-to-work legislation. I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, if my honourable colleague can talk about his time during those dark days and how the Stephen Harper government went after union, went after workers with a vengeance, and how we still see some of the same crowd here today.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. And history is important. It tells us how we got here. And certainly we remember Stephen Harper and his continual attack on workers. But what worries me today is that when we see investments in the Stellantis plant, the Conservatives are always speaking up, and they're speaking about it as though it's scab labor. Investments at Stellantis is not scab labor. We need to invest in a new battery economy, or it's all going stateside to the United States. If we do not invest in this new economy, we're going to be left behind. So I'm always shocked that the Conservatives are undermining the new EV technology that's going to actually have a big transformative effect. And for the Conservatives to use it in speeches on scab labor, there's someone's going to have to give them some basic lessons in labor.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's certainly a great honor to join in this debate in this chamber. Before I get into the meat of the issue with C-58, I just would like to extend to both all the people that work in this chamber, Madam Speaker, and also those that will be working in the Senate or the other place after, a very Merry Christmas. It is that time of year. And while there doesn't seem to be a lot of charity in this room right now towards one another, I do hope that when we're back in our ridings and we've had a moment to acclimatize ourselves to our communities, that we have that spirit. One of my previous members talked about the need to help support people that are experiencing massive inflation and how difficult it is for many of our residents, whether they be pensioners on fixed incomes, whether they be families that have work or families that don't. This is a very tough economy, and right now, as we see through our food banks, this is a very tough time, and I encourage all Canadians to do what they can if they're in a position to help. Madam Speaker, prior to writing down a few comments from my notes on this debate, I took some time to review some of the other comments in Hansard on this particular topic. Now, it was very interesting to note that when the Liberals had a majority from 2015 to 2019, they had very little enthusiasm for a bill of this nature. And more so, since recently the Liberals have a sudden interest in this bill, I have noticed a pattern. Often when a Liberal member speaks of this bill, the topic of replacement workers, that conversation with the Liberals will quickly shift to what the leader of the official opposition, as in the Conservatives, has to think or say about this bill. From reading the comments from various Liberal members, it is almost as if the bill is more about what will the leader of the opposition do than it is about banning replacement workers. Never before has this Liberal government appeared more obsessed with wondering how the opposition leader will respond. And further to that, I can almost hear some tears from the Prime Minister's office when they learn that the opposition's view on this bill, Madam Speaker. We keep getting questions from people on the other side about it, and we've been taking our time to study the legislation, Madam Speaker, because, this applies to every single category under federal workers. Now, I haven't seen in my time as Member of Parliament where there was a massive strike at a federally regulated bank, nor have I seen it at some of the other sectors, Madam Speaker. And let's just bear in mind that of the total workforce that this type of legislation would apply to, it is only 10%, roughly, or less. And, we might lament that there are not more federally regulated workers, but each one of those workers is important. But many of them might ask themselves, will this legislation materially affect my situation? Now, we might have different views from different perspectives of different industries, the nuclear industry. I haven't done that outreach with those folks that are federally regulated that would be expected to work under this, probably because it has not been a number one on their minds. But Madam Speaker, what I have heard in my own riding, that I'm sure that many federally regulated workers, particularly those that are, we would say, are working, that are middle class or those working hard to join it, is they find themselves in a precarious situation. Why? Well, interest rates have gone up. So those who are fortunate enough to have a home right now are asking, can they maintain that home as their mortgage comes due for renewal? Madam Speaker, that's a difficult decision, because even if someone has to sell their home, where do they go? Right now, rents have doubled under this government. So regardless of whether they work in, or these applications of C-58 would apply to them or not, that is not going to help them materially in that decision. Now, there are other people, Madam Speaker, that are working but don't have a home. And they're either subject to precarious situations where they're renting, oftentimes putting themselves in just so that they can put a roof over their head, not knowing when that will come due. Many of them are young and have dreams about home ownership. That has been washed away by this economy under this particular government. And you know what, Madam Speaker? When they see and they hear articles and little snippets oftentimes online where the Governor of the Bank of Canada says, that inflation could be better if there wasn't contrary monetary policy to fiscal policy, and fiscal policy is the direct area of this government, they wonder if their government is really on their side. And Madam Speaker, they can put up things like C-58 to say that, but that still doesn't materially help them deal with it. Now again, Madam Speaker, there's the issue of gas prices, there's the issues of groceries, and we all know that the carbon tax affects that greatly. And Madam Speaker, we've all heard about that Ottawa mushroom farm and a $100,000 carbon tax bill. Now, the Prime Minister has been asked 5 times about how that bill gets paid, and he can't answer. But the rest of us all know, Madam Speaker, that the bill just simply gets handed to customers. Many of them are those very same workers that this particular government.
Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I haven't actually seen any news that says that there's a strike at that mushroom farm, so I'm not sure what he's talking about. We're dealing with anti-scab legislation, not mushroom farm.
Point of debate and not a point of order. Yeah, again, it's a point of debate, not a point of order. And I just want to remind members, when they rise on points of order, they should actually indicate which standing order that they are rising on. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thanks again, Madam Speaker. And again, when it comes to the mushroom farm, we know the bill simply gets handed down to customers and makes those Ontario-grown mushrooms that much more expensive, which is causing the issue that we see today in Canada's labour market, where right now when there's open negotiations for unions are rightfully saying the cost of living has gone up. And of course, there is pressure for those workers to receive more. And Madam Speaker, that's the reason why we're here today, is because this government ultimately has created an environment where it doesn't work. And so instead of actually addressing the issue, instead of addressing it by reducing their inflationary deficits, instead of getting rid of their plan to quadruple the carbon tax, raising it essentially by 62 cents a litre, instead of doing those things that would tangibly affect every single Canadian, including those that are federally regulated under this particular piece of legislation, C-58. Instead, they just decide to throw this out, something that they've opposed long before. And that is why we cannot let workers and Canadians' families fall behind. And we always know that this always be spending Liberal NDP costly coalition will continue to be part of the problem and not the solution. Now, getting back to the bill. And this legislation will potentially impact some of Canada's largest airports and ports far more severely in big cities like Montreal than it will in any city in my riding. That is not to say that labor disruptions in federally regulated sectors do not have an impact across our country, as they most certainly do. However, I'm just recognizing that some of Canada's largest cities, most often representing MPs from the government side, they will typically deal with a federal labor disruption far more firsthand than those of us who have rural communities in our ridings. So, as a BC-based MP who represents some federally regulated workers, Madam Speaker, I do ask these questions about the government's approach. Why are they, instead of addressing the main keys concerns about inflationary, the inflation that we're suffering, why are they not addressing the root causes instead of just finding these small bills that only affect a very small amount of our population? Increasingly, with this Liberal government, we just see that they are totally out of touch where Canadians are struggling. And, Madam Speaker, when Canadians, and particularly the citizens of my riding, when I see them in the coffee shops, they often will simply say, where are my tax dollars going now, Dan? Are you getting good value for money? And the answer is, Madam Speaker, we just don't know. For example, in Ontario, there are 2 different electric vehicle plants. Now, I, as a Conservative, love to see different competing technologies fight to see who has the best mousetrap to serve the population. But, Madam Speaker, when we suddenly add the extra element of where it's the taxpayer and the government are actually writing big checks to subsidize certain activities, we start to come into the, Madam Speaker, where people resent that they don't actually know the business case. They don't actually know what the contract is for these large deals. And when they see that we are bringing in people from outside of Canada, when in my province, when BC LNG was proposed, Madam Speaker, I met with unions who said, we're prepared to work. We have the expertise, even though they had not done one before. Steel, boilermakers, etc. They all wanted those jobs. And yet we're not in a position where that today. So, Madam Speaker, rather than working for Canadian jobs and Canadian know-how and putting it to work and using their tax dollars for a better outcome, what do we get, Madam Speaker? We get a government that is focused on the wrong things, not giving those opportunities to Canadians, and instead hiding at committee with the help of other parties such as the NDP to block those contracts from being presented. I lament that. I do hope we have another chance to debate at this bill so we can get into the meat of the bill, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 30.6, it is only governments that can call bills for debate. In her statement on Thursday last week, the Government House Leader stated, we will give priorities to bills in the House in their final stages of debate, including bills...
I'm sorry, the honourable... Is this a point of order? Okay, I'm just going to see where the honourable member is going with this here, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Very much.
Point of order. I will come to the honourable parliamentary secretary as soon as the honourable member is done.
Thank you very much. Yes. So. The Government House Leader said we'll give priority to the bills that are now in their final stages in debate of the House, including Bill C-57. So you can imagine my surprise that...
Member, again, can you maybe indicate which standing order that he is speaking on? Is this for a unanimous consent motion? Is it a point of order on something that's rising in the House here?
Standing Order 30.6 that the government is the only one that can call bills for debate. So I have a point of order on that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry. I need to hear the point of order. The honourable member hasn't told me if he's looking for unanimous consent yet or not. So he did. So is the honourable member asking for unanimous consent?
So I have a point of order, and then I'm going to move a motion, Madam Speaker.
Okay. So.
Okay, well, so, Madam Speaker.
Hold on, I'm just going to confer for a second here. Again. Order. So I do want to get an understanding as what it is that the honourable member is actually asking. I think that if he's tabling a motion, then he shouldn't be, or you're not asking for unanimous consent. He needs to be careful and not go into a lot of detail, but I just want to let the honourable member, so I can have an understanding as what he's actually asking, because I'm not quite sure yet.
Very much. I would try to get there, but I keep getting interrupted by the members from the Liberal Party. So, as I'm saying, Only the government can choose bills that come forward for debate. And they have stated that Bill C-57 is a bill that they urgently want to be concluded in the House. They have not called it for debate today. They did not. So, Madam...
The honourable member can bring unanimous consent.
I am now going to move, assuming that I have the unanimous support of the House, for the following motion, that notwithstanding any...
I'm sorry, just hold on. Is able to move a unanimous consent motion if he wishes to. I will allow him to table that, to ask for the unanimous consent. If there isn't, then we will move forward on that. We will move. We continue on the debate. So, the honourable member, what is the unanimous consent motion?
Thank you. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the...
I'm sorry. There's already no unanimous consent. It's obvious that the honourable member, or somewhere along the line, something went wrong. But I would ask members, if they're looking for unanimous consent, to make sure that they have that unanimous consent from all parties before they come to the House. Again, it doesn't appear that it's obvious that the honourable member does not have unanimous consent. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House leader, was also rising on the point of order. It's all good? Okay. Again, we were with, let me just see here, questions, order. If the honourable members want to have, are you rising on the point? Okay. So if the honourable members want to have conversations, I would ask them to take it into the lobby. In the meantime, we're going to questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member makes reference in terms of patterns. And one of the patterns that I have seen is in regards to the way in which the Conservative Party has adopted this whole mega politics that's coming from the South into the leader of the official office of the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, where they say one thing, for example, that they support the workers, yet no Conservative actually stood up and say how they're going to...
I'm sorry, I do have another, I'll get the honourable member to re-ask his question in a second. I do have another point of order, and it is from the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite is bringing in U.S. politics into something that doesn't even relate to what we're discussing here today, and so...
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we all know in terms of to the degree in which there's a lack of respect for organized labor from the Magna right, and this is something in which we've been challenging the Conservative opposition party. What will they be doing on Bill C-58? Will they be supporting it, or will they not be supporting the legislation? And they have not been able to answer that question. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, if it has anything to do with the pattern, it's all to do with that the mega movement from the States that's coming to Canada via the Conservative Party. Can he say whether or not he's voting in favour of the bill or not?
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, when I get up and I start talking about the very real concerns that both federally regulated, as well as provincially regulated, as well as the average person that is non-unionized. When I raise those concerns, somehow he's trying to make it into some sort of conspiracy theory. Madam Speaker, when that member stands up and he starts spouting what seems to be conspiracy theories about how this is connected to this group and this group is connected to this group in the South, it does sound a little crazy to me. And Madam Speaker, if we can't express clearly in here what our constituents are going through, the challenges they have, and whether or not the government legislation is actually meeting the real needs of those people I was mentioning, Madam Speaker, what else do we have here to talk about? So the member can keep asking those kind of questions in disrespectful ways, or he can start to listen and not name call.
De commentaire, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Toutefois, la question est pertinente, Madame la Présidente, à savoir si notre collègue conservateur...
I'd like to know if our Conservative colleagues are in favor of this bill. It intends one thing, to prevent strikebreakers or scabs from being used in case of a labor conflict. The question is a simple one. If the bill is here now, it's because the Bloc Québécois has been putting pressure on for decades so that government pass an anti-scab piece of legislation. It's also the result of the pressure of thousands of workers in Quebec. We've had it since 1977. And in Canada, workers put pressure on for this bill to see the light of day. Yes or no? Are you going to tell workers that you support anti-scab legislation in Bill C-58? Just a reminder that the member must address the questions through the chair and not directly to members. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
From the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I'd like the record to show that the member for Dufferin-Caledon did try to have the House pass C-57, the Ukraine Free Trade Deal, and the Liberals refused to have that passed, and that's what Conservatives were putting forward.
Another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, number one, Madam Speaker, that is not a point of order. No such question was put to the House. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that the ruling on his point of order is that it is not a point of order.
Okay, this is becoming a point of debate. Again, you know, I'm going to. This is a point of debate. Order. If the honourable members want to continue having a conversation about this, they should take it into the lobby, please. Questions and comments? We were at. I'm trying to think. The honourable member was ready to respond. So the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mon français, ce n'est pas le meilleur.
My French isn't the best.
À la question.
But I will try to answer the question from the member for the Bloc Québécois.
L'enjeu de C-58.
On the issue of C-58, it's important for me, as a member who represents the West, for us to thoroughly understand the bill as it exists now.
Avec les autres députés du Parti conservateur.
I will have to confer with my fellow MPs who represent Quebec.
Avoir une exacte réponse pour la.
I hope I will have an exact answer for the member.
When someone else has the floor, it's nice to give him the attention he deserves, especially when he makes such an effort to respond in French. And so, you know, there was members from both sides of the House that were having conversations, and I just want to remind members that, you know, out of respect for the one who has the floor, it's good to hear what they've got to say because members might have another question for them. And having said that, there is time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanetsuq.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's speech. I really find, once again, it's very hard to connect his speech to the subject in front of us. And I suspect that's because the Conservatives don't really want to take a position on the anti-scab legislation because they're busy posing as friends of Labour. But my question to the member is he actually saying, by talking about inflation, that it's workers' wages that are driving inflation? Because the Conservatives have been in here arguing all the time that it's the carbon tax. And when we actually look at what's driving inflation, we find it's the war in Ukraine. It's the increasing greed of corporate profits in the gas and oil industry. So is the member, by focusing on inflation, saying it's the workers' fault inflation is happening?
Order. I'm sure that the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, has been in the House long enough to be able to answer without having anybody else try to do that for him. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like how you think. I would simply say to my fellow member from British Columbia, first of all, I understand that he is not going to be running for re-election, and you know, I've always respected his contributions to this place, and I just wanted to put that on the record. And wish him a Merry Christmas when we go. What I would simply say, Madam Speaker, is it's the inflationary deficits, the carbon tax, the addition of things where we have plastic bans that are now being looked at for packaging of foods. We have, Madam Speaker, a government that seems to always have one dial, and that's to spend, as we know from listening to macroeconomists. Adding more fuel to the inflationary fire is not going to help deal with inflation. In fact, this government seems intent on doing that, which is why we have continued to press the government to address those core issues. And I would like to say, if I'm not considered a friend of Labour, that I want to be, and that I try to listen to all views, and whether they come from my riding, and I want to put all Canadians to work in meaningful work and safe work. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am honoured to rise in this House of Commons today to speak about Bill C-58, the bill that will ban the use of replacement workers. What this legislation really does, Madam Speaker, is strengthen workers and unions by strengthening one of the pillars of people power, the bargaining table. I come from a proud union town, a proud union town that knows how to build things, Madam Speaker. For over 100 years, we have been building cars and machines and tools for Canada, and we are darn good at it. But what our unionized workers, brothers and sisters, have also built is a strong community of resilient and caring people that look after each other. Not only look after each other, but fight for one another. And one of the ways that we've been able to build this caring and generous community is through the bargaining table. The hard-won victories that improved wages, working conditions, health and safety, and workers' rights, that provided time off to be with families. In 1945, Madam Speaker, 14,000 Windsor auto workers at Ford went on strike. For 99 days, they protested layoffs, unfair wages, and working conditions. And after 99 days, they prevailed. And those Windsor workers stabilized the labor movement in Canada and provided the labor movement in Canada with a gift. It's called the RAND formula, which establishes and protects a union's right to collect union dues. Every September, thousands of residents march in the Labor Day parade to celebrate all of the hard wins of the past, all of the hard wins of the present, while also recommitting to the next fight on the horizon to improve the lives of workers. And I was proud to walk with Unifor, LIUNA, IBW, the millwrights, teachers and nurses, and so many others who work hard to provide for their families, but who also work hard to build our community. And here I want to take a moment to thank the Unifor Bargaining Committee that entered tough negotiations with Ford and Stellantis and General Motors just this October. Those were tough negotiations, tough bargaining, and our unions came away with the largest wage and pension increases in generations. Those hard-fought and hard-won improvements not only lift our auto workers, but they lift our entire community. That is the power of the bargaining table. And that is the power that we are protecting here today with Bill C-58. And it is the power of the bargaining table that we are strengthening. Madam Speaker, in the last 2 years, our Liberal government has worked hand in hand with unions and workers to deliver some of the biggest wins in the history of our community in Windsor-Tecumseh. It is true solidarity, Madam Speaker. Together, we delivered the EV battery plant as just one example, the single largest auto investment in the history of our community right here in Windsor-Tecumseh. And to understand the significance of the battery plant investment, and to understand the importance of labor and the bargaining table and working together in that partnership, you have to understand the road that my community has traveled.
Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt the member, but I have an important request for a UC motion on Bill C-57 that I think the House will want to hear. Notwithstanding any standing order.
I'm sorry, there is no unanimous consent. I would again ask members that if they want to table unanimous consent motion, they should be conferring with all of the other parties ahead of time. Again, I would just ask the honourable member to please go and consent to discuss this with other parties in order to ensure that when they bring a motion for unanimous consent, that they are actually getting that unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, as I was saying, to understand the significance of the battery plant investment and to understand the importance of that partnership with Labour and the importance of the bargaining table, you have to understand the road that my community has traveled these last 10 years. And it was a hard, hard road. 8 years ago, when the Conservatives were in power, Windsor had an unemployment rate of 11.2%. 11.2% unemployment in Windsor under the Conservatives. Unemployment for young people was in the high 20s. Families were leaving Windsor for Alberta to find work in the oil sands. And under the Conservatives, Canada lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Of course, our community was ground zero for that devastation. I remember those days, Madam Speaker. I remember the shuttered storefronts, the empty downtown, for sale signs everywhere, not-for-profits and charitable organizations struggling because they couldn't find volunteers because the donations had dried up. The Conservative leader of the opposition also remembers because he was the employment minister at the time, or I like to call him the Minister of Unemployment. The battery plant that our Liberal government delivered, together with unions, with workers, with industry, is the single most important investment in the history of our community. 2,500 full-time jobs, Madam Speaker, for workers. 2,500 workers, Canadian, local, unionized workers. It is our future. It is our hope. And it is powered by strong unions. It is powered by strong workers. It is powered by...
For King Vaughan? Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable for King Vaughan.
I think the member owes our leader an apology. He was the Minister of Employment, not Unemployment.
That's a point of debate. The honourable member... Sorry. I'm sorry. The point of order, the honourable member for Selkirk and Joliet Eastman? Oh, I'm sorry. The honour... Yeah, okay. Sorry. So, okay. Okay. Maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the Honourable for King Vaughan just to repeat her point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. He referred to our leader as the Minister of Unemployment. That is false.
Yeah.
That he was. There's no such title. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it is actually a point of debate. It's an interpretation. Yes, I understand what the honourable member is actually raising. However, I do want to remind members as well. It is causing disorder in the House. I would ask the honourable member not to use that frame again. It does cause disorder in the House. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And again, I will rephrase that by saying that there are members in my community that refer to the Conservative leader of the opposition as the Minister of Unemployment. That's what members in my community say.
Just want to remind member, I just finished telling him, yes, I understand what he's saying, but I just want to say that it is causing disorder in the House. And this happens on both sides of the House, and I would just ask members to please be respectful and judicious when we are speaking about other members in the House, because there is a standing order that specifically says that we shouldn't be speaking disrespectful about members in the House. So do you have another point of order? The honourable member for Peterborough, no.
Peterborough South. You got it.
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Just a point of order on with respect to those comments. Two points, one of which, if you check the Hansard, you'll find that the Speaker did rule in accordance with Standing Rule 18. There would be no false titles in this House. That's clear. Secondly, that member did directly what you told him not to be. That's grounds for
So again, I just want to remind members, we are at the end of the session. I know it's been a long session, and I know that everyone wants to go home and be cheerful. I just want to remind members, let's finish this on a really good note. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of... and it seems like other people want to continue having conversations. I just ask them to please take it out in the lobby. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the investment in the battery plant in Windsor is just the start. There are international companies right on our doorstep right now looking to invest $3 billion and create thousands more jobs. They want to supply the battery plant here. That's why we are partnering with local unions to do everything we can to fight the Conservative campaign of disinformation. That campaign has one goal and one goal only, which is to erode public support for these investments and ultimately to pull the plug on the battery plant and pull the plug on the electric vehicle industry. Because the Conservatives do not believe in climate change. They do not believe in the transition to electric vehicles. They see electric vehicles as an existential threat. What's more, they call this federal liberal investment corporate welfare. Well, Dave Cassidy, the president of Unifor Local 444, was on Parliament Hill 2 weeks ago. He represents thousands of auto workers, and he will represent the 2,500 workers that will be building the batteries at our EV battery plant. Canadian, local, unionized workers. And he said on Parliament Hill that if it were up to the Conservatives, the battery plant would never have been built in the first place. But thank God it was not up to them. Madam Speaker, Liberals believe in climate change. We believe in the transition to electric vehicles. We believe in investing in workers and battery plants like ours. We believe in investing in manufacturing communities like mine. Most importantly, we believe in a true partnership with labor, with workers, and with industry to attract these game-changing investments that are creating a future for manufacturing communities like ours in Windsor-Tecumseh. But it all begins by listening to workers, by making sure workers are not just at the bargaining table, but at every table to provide input on the policies that impact them. And our Liberal government listens to workers. It is why the first thing we did when we got elected is to scrap 2 Harper Conservative pieces of legislation whose sole purpose was to weaken unions, Bill C-377 and Bill C-525. We listened to workers when we introduced $10 a day childcare, 10 days of paid sick leave, when we invested $1 billion in apprentices to train the next generation of skilled workers, when we doubled the union training and innovation program, when we committed to the first ever labor provisions for clean tech tax credits that will make federal investments conditional on companies paying a prevailing union wage and also making sure that at least 10% of the work goes to apprentices. We listened to unions when we introduced the labor mobility tax credit for up to $4,000 in travel expenses for workers having to travel to a job site away from home. And it's why last week we established the union-led advisory table to inform government decisions on all issues impacting workers. And it is why we introduced Bill C-58, something that workers in Canada and in my hometown of Windsor-Tecumseh have been asking for, have been fighting for generations. This is the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. Strong workers and strong unions are powering our prosperity. And a strong government that is a strong partner stands with them, with our unions, with our workers, with labor, every step of the way, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Point of order? Oh. I'm sorry. Questions and comments will go after question period or the next time this matter is before the House. I just want to advise the honourable member he will have 5 minutes of questions and comments the next time that this matter is before the House. There was a lot, and it seems to have went down a little bit, but there was a lot of hum coming into the House. So I just want to remind members that as they come in or as they are here right now, that they should make sure that they are not speaking very loudly, and if they want to have conversations, to take it out into the lobby so that we can hear the statements and comments. Statements and comments. The honourable member, a point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, there were consultations among the parties about a motion to expedite the vote on C-57 so that the House can pronounce itself.
Ruled on 3 times already. This is the third or fourth time. Anyhow, I just want to remind the honourable member that order. It is obvious that those who have been trying to move unanimous consent motions haven't done the proper procedure, which is going from party to party to ask if they will be able to gather unanimous consent. And so I would ask them to do that prior to bringing their unanimous consent motion into the House. The statements by members, déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Government of Canada is investing in Volkswagen. The Government of Canada is investing in Stellantis. These are two companies, Madam Speaker, that are going to actually literally create tens of thousands of jobs, both directly and indirectly. It is setting a new industry standard, Madam Speaker.
I'm not able to hear, and I know that the Honourable Member has a good voice. I'm not able to hear what he's saying. Order. When members are doing statements, there is no opportunity for questions and comments, and I would ask members to please be respectful. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada is supporting Stellantis.
That's right.
The Government of Canada is supporting Volkswagen and the battery plant. Think about it, Madam Speaker. This is going to be one of the largest manufacturing plants in North America, Madam Speaker. We're talking about the creation of tens of thousands of direct and indirect jobs. Now, we know that the Magna Conservatives across the way do not support government investment, Madam Speaker, in industries, and this is a very important industry for all Canadians. It's going to be there to provide good, solid, middle-class jobs. And my question, opposite to the Conservative Party, is when are they going to get behind Canadians and support good, solid, middle-class jobs? Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member can ask for questions, but I'm going to let him know that there is no opportunity for questions and comments. And again, I want to remind members that during statements, it's not time for debate. And so, no. What I'm saying to members is that during questions and during statements, it's not time for debate. So I would ask members to please be respectful and please be quiet while others have the floor. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians are worse off, arguably, than they ever have been before. In fact, this government would rather penalize a single mother for commuting to work in order to earn for her family than face the fact that their carbon tax just isn't working. Not for the environment and certainly not for Canadians. And the consequence of the Liberals failing to work with the facts is that the cost of everything is skyrocketing. The cost of gas, the cost of home heating, the cost of groceries, everything, you name it, it's going through the roof. Farmers are being punished just for growing crops and feeding Canadians. And meanwhile, Indigenous folks are taking this government to court, suing them because the carbon tax is actually incredibly punitive and discriminatory in nature. Now, our ask is simple, and it's that we pass Bill C-234 unamended. Unamended. Because this will serve Canadian families best. It will be for the sake of families, it will be for the sake of First Nations, and it will be for the sake of farmers. At the end of the day, we're asking that Bill C-234 be passed, axe the tax, get Canadians back on track.
Right on.
Right idea.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Speaker, I rise to voice the concerns of constituents of Halifax West who have written to me about the heartbreaking humanitarian situation in the Middle East. Some of them have close family members, parents, brothers, sisters, grandparents who are trapped in Gaza. I've spoken about this with the Minister of Immigration, and I want to echo the voice of my constituents that we should expand the definition of immediate family in IRPA to give them eligibility for emergency evacuation so that family members with close ties to Canadian citizens can get out safely. Many of them are highly educated, financially independent, and blessed to have familial support right here. And to welcome them would be entirely consistent with our commitment to humanitarianism. This is the holiday season, a time to share with families, with love, and I want to wish everyone here in Halifax West, in Canada, and in the entire world, peace and love. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, 2023 hasn't been an easy year in Parliament, but we got through it, not least thanks to the dedication of our staff. Our own staff, of course, each and every one of us, to whom we owe so much, but also the exceptional staff of the House of Commons. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to thank each and every one of them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to the clerks, law clerks, and analysts. Thank you to the pages. Thank you to the interpreters who risk their very health to ensure that French-speaking Canadians have the representation they deserve in this Parliament. Thank you to the essential and discreet maintenance team. Thank you to the catering staff for their warm hospitality. Thank you to the technicians for your support both here and at home. Thank you to the officers of the Parliamentary Protective Service who ensure our safety and are the first to greet us on our way into work. All these people have worked day and night to serve democracy in their own way. To all, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year 2024. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture and agri-food sector is a major economic driver in Canada, employing 2.3 million people. This industry alone contributes around 7% of our GDP. Montreal-based Aliments Ouimet Cordon Bleu is celebrating their 90th anniversary this year. Their investments allow for the development of new products. In addition to these successes, Cordon Bleu has received numerous honors, having been recognized last spring as Quebec's Small Business of the Year at the Mercuriades Gala, organized by the Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce. I congratulate and commend the leaders of Cordon Bleu who are here today and encourage all Canadians to continue supporting dynamic agri-food companies. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
The PM said he values Indigenous people most, but that's only true when they agree with him. After 8 years, Indigenous leaders fight the NDP Liberals' anti-private sector, anti-resource, anti-energy agenda. 130 Ontario First Nations will take the NDP Liberals to court over their colonialist carbon tax. It does what Conservatives warned. Everything's more expensive. Those who can least afford it hurt the most. Rural, remote, and northern Indigenous and all Canadians can hardly survive, forced to choose between heating, eating, and housing. BC's Lax Kw'alaams sued over the NDP Liberals' export ban C-48 to make their own decisions about jobs, energy, and fish. Alberta's Woodland Cree sued over the unconstitutional Never Build Anything Bill C-69 too. Conservatives warned both would hurt Indigenous people 5 years ago. They ignored death by delay. Indigenous leaders opposed the emissions cap to cut production and the Global Just Transition Bill C-50 central plan to kill the Canadian jobs and businesses where Indigenous people work the most. They block Indigenous-backed pipelines, oil sands, LNG, and roads to the Ring of Fire. Stop all the deals for education, recreation, health, and wellness. So no wonder the NDP Liberals censor and cover up their costly anti-Canada collusion. Common sense Conservatives will turn hurt into hope for Indigenous and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
2023 has been tough for many families in Nepean riding with higher cost of living. Thanks to team led by Ken McCarthy, George MacDonald, Don Lilly, Brian Double, and John Fallingham, Barhaven Food Cupboard addressed food insecurity faced by about 400 families. About 160 volunteers, including board members Matt Trimester, Bill Halstead, Mara Watson, Gordon Crumpler, Cyril Tiwari, Glenn Schumacher, and Aaron Lemu, reached out to individuals, families, schools, and local businesses in Barhaven and raised over $180,000. For over 30 years, Barhaven Food Cupboard mission is Neighbors Helping Neighbors. I would like to recognize the volunteer team at Barhaven Food Cupboard for their dedicated service. They are a source of inspiration and positive role models for all of us in Nepean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's future prosperity depends on embracing science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM. The problem is that young people tend to lose their interest in STEM by the time they finish high school. Since 1993, London-based organization Let's Talk Science has tried to address that challenge. How? By providing vital programming support and resource support for teachers that bring science to life, that makes it interesting, fun, and most importantly, relevant to daily life.
They also work with early years centers, community organizations, and parents. And with the help of volunteers, almost always drawn from post-secondary institutions, they've been able to reach no less than 1,500 communities right across the country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the donors whose support makes all this work possible. It's free of charge. And the work, of course, of founder and president Bonnie Schmidt, along with her staff and board. She's a testament to learning in Canada, to education, and giving back. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2015, it was this Liberal Prime Minister who told Canadians that better was always possible. But after 8 years, when it comes to housing, literally everything is worse. Many cannot find homes they can afford. Worse, there are now many in homes they can no longer afford. It is small wonder that millions of Canadians have tuned in to watch the leader of the Conservatives' Housing Hell video. People are increasingly desperate for housing solutions, and only our Conservative Common Sense plan offers them a clear plan to fund results instead of promises. This NDP Liberal government wants to talk about spending, but they are not getting results or accountability for that spending. That is why the NDP all too often votes in committees to cover up Liberal corruption. That misspending is part of the problem. I'm proud to stand behind a Conservative leader who supports common sense solution, and many Canadians are now joining in as well. Why? Because they know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, on November 29th, Chief Ian Lang of the Central York Fire Services passed away. My relationship with the chief dates back to the time when I was the mayor, and it has continued to this day, a relationship that I truly treasured. Chief Lang served our community with dedication, pride, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. The chief dedicated 48 years to firefighting, 14 of those as the chief of our firefighting service in Newmarket. The chief took immense pride in the people of CFYS, the community they served, and the building of Station 4-5, which was the first under his leadership. Chief Lang was a consummate firefighter, dedicated, proud of his chosen career, and absolute in his resolve to provide his community with the absolute best service. I will miss the sparkle in his eyes and the stories told by a gentleman that I was proud to call a friend.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, Canadians can't pay their bills and everything's more expensive. I don't see why the Bloc is supporting the Prime Minister's carbon tax, which adds 20 cents a litre to the price of gas, but it's hardly surprising. People in our riding need gas to get to work, and the Bloc has made it crystal clear that they want to radically increase the carbon tax on Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, a vote for the Bloc will cost you. The Bloc Liberal coalition should stop adding to the pressure on Canadians and picking their pockets. Let's not forget that the Liberals haven't achieved any of their environment goals since they took office. A report says it'll cost $700 more next year for food for a family of 4. Food banks can't keep up with the demand anymore. But there's hope, Mr. Speaker. A Conservative government will axe the carbon tax so Canadians can fill their fridges and their gas tanks.
For Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, farmers work tirelessly to feed Canada and the world with some of the highest quality produce available. Yet this NDP Liberal government continues to punish them with every turn. Instead of giving them a much-needed break on the carbon tax through common-sense measures like Bill C-234, this Prime Minister is quadrupling the carbon tax, hurting the livelihoods of the very farmers who are putting food on the table of Canadians. One farmer in my RM of Estevan is paying over $150,000 in carbon taxes a year. Once quadrupled, this will go up to over $600,000 annually for his 15,000-acre farm. How does the Prime Minister expect him to cover this cost? By raising prices on Canadians, by cutting back his acreage, or bringing in more costly food from polluting foreign farms? Conservatives know that if you tax the farmer who grows the food and you tax the trucker who ships the food, Canadians have to pay more to buy the food. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians know that this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Well done.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, Last week, the Conservatives repeatedly voted against and jeopardized the funding for economic development in the regions of Quebec. They voted against the Aerospace Regional Recovery Initiative, funding to help communities rebuild after Hurricane Fiona, support for festivals, and support for tourism. It's clear the Conservatives will always put big polluters ahead of Quebec's economic well-being. Our government knows that to support job creation in Quebec, we need to make sustained investments in Quebecers.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
National dental care is finally becoming a reality. This is the biggest investment in public health care in 60 years, and New Democrats made it happen. In 2019 and 2021, we went door to door to ask people what they wanted from their politicians. Again and again, I heard from young mothers who couldn't pay to get their kids' teeth fixed. I talked to senior citizens who couldn't have paid their dental bills. They gave us this mandate in Parliament, and we came and delivered. This year, children and senior citizens will be able to apply, and by the end of the year, next year, over 9 million people will be eligible. Now, compare this record of success with the Conservatives, who this past week tried to block funding for clean water on reserves. They tried to block a national suicide hotline, and they did their best to block badly needed support for the people of Ukraine. They would cut dental care in a second if they could, but that's not going to happen. Not on our watch. New Democrats are in Parliament to fight for the people of Canada.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, members and Hill staff are finally getting ready to go home for the holidays. But for many Quebecers, this is no time for rest and festivities. It's an intense period of work, far from their families, simply because we can't do without them. In addition to all these nurses, truck drivers, and service workers, there are the indispensable volunteers. I'm thinking in particular of designated drivers for Operation Red Nose, the people who get involved in our food banks and soup kitchens. I'm talking about people who give their time so that seniors can have a wonderful Christmas, or so that the less fortunate can at least have one. It's the dedication of all these Christmas angels that makes it possible for all of us to enjoy a wonderful holiday season. On behalf of the Bloc, I'd like to say a big thank you to them and wish them a Merry Christmas under the circumstances, as well as a wonderful New Year, health and prosperity.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, sadly, this Prime Minister wants to punish farmers for being incredible optimists and doing the fantastic work they do every day on behalf of all of us. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, farm input costs are ballooning out of control. Bill C-234, a common-sense Conservative bill, would reduce the cost of food for Canadians by removing the carbon tax on farmers. I spoke to farmers in my backyard, and they say any of those major inputs have been skyrocketing in price. He said almost double the fuel bills, and fertilizer, it's double, if not triples. Annual expenses of $2 million, almost 20% or $400,000 is due to the punishing carbon tax. This will mean $1.6 million when the Prime Minister quadruples the tax. The other concern is the tax is so hidden that this estimate is probably low. Does this Prime Minister think the farmers need to raise prices on Canadians, or should Alex cut back production so Canadians are forced to import food from polluting foreign farms?
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Ukraine is running out of ammunition. President Zelensky was in the United States this past week pleading for military assistance and was being blocked by politicians on the American far right. It's important to realize Russia didn't just attack another country, it launched a full-scale assault on the international legal order. That's because the heart of this order and the UN Charter is the principle of non-intervention. You can't just attack another country. Russia must not, will not win anything. Any such victory moves us dangerously closer to the world as it was prior to World War II, a world where basically might is right. So to vote against assistance for Ukraine, as a certain party in this House has done repeatedly in the last week, shows not only a lack of empathy for the suffering of the Ukrainian people, shows a disregard for the basic principles that have basically kept our world safe since 1945. So this Christmas, let us unite in support of Ukraine. Merry Christmas, Slava Ukraini!
questions? Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Prime Minister has informed us that he doubled national debt so that Canadians would not have to add to their own debt. But now we've learned that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadian families spend a higher percentage of their family budget on debt servicing. This is a record in Canada, the higher percentage than US family debt before the 2008 crisis. Will the Prime Minister finally invert his inflationary taxes and deficits so that Canadians can finally eat and house themselves? Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to denigrate the Canadian economy. I would like to take the opportunity on my end to remind them of some of the results of our economic plan. For example, our GDP is now at 4.1% higher than pre-pandemic levels. More than 1.1 million net new jobs have been created since the beginning of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, you can't get these results with simple slogans. Our economic plan works, and results show that this is true. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the economy has contracted per capita over 5 quarters. Our economy is smaller per capita than 5 years ago after 8 years of this Prime Minister. It is simply not worth the cost for housing. The Bank of Canada has stated that housing costs are now worse than at its worst 41 years ago, and rent goes up faster than ever before in history. When will the Prime Minister stop inflating taxes and bureaucracy so that we can finally start building affordable houses? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Leader of the Opposition, but Mr. Speaker, for the Canadians watching us at home today, there is one thing that the Leader of the Opposition hasn't mentioned, is that Canada is the third globally when it comes to foreign investment, behind the United States and Brazil. Record investments like Norvolt in Quebec, Volkswagen investments in St. Thomas, Stellantis in Windsor, BHP in Saskatchewan, Darfur in Saskatchewan as well. We have a plan for a 21st century green economy, and that's how we'll create jobs for the generations to come.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
We already knew that the Prime Minister is not worth the price of food after 8 years of inflation. But yesterday he couldn't answer how a mushroom farm in my riding is supposed to pay its $100,000 carbon tax bill. Well, he did send the farm a Christmas present, a new bill. This is the November 9th to December 6th bill. Federal carbon tax, $16,050 for 1 month. And it's not even winter yet, Mr. Speaker. How would the Prime Minister like this farm to pay this $16,000 monthly bill? Raise food prices?
I also have to warn people about using props in the House. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be. I was in Dubai.
Well, I'm going to allow the Honourable Minister to start from scratch. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
I was in Dubai at COP28 in good company, Mr. Speaker, with the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, with the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, with representatives from almost all the Canadian provinces, and business leaders from all across the country, Mr. Speaker, working to ensure that our kids and grandkids have a future, something, unfortunately, that the Conservatives fail to understand.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is more high-flying, high-cost, high-tax hypocrisy from the Minister of Carbon Taxes. We learned that he spent $150,000 on one weekend of travel and charged it to taxpayers. Wow. Isn't it interesting that that's exactly how much they're charging the Carleton Mushroom Farm in carbon taxes for a year? So, can the minister please tell us, the Carleton Mushroom Farms is going to spend this year now about $150,000 grand on carbon taxes. Will that just pay for one of his junkets?
I also have to remind members just to use the proper names of the ministers. The Honourable Minister.
In reference to hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, I refer back to Neville Chamberlain when he referred to Czechoslovakia's invasion by Nazi Germany. And in that, he referred to Czechoslovakia as a faraway land. And in reply to that, Sir Winston Churchill gave one of his greatest speeches. He gave a speech of impunity that Roy Jenkins said was one of his greatest, calling him an absolute coward, a capitulator. We should learn from such great men, not just about hypocrisy, but by keeping our solemn oaths to freedom and democracy in this world.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for this Prime Minister to pass himself off as Winston Churchill after he gave detonators for mines to the Russian military so that they could use them against Ukrainians, after he allowed the Iranian-linked IRGC to operate legally in Canada, 700 of its agents, by the way, which are also linked to Russia, operating in our country and terrorizing our people. Mr. Speaker, this is not Churchillian. This is hypocritical political grandstanding by a Prime Minister trying to distract from his failed carbon tax.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's another great Englishman who would say to the Leader of the Opposition, "Thou doth protest too much, I believe." And I would ask if any of those members have the courage of their conviction to stand up to the bullying that the Leader of the Opposition is imposing on them. In fact, there is one. The member from Lethbridge is the only Conservative MP who voted in favour of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, I would ask, are there any other Conservative members who have the courage of their conviction to stand up for freedom, democracy, and against the bullying of the Conservative?
The Honourable Member Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec government has been very clear with regards to dental insurance. The Quebec Minister for Canadian Affairs stated as follows: Quebec is prepared to negotiate an agreement with the federal government to improve its plan whilst respecting fields of jurisdiction. In other words, if Ottawa transfers the money, it will be used for dental care pursuant to our priorities. But Ottawa prefers to give the money to a private company rather than to the public health care plan that has the expertise. Why choose Sun Life over Quebec? Why prioritize the private sector over the public sector when it comes to health care? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our choice is clear. Our choice is one of dental care from coast to coast to coast for all, for every province, for every territory. Currently, 9 million people did not have access to dental care. And now, with our new dental insurance system, everyone will have access to it in every neighbourhood and every corner of our country, and that is what is essential, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for this government to improve employment insurance, but it continues to twiddle its thumbs. We expect it to settle once and for all the Phoenix fiasco, but once again, paying or insuring workers under its responsibility seems to be too much to ask. We expect the government to pay for asylum seekers, but radio silent on that front as well. On the other hand, the government's always up for a little interference in Quebec's jurisdictions. Instead of creating a private dental plan, Will the government come to an agreement with the government of Quebec and transfer the money to it so that it can improve its own public plan? The Honourable Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, we will of course be working not only with the province of Quebec, but every province and territory to make sure that everyone can obtain the necessary dental care that they need. And that is our objective. We will be working with all provinces throughout the country, this in order to meet this objective.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, families are having to take turkey off their Christmas dinner menu because of sky-high food costs. And what are the Liberals doing? Letting their grocery CEO friends off the hook. While the corporate Conservatives, they just want to block a national school food program to feed our kids. Shame. Both have lost the holiday spirit. What does the minister have to say to Canadians who are cutting back this Christmas because he won't stand up to CEOs?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
I'd like to thank the member for her question, but I wish she would be in the meeting, Mr. Speaker. She would have said that we are the first government in history to stand up to the CEOs of the grocery sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. For the first time in history, they can yell as much as they want, Mr. Speaker, but one thing that we've done, we called them in Ottawa to express the frustration of millions of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We asked them to do their part. We talked to the large manufacturers, and Mr. Speaker, with the reform on competition, with the grocery code of conduct, with more information to consumer, we're going to help stabilize price in this country.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Mr. Speaker, that minister would have a starring role in Oliver Twist. Please, sir, can I have some more? With holidays around the corner, parents are being forced to choose between family dinner or gifts for their kids. But you know who's not worried? Canada's grocery CEOs who are gifting themselves Christmas bonuses. The Liberals continue letting corporate greed go unchecked. Meanwhile, the Conservatives play the part of Scrooge as they just voted against a national school food program. Mr. Speaker, will the minister start cracking down on corporate price gouging, or will he let these CEOs continue going unchecked?
Please, sir. The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
I'd like to thank the member for suggesting other career that I could pursue, but one thing that I will do, Mr. Speaker, is always fight for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's always a good day to fight for Canadians. That's what I've done with the CEOs, Mr. Speaker. That's what we will continue. But if he wants to do something to help Canadians, help us to put pressure to have a grocery code of conduct in this country, Mr. Speaker. If you talk to the independent grocers in this country, that's one of the best ways to stabilize price, have more transparency, and make sure the small and medium-sized producer would have more equity in their negotiation with the large grocer, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the media reports that demand at the Bouchée Généreuse food bank in Quebec City has doubled in the past 2 years. A Canada where people go hungry, that will be the legacy of this Liberal government after 8 years of governance. And the leader of the Bloc Québécois, who takes the liberty of insulting other party leaders and who claims to represent Quebec, is calling for a radical tax increase, insult to injury. Will the Prime Minister follow our common sense plan and eliminate inflationary taxes and deficits so that Quebecers can finally eat? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know full well that it is our Liberal government that is here with measures to support Canadians. I believe that Canadians see through this false discourse from the Conservatives. Why? Because but a few days ago, Conservatives voted against a national food plan. Were they really to care for Canadians, they would have not voted against their interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians and Quebecers know is that Christmas is on its way. They know that they don't have enough money to buy food, so they don't have any money to buy their presents. That's what Canadians have understood after 8 years of this Liberal governance. And on the other hand, we have our friends from the Bloc the Bloc Québécois is demanding a radical increase on the tax on food. Is there anyone in this House that understands that after a while we've had enough of taxes? Can the government commit to cancelling its inflationary taxes so that people can eat and have a good and Merry Christmas? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
That member, who was himself a member of the armed forces, that last week he and his party voted against military aid to Ukraine, compensation to the Canadian Armed Forces. And on the subject of Ukraine, let me clarify all of the billion-dollar aid that we have provided to Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Carl Gustav anti-tank weapon systems, 155mm ammunition, armored vehicles, Mr. Speaker. We have trained over 40,000 members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and we will stand on the side of democracy every single time.
The honourable member for Carson, Medicine Hat, Warner.
Close, Mr. Speaker. Quattro Farms near Bow Island grows spearmint, peppermint, and dill, then distills those crops into essential oils. The 10-week harvest and distillation process this fall alone cost them $107,000 in carbon taxes. And that carbon tax will rise to well over $400,000 when this government quadruples it. How does the Prime Minister suggest Quattro Farms pay this $400,000? Will it be by raising prices on Canadians, or should Quattro Farms cut back on their production so Canadians are forced to import their food from polluting foreign farms?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my Honourable colleague's question, but when it came to action, my Honourable colleague and the Conservative Party of Canada voted against every program that would support agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame. Talking to agricultural producers right across the country, they cannot understand why a government, why an opposition would vote against On-Farm Climate Action Fund, a fund to help farmers adapt to climate change, which adds to the price of groceries.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason we voted against them is we voted non-confidence in this attack.
Non-confidence.
Medicine Hat and area is home to numerous greenhouse operations like Big Marble Farms, who grow fresh vegetables like cucumbers, peppers, and tomatoes. This year alone, Big Marble Farms will pay over $500,000 in carbon tax, and that'll rise over $2 million when this government quadruples it. How does the Prime Minister suggest Big Marble pay this extra $2 million? Will they raise the prices on Canadians, or should Big Marble cut back on their production so Canadians are forced to import their food from foreign polluting farms?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Being a farmer and talking to farmers across the country, they cannot understand why the opposition party would vote against so many programs that assist agriculture across the country. But also, farmers find it very, very disappointing and cannot believe that you would vote against support for the Ukraine, to support for democracy. They were ashamed.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Unlike that minister, I actually spoke to farmers from Dufferin today, and one farmer from Burnett Farms is going to pay $40,000 in carbon taxes this year alone. And after this incompetent Liberal NDP government quadruples the tax, it will be $160,000. They don't need another government program. They need the carbon tax cut. So, how is this farmer supposed to pay for it? Cut production, or so they have to import food from foreign polluting farms?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What many Canadians are puzzled with is the fact that in the age of climate change, where the impacts of climate change are costing our farmers hundreds of millions of dollars every year, the Conservatives have nothing to say to them. No plans to support them in the transition that will be necessary, Mr. Speaker, to be in the 21st century, to continue being a provider of food for Canada and the world. The Conservatives have no plan to help our farmers, no plan to fight climate change, and no plan to support the future of our kids and grandkids.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
With that statement, this radical carbon tax loving environment minister has basically proven the point. His carbon tax hasn't stopped any of the effects on farms. farms. But instead, farmers are left paying this punishing carbon tax. A chicken farm pays $15,000 for one barn this year in carbon tax. Wow. And after this ideologically obsessed minister quadruples the carbon tax, it'll be $60,000 for one chicken farm. What is this farmer supposed to do to pay it? Raise prices or force Canadians to import their food from polluting foreign farms?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Ironic, Mr. Speaker, coming from a party that voted against supporting chicken farms just last week, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, is it radical to be in favor of fighting for the future of our kids and grandkids? No. I don't think so. Is it radical to ensure that we invest in jobs of the 21st century in our communities across the country? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. What is radical is to ignore one of the world's most defining issues of our time and have nothing to say about climate change. This is unacceptable. This is immoral, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal government owes Quebecers $460 million for the reception of asylum seekers, a federal jurisdiction. But the federal government doesn't want to pay and has even the arrogance to bluntly repeat that it's not an ATM. Except that's our money that's withheld in that ATM, not theirs. It's taxpayers' money, most of it, money from Quebec taxpayers. We are entitled to that money. So there's a big problem. The ATM is out of order and we can't get our money out of it. Will the Minister for Finance thank Quebecers for their generosity and pay back what it owes to them? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With more than 100 million people displaced throughout the world, we see many refugees throughout the world. The migrant crisis is global, and we are part of it. The Minister for Immigration is in discussions, and I'm sure that discussions with Quebec will go well. We recognise that Quebec has done its share, and we are here to help to contribute. We've transferred up to $450 million just for housing, just to house asylum seekers, so I'm sure that we'll get to it. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Minister for Finance is in discussions with Quebec on the repayment of the $460 million for asylum seekers. We'd like to remind her that this money is not her money. It's taxpayers' money, especially Quebec taxpayers' money. But above all, the issue is that when the federal government foots a bill, Quebecers pay their fair share. But when Quebec foots a bill, Quebecers pay 100% of it. We offer 100% of services, we pay 100% of the bill. The federal government offers no services and doesn't pay a cent. That's clearly not a fair system. Will the Minister for Finance reimburse Quebecers? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Minister for Immigration is in discussion with the Quebec counterpart. We are significantly contributing to this, $700 million a year, to welcome immigrants in Quebec, $450 million over the past few years, just for housing refugees. What I would like to say to asylum seekers is that we offer provisional medical care, we accelerate the treatment, the processing of files, we facilitate access to work visas. So yes, we are doing our job. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, Quebecers welcome half of all asylum seekers in Canada. That's much more than our fair share. And it's Quebecers that foot 100% of this bill. Again, that is far more than our fair share, almost 5 times more. We will continue to do what we do best. We'll continue to be a welcoming nation, but we are not going to sit idly by and accept that we are the only ones doing our fair share and the only ones being hospitable. Will the Minister for Finance pay back the $460 million she owes Quebecers? The Honourable Minister for the National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I have full confidence in discussions between our governments. Quebecers have been very welcoming and hospitable, and we've worked together very well. We've transferred $450 million for housing refugees. We offer provisional medical care. We accelerate the processing times for the files, and we have made it easier to get a work visa. I'm very confident we will reach an agreement.
For Haldeman Norfolk.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, farmers are struggling under the weight of this punishing carbon tax. Karen, a chicken farmer from Norfolk, pays $350 every month in carbon taxes. When the Liberals quadruple the carbon taxes, she will be paying $1,400 a month. Will this Prime Minister tell farmers like Karen how she's going to pay for the carbon tax hike? Should she charge Canadians more for food, or should she produce less so that Canadians will be forced to import food from polluting foreign farms?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich to hear them talk about the support for farmers when they voted against support for farmers just last week. As we support farmers to transition so that they can reduce their dependencies on fossil fuel, they can become more competitive in Canada and around the world. What are they doing? They're voting against it, Mr. Speaker. They say they're in favor of farmers, but unfortunately, their record speaks the opposite. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Quadrupling the carbon taxes has very serious consequences. Karen deserves answers about how she's going to pay that $1,400 a month hike in carbon taxes. The Prime Minister said that farmers are working hard to protect the environment, but instead of rewarding them, the Liberal NDP government is taxing them into the ground. Does this Prime Minister expect farmers like Karen to charge more, or should she produce less so that Canadians will be forced to import food from polluting foreign farms?
More expensive food.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, and of course we know the Conservatives voted against farmers. They voted against taking action on climate change, but they have also voted against dental care. That's 9 million people, Mr. Speaker, who they don't want to have access to dental care. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of seniors who they're saying are not going to be able to get dentures replaced if they were in government. They're talking about more than 1 million kids that they would say no, they can't get critical dental care because they want to vote against it. Their real agenda, Mr. Speaker, is cuts. When you look through the slogans, that's all that's there.
Cuts.
You're going to pay for it.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, what we did was vote non-confidence in that government that needs to be replaced. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians from coast to coast are desperate for relief. A potato farming couple from Grand Sault has seen their freight cost alone rise over $300,000 a year due to the implementation of the carbon tax. Now these Liberals plan to quadruple it, which would cost them $1.2 million more in freight charges alone a year. How will the Prime Minister advise them to pay for this additional $1.2 million? Will it be by raising prices on Canadians, or should this farmer cut back on production so Canadians are forced to import food from polluting foreign nations?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I think the rest of us, at least on this side of the House, can see what's happening here. I think if we can see what's happening here, those weren't votes against government programs. Those were all just non-confident votes. We didn't mean that. We didn't mean any of that.
I'm just waiting for a point where the Honourable Minister can respond. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
They think that what they just did there is all you have to do. It's not. What we do here is vote on the things. You voted against all the things. We've taped them all, and we will be using them in ads, in answers to questions, talking to our constituents on each and every one of them. We will, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the NDP, a public inquiry has been called by this government into serious allegations of foreign interference. The inquiry needs to investigate the Indian government that allegedly ran a global assassination program that targeted and murdered a Canadian on Canadian soil. Other deeply concerning allegations have come up as well. Does the minister agree with the NDP that the public inquiry should also investigate interference from the Modi government, including in the recent Conservative leadership campaign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister told this House, this is an extremely serious matter. The safety of Canadians and the integrity of our rule of law is of fundamental importance. Law enforcement, including the RCMP intelligence agencies, continue to investigate in close collaboration with their U.S. counterparts. We expect the Government of India to cooperate fully with this investigation. As it is an active investigation, we will not comment further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Environment Minister told our committee that, quote, we need to pick up the pace when it comes to fighting climate change. Now, notably, this is from the minister that is responsible for the pace in fighting climate change. At COP28, the world called for a rapid move away from fossil fuels. Yet here at home, fossil fuel emissions are rising, the industry is expanding, and this minister's key policy, the emissions cap, won't come into effect until 2026. That is far too slow. Everyone knows it. What will the minister do to pick up the pace?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's refreshing to have a question on the reality and the importance of climate change at this House, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable member for it. In fact, we are picking up the pace, Mr. Speaker. When we came into power in 2015, emissions were going through the roof, and now we've been able to reduce emissions levels 7% below 2005 level. That's like removing more than 20 million cars in terms of climate change pollution from our roads. We know we have more to do, and that's why in the last year alone we've introduced 6 new pieces of regulations to ensure that Canada reaches our target in 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people living in urban, rural, and northern areas face unique challenges accessing adequate housing and do not qualify for support that is provided to Indigenous people living on reserve. Through budgets 22 and 23, the government is committed to the co-development of a dedicated urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy to address these gaps. Just last week, the House considered funding for this strategy. That is something that the Conservative leader voted to cut. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services tell us how this funding will be used to address the housing challenges facing Indigenous people in urban, rural, and northern areas? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg South Centre. Last week it was shameful to see the Conservative Party members get up all night long and vote against all of the things that Indigenous people need, like health care and education and housing. And while they play games with people's lives, Mr. Speaker, on this side, we're hard at work, and that's why it was so exciting to announce the next steps towards rolling out a historic $4.3 billion towards by Indigenous for Indigenous housing. And Mr. Speaker, that's what working for Canadians looks like.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
HoC has been operating their family farm since 1930. They farm about 2,000 acres, and this year they will pay $10,000 in carbon tax, which will quadruple to $40,000. Now, that may not seem like a lot to this Prime Minister and his trust fund, but it's a lot to the HoC family. So my question is, will the Prime Minister call Brian HoC? Will he explain to him how he expects him to pay this extra $40,000? Should he raise prices on Canadians, or should he cut production so that Canadians are forced to import food from foreign polluting farms?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, Conservative members voted against the interests of farmers. Just a few days ago, they also voted against measures to promote women's participation in the economy, against free menstrual products, Mr. Speaker, against funding for sexual misconduct investigation, and against subsidizing childcare. Mr. Speaker, what do the Conservatives have against measures that support women?
Good question. The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Classic Liberal deflection. When they are down, they will deflect at every fact they can. These are the facts. Under this Prime Minister, housing prices have doubled. Under this Prime Minister, food bank usage is the highest in history. On the OECD, we rank 35 out of 38 in teen mental health. Suicide. And who feeds families? Farmers. Who are they cutting? Farmers. farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I will ask, will they axe the tax and make life affordable? And the jig is up. Everybody knows they are not telling the truth.
Okay, this is my disappointed face. And we can't say whether someone's been telling the truth or not telling. Let's be careful on that stuff. The honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If they want to talk about deflection, it's because they don't want to talk about the vote that they took against the Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. There's only one member on the other side who's had the courage of her convictions to stand up to the bullying, MAGA style of their leader, and that's the member from Lethbridge. I heard a lot of members try to say that they support Ukraine over the past couple of days, but actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of days ago, they voted against Canada's NATO mission in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, they don't need to stop deflecting. They should be honest with Canadians about why they're not supporting Ukraine. Is it because there are several members that are MAGA-style conservatives? It's a question Canadians need to ask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Apparently there's no interpretation.
Oh, it's my friend from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's embarrassing deflection from the party that sent a gas turbine back to Russia that is funding Putin's war. Absolutely embarrassing for those liberals. They have so much to answer for and how they have abandoned Ukraine where it counts. Now, Mr. Speaker, Darren is a turkey farmer that I spoke to today. Pays $30,000 in the last year in the carbon tax. By the time it's quadrupled, it will be almost 120 grand. Mr. Speaker, my question to those liberals is simple. Do they expect him to raise costs or to cut back production so that Canadians are forced to import food from polluting foreign jurisdictions?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to food security, we always have to remember that the breadbasket of the world is a country called Ukraine. And I'm going to use the title of that country deliberately, because when you can't...
Order. Folks, colleagues, order. Large. Thank you. Je pense qu'il y a un problème de traduction.
I think there's a translation problem. They can't hear the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, we've hit our limit. When interpreters tell you 3 times in a row that there's too much noise to interpret and that they're getting hurt, it's time to stop. This is our last day. Let's be adults.
Un petit rappel qu'on essaie.
Quick reminder, we're almost done.
To keep the temperature down just a little bit so we can get through this. The interpretation is a challenge, a lot of cases when there's lots of noise in the chamber. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, 21 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I use the term Ukraine deliberately because when I hear somebody who aspires to lead this nation incapable of saying the term Ukraine and calling that nation that is fighting for its very existence a faraway foreign land, I find that not just disrespectful to our ally, I find that actually immoral. And we on this side of the House will stand by Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, how embarrassing. This week they abandoned Israel at the United Nations, and that member should know that it is Canadian detonators that are ending up in the fields of Ukrainian farmers. They should be absolutely embarrassed and ashamed of themselves for abandoning the farmers of Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the cost that Canadian farmers are paying for the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. For Darren, it's 120 grand that he has to recoup somehow. This is an uncomfortable question because high prices are a feature, not a flaw, of the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, how do they expect Darren to pay the bills?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member mentioned Ukraine. It was shameful to see Conservative MPs attempt not once but 5 times to silence the MP from Etobicoke Centre when they pointed out the Conservative voting record against supporting Ukraine. Former Conservative Cabinet Minister Peter Kent...
Order, 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 order. Order. You know, we're just about 3 o'clock, and the more we attack one another, the louder it's going to get in here. So I would just suggest that everybody bring it down a notch. Christmas is coming. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
From the top. Mr. Speaker, former Conservative Cabinet Minister Peter Kent put it in this way, and I quote, "When partisan politics trumps principled unity and support for a valiant democracy," he was referring to the Conservative record voting against Ukraine and free trade. No amount of doublespeak or empty talking points will change that, Mr. Speaker.
2023 was a miserable year for farmers. Higher interest rates, higher input costs, floods, droughts, one misfortune after another. And the federal government is abandoning them. Ottawa doesn't even invest 5% of the value of farm production into agriculture, which is 4 times less than in Europe. We need an emergency fund for struggling farmers now. We've been saying it for months. Canada also needs to climb up from the bottom of the world's agricultural investment rankings. When will this government finally support our farmers? The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did meet with my honourable colleague yesterday. I fully understand the concern he has. But the program is under what you call the Business Risk Program, which is put together by the federal government and the provincial government and the territories. And the guidelines are put in place. Anything I can do to help, as I said yesterday to my honourable colleague, anything I can do to help the farmers in Quebec, I will do. But there are guidelines to follow.
2023 was a miserable year for our farmers. However, there's already an easy way to make 2024 a better year. The federal government can extend the January 18 deadline to repay the emergency account without loss of subsidy. It's an easy measure that would prevent farms from going bankrupt. It's an easy thing to do, and it would be such a relief to farmers who are working their fingers to the bone and who are still walking a tightrope. So please, let's announce some good news before the holidays. Will the government finally extend the January 18 deadline? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the emergency business account, during COVID, our government was there to support businesses with wage subsidies, rent subsidies, and the emergency account. Now, when it comes to repaying that emergency account, Plan A, they have the money. They pay it back. And they get a certain amount forgiven. Plan B, they pay back some of it and get a certain amount of loan forgiveness. And then Plan C, they can stay with us for another 3 years and pay a 5% rate of interest.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the costs of food production are at an all-time high. The truckers who transport our grain, deliver the fertilizer and fuel farmers need, and haul our groceries to the store for Canadians to buy, pay the carbon tax but pass it along to the farmer and the consumer. A trucking company in Swift Current pays $20,000 per truck per year in carbon tax. Once the Prime Minister quadruples this cost to $80,000, how does he expect them to pay for this? Will it be raising prices on Canadians, or should our farmers cut back on production so we are forced to import food from polluting foreign farms?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the part that is actually quite incredible about the position taken by the Conservatives under their leader's guidance is that when you abandon Ukraine, you're not just abandoning over 1 million Ukrainian Canadians here in Canada, you're abandoning countless of thousands or millions of other East Europeans that are also concerned with pushing back against Russian authoritarianism. Who am I talking about, Mr.
He's bringing disorder to the House by not answering the question.
The Honourable Member, just the Honourable Minister, 10 seconds in the response. I just want to make sure people keep it down so that the translators can hear what they're translating. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
From the top, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, East European Canadians. You're abandoning Polish Canadians, Baltic Canadians, all of whom have a vested interest in pushing up against Russian authoritarianism under Putin. I wish the Conservatives could show some support for that.
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
Mr. Speaker, we've been had. After 8 years of Liberal incompetence, Canadians are sinking deeper and deeper into debt, hard hit by 8 interest rate hikes in 18 months. Canadians are spending over 9% of their disposable income on interest charges alone. How's that for a gift? When debt payments outpace growth of disposable income, will the costly Liberal Bloc NDP coalition ease the pressure on interest rates by eliminating the carbon tax and stop ruining the lives of Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. We will take no lessons from the Conservatives. Imagine the gift that Conservatives gave to Canadians. They voted against aerospace. They voted against supporting tourism. And they voted against the planes. Imagine how Conservative MPs from Quebec must feel knowing that they voted against the plains of Abraham. On this side of the House, we're going to fight for Canadians, fight for jobs, and fight for growth.
Gets quiet for a minute, it goes back up. I don't understand what's going on. L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
Monsieur le Président, le plus...
Mr. Speaker, the best gift that Canadians could get in 2024 is a Conservative government. Canadians are sinking deeper every day with the costly Liberal Bloc NDP coalition. And Quebecers are also spending more than 9% of their disposable income on interest costs, proof that it's expensive to vote Bloc in Quebec. When will this government allow Canadians to choose their future? The choice is clear. A coalition that wants to radically raise taxes, or a good Conservative government that will put more money in the pockets of all Canadians. The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, the gift is from Conservatives through their work last week. The ideology of austerity and cuts from the Conservatives was clear. Cuts that will put a brake on Quebec's economic growth, specifically the tourism industry. How is it that the Conservatives from Quebec don't want to cut the program for promoting tourism in Quebec, but not elsewhere in the country? Apparently, the plains of Abraham are less important than the prairies. Apparently, small villages in Quebec are worth less than those outside Quebec. On this side of the House, we're fighting for all Quebecers, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, racism has no place in Canada and never will. This week, our government launched the renewed multiculturalism and anti-racism program and call for proposals to help organizations build capacity. This funding aims to help organizations have capacity to support their communities and foster inclusion. Can the minister explain what actions the government has taken to address systemic racism and discrimination and celebrate our diversity?
Best question today. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is absolutely right. This week we launched the call for proposal for the renewed multiculturalism and anti-racism programs to help organizations build capacity. This is yet another example of our government's unwavering commitment to addressing racism and promoting a more inclusive Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could say the same thing about the Conservative Party of Canada, who voted against Canada's anti-racism strategy. And just last week, Mr. Speaker, they voted against funding for the new Montreal Holocaust Museum and the redevelopment of the Jewish Community Centre in Vancouver. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The NDP Liberal government's billion-dollar green or greed slush fund is in a crisis of corruption. The CEO resigned in disgrace. The Liberal-appointed board chair resigned in disgrace. The Auditor General is investigating. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating 2 Liberal appointees. And this week, we heard from whistleblowers that $150 million was embezzled by Liberal insiders. Canadians want to know, where did the missing millions go and who got rich?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker. For Canadians watching at home, they're seeing the conservative ideology in full display, Mr. Speaker. These folks are so against climate change, Mr. Speaker, that they'll go after anyone and any organization that wants to fight climate change, even an organization that was voted 20 years ago by Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Now they want to attack the integrity of one of the most respected audit firm in this country, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we'll get to the bottom of this, but we'll keep investing in clean technology. We'll keep investing to fight climate change. We'll keep investing in Canadians.
The honourable member of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Real Lakes.
Only Liberals would think shoveling hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of their friends is doing anything to fight climate change. They're under multiple investigation, and it's their appointees that are being investigated. It's absolutely despicable. Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers, and liberal grifters and embezzlers are jamming their pockets full of Canadians' tax dollars. Canadians want to know who got rich and where did the missing millions go. But, Mr. Speaker, with an Auditor General investigation and 2 Ethics Commissioners investigation, is the RCMP next?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I know it's Christmas. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not their own facts, Mr. Speaker. It is very clear and Canadian understand what you're seeing in full display in this House, Mr. Speaker, is the conservative ideology against anyone and any organization, even those created by Parliament, Mr. Speaker. What you're seeing there is the full display. Mr. Speaker, we launched an investigation. We suspended funding. The leadership has resigned. We'll get to the bottom of this. We'll restore confidence, but we'll keep investing to fight climate change in this country.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Monsieur le Président, après 8 ans, les...
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Liberal cronies continue to get rich at taxpayers' expense. The whistleblower's incredible testimony revealed that $150 million of taxpayer money was diverted from the Liberal Green Fund. The Ethics Commissioner opened 2 investigations, and the Auditor General is investigating as well. It doesn't take an ethics professor to figure out there's been a breach of ethics. And yet, the Bloc Québécois voted against broadening the scope of the Ethics Committee's investigation to shed light on corruption. Which Liberal cronies got rich, and when will Canadians get their money back? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question because right before Christmas, it allows me to remind Canadians watching about conservative ideology. Conservative ideology attacks any organization that would want to fight climate change. This institution was created 20 years ago by the House of Commons, and the Auditor General has significant investigative powers. We're going to continue to invest into Canadians and green technology.
Saint Louis.
Our children and all Canadians deserve a safe and responsible sports system that reflects our Canadian values of equality, fairness, and inclusion. In other words, we need a system grounded in human rights, accountability, integrity, and safety. On Monday, the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity announced important measures that prioritize keeping our kids safe and keeping safe sport at the center of sport governance and operations. Among other things, she announced the Future of Sport in Canada Commission. Can the Minister share with this House details on the mandate of this commission?
Honourable Minister of Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, in the past 2 years, athlete survivors have bravely come forward to share their stories so that we can learn, so that we can make our processes more safe for our kids, and we can get to the point where we got, thanks to them on Monday, where we announced the Future of Sport Commission, a trauma-informed, victims' rights, human rights-based process where we're going to dig into safe sport and make the entire system better. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kawadanokaski.
Mr. Speaker, big tech companies like Amazon, Twitter, Uber make billions of dollars a year and don't pay what they owe to Canadians. The Liberals said they'd put a plan in place for a digital service tax by the end of this year, but they're delaying it. Canadians don't trust Liberals and Conservatives to make big tech corporations pay their fair share, and this at a time when so many Canadians are struggling. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government stand up for Canadians and implement a digital services tax, or will they bow down to American lobbyists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is supportive of international efforts to end the corporate tax race to the bottom and ensure that the world's largest corporations do pay their fair share. Our priority, of course, has always been a multilateral approach, but we must defend our national interest, Mr. Speaker. We won't accept a delay to the implementation of our own digital services tax without a clear timeline for an implementation with our global partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, despite evidence on the misuse of international aid by Hamas, Canada recently pledged $16.2 million to nonprofit organizations in the region, including $10 million to the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, for its Palestinian programs. Mr. Speaker, how can Canada fund UNRWA when one of its own employees held an Israeli citizen hostage in Gaza? Hamas uses UNRWA buildings to launch rocket attacks. Over 100 Hamas terrorists attended UNRWA schools that teach anti-Semitism and Israel's elimination. Mr. Speaker, will Canada review its UNRWA funding and suspend it if the agency is found to comply in compliance with UN operational standards?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Speaker, I've had numerous meetings with the head of UNRWA, Mr. Lazzarini. The decision to cut funds during an unfolding humanitarian catastrophe is actually counterproductive and jeopardizes the delivery of essential food, medicine, and other life-saving materials to those who need it the most. In these crucial times, trusted agencies like UNRWA must receive more support, not less. And it's great to see the honourable member really use political points against vulnerable people in their time of need. I wish we had more compassion for members of this House like the honourable member.
And that's all the time for question period today.
Point of order, the honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between parties, and I believe that you'll note that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That's CBC. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member is trying to do a UC motion, and I would like to be able to hear it.
The honourable member for Drummond, from the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you'll find that there is unanimous consent in amongst parties for the following motion: that this House affirms that Radio Canada plays a crucial role in Francophone information cultural vitality in Quebec and in Canada's Francophone and Acadian communities. B, recognises that the announced cuts could be detrimental to the promotion of French language culture at a time when the federal government recognises that the French language is under threat in Canada. C, and that the House expresses its strong reservations of planned cuts at Radio Canada, and that it reiterates that the preservation of the public broadcaster services in the various regions of Quebec and in Canada's Francophone and Acadian communities must be a priority. Thank you. All those who are opposed to what the honourable member has proposed will now say nay. The House has heard the motion. All those who are against the motion will please say nay. Motion carried. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Twice today I tried to table a document that was quoted this morning by a committee by the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment, and so I'm persuaded. I already hear nays for unanimous consent.
Et normalement, c'est okay. And I think it's time for the Thursday statement. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the official opposition, I do want to start by thanking everyone in the chamber for their hard work over the
For those of you who might be leaving, let me wish you all a very Merry Christmas and Joyeux Noël. Take those conversations outside so that we can at least hear what the Thursday statement's going to be and what our plan is going to be for the next few weeks. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the official opposition, I do want to start by thanking everyone in this chamber for their hard work over the last year and share Merry Christmas wishes with colleagues and all staff who work on and around the Hill. I also want to wish a special Merry Christmas to those who are serving our country in uniform, especially those overseas, who will be sacrificing time with family and their usual Christmas traditions in order to serve our country and advance freedom and justice in a troubled world.
Speaker, I wonder if the government House Leader can update the House about the planned calendar of business for the rest of this week and for the work when we return. In particular, Liberals have claimed that they want to pass Bill C-57 on Canada-Ukraine free trade as soon as possible. So if they are serious, I will propose a motion following the Thursday question to bring the deal to an immediate and final vote. The motion will be as follows: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, all questions necessary for the disposal of the third reading stage of Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be deemed put, and recorded divisions deemed requested and be not deferred. Speaker, I wonder if the government House Leader could clarify whether the government intends to allow their bill to come to a vote or whether they intend to delay it for political reasons. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will say to the honourable colleague, I'm pleased to see that he wants to discuss Ukraine because they've blocked it and filibustered it on several occasions. When it comes to C-57, they've moved concurrence motions several times. I would also remind him that I actually think it's really important that the Conservatives reflect over the holidays and perhaps consider changing their position, because it would be really nice to be able to show Ukraine that solidarity and unanimity that this House has always shown to Ukrainians. And so I'm going to give them the time and space to reflect, to speak to the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, to speak to Canadians of Ukrainian origin, and to hear from them why this matters and why this is important, so that we can show that solidarity and that unanimity that Canada has long been known for, that unfortunately the Conservatives, for reasons that I cannot understand, but perhaps because of the right-wing American influence that we're seeing and the MAGA intentions of their leader, have decided not to support it based on falsehood. So let's let them take the Christmas holidays to do that reflection. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue with second reading debate of Bill C-58 on replacement workers. Tomorrow we will proceed with second reading debate of Bill S-9, which amends the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act. Again, another bill that we've not actually been able to debate because the Conservatives continue to move concurrence. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to take this opportunity to extend my best wishes for the season to everybody who works here on Parliament Hill, to all of my colleagues, and I want to express a special gratitude to the employees here in the House of Commons who have done a tremendous job, an absolutely tremendous job, even when they were forced to stay here for 30 hours of a marathon vote that, you know, is difficult, not just for members of Parliament, but particularly for the staff that were forced to work overtime and to stay up all night. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish everybody in this chamber a very Merry Christmas, a very happy holiday season, and indeed to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, First Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not that optimistic, but in the spirit of hope in the season, I do want to once again seek the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual...
All right, so I guess it's no. We heard a number of no's. We had no's. So I appreciate the honourable member trying to run it, but obviously there is no unanimous consent on that. Because of the Merry Christmas that just came from the honourable minister, I do want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, a happy holidays, and I look forward, believe that or not, to see you again when we come back in January. I believe the honourable member for North Island Powell River has a point of order or a question.
I have a point of order, if you'll indulge me, Mr.
Sure.
Speaker. I just thought I would share this gracious moment of kindness to also express the NDP's wishes to everyone and wishing them a very joyful and healthy holiday. To all the people who work in this place, we know that we always owe a special thank you to the interpreters and translators who work so hard to make sure that we understand one another in tremendous ways. I want to thank the PPS who always is there to protect us and
and let us in the front way. I also want to thank the amazing Sergeant-at-Arms and their team for the tremendous work that they do to keep all parliamentarians safe. Of course, we can't help but thank the dedicated maintenance and food services and IT staff and the clerks at the table who do tremendous work both here and in the committees, who just do a stellar job every day. Of course, the analysts and the law clerk who make sense out of a lot of things that we can sometimes find confusing, to the tremendous pages and their supervisors. They do great work around this place. And of course, to all of our teams, all of our political teams that work here in this place. They serve our caucuses. They look after all of us in the best way. So I want to wish every Canadian a very safe and healthy holiday. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays to everyone.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi has something to say. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Manicouagan did it so well during a statement. She commended all staff in the House of Commons. I would also like to wish Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and an excellent 2024 to all those who have collaborated to facilitate our work, to support our work, because honestly, it hasn't been easy over the past year. I would like to thank my colleagues, my colleague whips, various whips from the government, from the official opposition, from the NDP, because despite everything, as was said so well, we work together to make Parliament work well. So let us remember that in 2024, it's a new year. In 2024, we will have a new year, and we hope this will be a positive year. And I wish to one and all health and happiness for you and your families and you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à toutes.
Thank you very much to one and all, and I believe that we've forgotten all of our public servants and those who work in our offices, who work diligently. Government Bill, resuming debate, second reading, Bill C-58. An act to amend the Canada Labour Code. The floor is available. The honourable member from Manicouagan has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to, first of all, commend the tabling of Bill C-58 on the matter of scabs. This bill has been expected for many years. As a Quebecer, I believe that this anti-scab bill, I thought this already existed. But now we have a bill that was unexpected. We've been waiting for this for many years. The Bloc Québécois has been waiting for this for many years. We tabled many such bills over the years. Since 1990, year when the Bloc Québécois tabled its first such bill. It was the member of the time for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Actually, he's still a member today. He's the one who tabled the first bill. He was my member at the time. And after that, 11 such bills were put on the order paper to show our will and the fact that we wanted to fight tooth and nail in order to protect workers and to protect the right to negotiate and bargain. I would like to highlight all Bloc Québécois members and their teams who wanted to see progression in labour rights. And also my colleague, Louis Chabot, well, I said Louis Chabot, no. My colleague for Thérèse de Blainville, her riding name, who tabled a bill at the beginning of Parliament, C-276, that also seeks to counter the use of scabs. My colleague worked diligently, and I would like to highlight her work because this is someone who perseveres, someone who collaborates, someone who believes in this social justice and who has taught us a lot in the Bloc Québécois caucus, but has also taught a lot to everyone in this House and everyone she meets and talks to. Of course, I like the following notion that I didn't come up with, but that shows very well that when we work or when a great result is achieved, it's often done following the work of others. And oftentimes, we stand on the shoulders of giants, if I may use this mythological or fantastical allegory. We owe it to many people who have fought hard so that this could be made real in our society. I would like to thank the New Democrats for the work that they have done. I would like to thank the unions. When I speak about unions, I'm speaking about workers. In particular, they are the giants upon whose shoulder we are standing. They have shown us time and time again that they are essential. And that is essential to adopt bills that protect their right to bargain. And so I would also like to thank all the women and men that have allowed us to be here today. I would like this bill to be adopted more rapidly than the time it's taken for this bill to be tabled. It's been decades, as I mentioned. As I said at the beginning of my speech, in Quebec, statutes on the matter have existed since 1977. And so I believe that federally we will be able to do something similar, and rapidly so. Of course, a bill was tabled. We expected this bill to be tabled. However, currently, under the current situation, we are theoretically 2 years away from an election. We'd like work to be a bit more rapid. There has been obstruction in the House of Commons, but we want this bill to be adopted in less than 2 years. We want its implementation as well to be immediate. The bill talks about 18 months for its implementation, which is an issue to us. Why 18 months? We've been waiting for this kind of bill for 50 years. Why can't we implement it straight away? That is the first question, an essential question that we raise. We also have a certain fear with regards to a part of Bill C-58. It is said that there could be exceptions, and we're always afraid of anything that's notwithstanding in its wording. Therefore, we need to better define what it means to create exceptions. Of course, under the current definition, there is a will to protect human lives, and we're not against motherhood and apple pie, but we don't want it to become a loophole. That would mean that some people would be able to circumvent the bill, thereby not defending the rights to bargain. These are two elements that I sought to raise during my speech that, for us at the Bloc Québécois, were a bit of a red flag, if you will. We wanted quick answers, and I'm sure that this will be done at committee. And of course, with these two fears that we've raised, these two concerns, we hope that this bill will nonetheless be adopted rapidly. Adopted rapidly, yes, but it should be implemented immediately so that we can protect as many people as possible, as rapidly as possible, in the spirit of their rights. Now, I spoke of equity, fairness, rights. I just wanted to remind everyone that if we reduce C-58 to its basic elements of equity, we want the power dynamic to be equitable. If someone has all the power, it's very difficult for the other party to highlight their needs, their desires, because one person holds all the cards. This is very often the case. What we want to see is an equitable power dynamic so that workers can negotiate and so that we may reach compromises, solutions that are obtained rapidly and effectively around the negotiating table, and this for the good of all. Not only for workers, of course, but also for the good of companies that can only benefit from this kind of statute that would allow us to sit around the table and reach positive conclusions. And so, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I have a lot of time left. I've only raised 3 of my 10 points, but I will try to accelerate. Perhaps just to remind people that that we are nearly during the festive season. We've always been here for workers. We've always defended workers. Workers from my region, for example, Maine-Quagon, which is a riding where there are many federally regulated workers in transport, air transport, rail transport, postal services, as is the case elsewhere in Canada and Quebec. But there are many postal workers in my riding. I think of them. I also think my thoughts go out to the Port of Quebec, where the stevedores have been in a labour dispute for the past year. There has been no solution to this because the power dynamic is simply not equitable. The employer has far greater powers than the workers. I would like to remind my opposition colleagues. Earlier, a colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, who said as follows. He feared the following. I don't want to say what he didn't say, of course, but I believe he said that he had the following concern. That workers could cause inflation through their demands when they negotiate for a better collective agreement. I found that to be dangerous discourse, and I would like him to talk about it with his conservative colleagues from Quebec, who I fear may vote against this bill and against people from their riding, and who will pay for labour disputes. Because there is no will in their caucus to vote for this bill in order to make trade negotiations, or rather labour negotiations, more equitable. I will stop there. I hope that I will hear from my colleagues to hear what their position will be. But this bill will have our support because for us, workers do count. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this is an issue, anti-scab legislation, that has been important to me, and I know many of my colleagues for many years, and it's encouraging to have the legislation before us. It was an election platform issue for the Liberal Party, and inside the chamber we have substantial support coming from the Bloc and the NDP, and ultimately even the Conservatives go around the country and they often say, well, we're there for the working person, and I think we have a wonderful opportunity here if we could see this debate ultimately collapse and go to committee. And I'm wondering if she could just share her thoughts in terms of, from my perspective, how nice it would be to see the debate collapse today, so that it will at least have a chance to go to committee sooner as opposed to later. And I think that would be a wonderful gift at Christmas for our labour movement in Canada. Would you not agree?
The Honourable Member from Maine-Quagon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of things to respond to the member from Winnipeg North with regards to his comments. First of all, of course, we need to distinguish actions and words. It's in a Liberal platform or a programme, yes, but let's just think of the past 40 years and how many years the Liberals were in power, and especially as a majority. They're in a minority now, and perhaps they could have implemented this kind of bill, but during all those periods in power, they never tabled such a bill. Minority governments often compromise, like in labour negotiations and bargaining. They sometimes have to compromise to make things done. And of course, I do agree with him when it comes to a Christmas present. I would like to be able to say that the Liberals had in its programme, in its election campaign, a reform for employment insurance. I know that many people in Maine-Quagon, and I'm sure that there are other people around the country that will have very difficult times over Christmas because we've been waiting for decades for this kind of reform. That would be an excellent present So I'm waiting for this reform, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Manicouagan for her speech. Of course, I recognise that she has long supported, and her party has long supported, such a bill. The NDP is very proud of having forced the Liberals to do so. This was a sine qua non when we negotiated with the Liberals. The Liberals have always voted against, in the past, such a bill. We agree on a number of things. The Honourable Member and myself, the advantage of that kind of legislation. Beyond that, there are Quebecers who currently are suffering from the lack of this kind of bill. The stevedores in Quebec City Port and also Videotron West, not far from here in Gatineau, are currently in a labour dispute. Is she ready, before the adoption of this bill, is she ready to denounce employers who use scabs like Pierre Carl Pilado and the Port of Quebec City? The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I will say it. I've said it and I'll say it again. Our wish is that it be equitable, that the power dynamic be equitable. And I think there are no exceptions to this. We're talking here about a bill. We want the bill to be adopted. On principle, we want a better power dynamic, and that is what we want, and we will be ready to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her hard work on behalf of the workers in her riding and the bills that she has tabled on that subject over the years. I would like to hear what she has to say on Bill C-58, on the urgency of it, the good news that it brings. Now, when it comes to other measures, do we have to wait 18 months? Can't we act faster? I was wondering what she has to say about that.
5 seconds.
In the 45 seconds remaining. I always have lots of ideas in my notes, but of course I agree with my colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The issue of months doesn't make sense. We'll vote on the bill, and then we'll see if there's other questions to raise, which we will do in committee. Why this 18-month timeline? I don't think it's that complex. We've often seen that the government is capable to act very quickly when it has the will to do so. So I think this is a matter of will and not impossibility. And as for the rest, we can talk about it later. We have little time left, but we are ready to vote.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And Senior.
It's great to stand here today with a great piece of legislation that's going to help out Canadian workers and help our economy go to the next level. We believe that Canadian workers have the right to fair, honest, and balanced negotiations. Replacement workers are not waiting in the wings to take their jobs. That's why we've introduced this legislation to ban the use of replacement workers in federally regulated workplaces. I've negotiated on both sides of the table. I've negotiated for the employer and I've negotiated for the union. And I know for a fact that the best deals are always at the table. And I know for sure that banning replacement workers puts that focus on that table to get the best deals possible. This is where workers get those powerful paychecks that our Conservatives like to talk about. It's where Canadian workers secure reliable benefits and job security. The bargaining table is where Canadian workers secure changes and investments that make their workplaces much safer. The threat of replacement workers tips the balance in the employer's favor. It is unfair and contrary to the spirit of true collective bargaining. Ultimately, replacement workers give employers an incentive to avoid the bargaining table. It's a distraction that can prolong disputes and can poison workplaces for years after. And we have seen it throughout our history in Canada, both locally in my riding, but across Canada. Now, Conservatives like to perpetuate the myth that workers want to strike. They pretend that workers have some devious plan to halt our economy. This couldn't be further from the truth. It's workers who drive our economy, and it's positive labor relations that make Canada a great place to invest that we have seen so much of recently. Striking is a last resort for workers. Nobody wants to lose their benefits and live off strike pay. It's an anxious, uncertain state for anyone. It can hurt a family's financial and psychological well-being. Our government believes that it is everyone's best interest to ensure that workers, employers, and the government work together to build the strong, stable, and fair economy that we all rely on. Unlike the Conservatives, we will not feel threatened when workers use their bargaining power to demand better wages and better working conditions. As the Minister of Labour has said, bargaining is hard work. It's tense and it's messy, but it works. It works real well. Speaker, I met regularly with my constituents about labour issues, including the Sault Ste. Marie District Labour Council, United Steelworkers, just to name a few. And they are thrilled that we are doing this at a federal level, and they want to see the same kind of leadership to benefit provincial workers as well in Ontario. Just last week, I was at the Standing Committee on International Trade where Rob Ashton, President of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, Canada, said if Bill C-58 had actually been in use for the last couple of years, all these lockouts and these strikes where the employers have been using scabs and have drawn it out would have been a lot shorter. He joined a chorus of union leaders who supported this legislation. This includes the United Steelworkers, who said federal anti-scab legislation will help 80,000 USW workers and approximately 1 million workers across Canada. 1 million workers. And Alana Payne, the national president of Unifor, who said this legislation is a step forward, leveling the playing field. It will be good for the economy and good for labor relations. Now, I know opposition doesn't listen to workers, but maybe the Conservatives might listen to the 70 labor experts who signed an open letter calling on Canadian policymakers to support Bill C-58. The letter states, and I quote, "By adopting Bill C-58, Parliament has a historic opportunity to advance workers' rights and improve labor relations in federally regulated workplaces by strengthening the collective bargaining process and leveling the playing field in contract disputes, banning the use of strikebreakers that inflame tensions and poison workplaces for very long periods of time, reducing incidents of picket violence and vandalism, incentivizing employers to focus on reaching negotiated settlements at the bargaining table rather than strategizing over how to best undermine union members exercising their right to strike." Bill C-58 offers practical and meaningful measures that help to address long-standing imbalances in the labor regime. So, Speaker, we've heard from experts, we've heard from labor leaders, and we've heard from Canadian workers. We've also heard from members of the NDP, the Bloc, the Green Party, who have expressed their support for this legislation, but we haven't heard from the Conservatives. And in fact, today, the CLC continues to issue statements calling on the Conservatives to tell us what their position is. So it's no surprise that the Conservative leader, who spent his entire career standing against working people, has not shown his hand. He proclaimed himself dedicated to bringing the right to work laws to Canada. These notorious U.S. laws are aimed at undermining unions. Ultimately, they're about worse conditions and smaller paychecks. The Leader of the Opposition has enthusiastically served wealthy interests most of his life. Under the previous government, the Leader of the Opposition championed two of the most anti-union, anti-worker bills that this House has ever seen, in Bill C-525 and C-377, which we repealed right away. And in 2005, he even opposed childcare because, get this, the workers would be unionized. But actions speak louder than words. You know, recently they've been opposing the Sustainable Jobs Act, which will bring workers to the table so that if workers who decide how we meet the greatest economic opportunities of our time, well, instead they submitted 20,000 amendments at committee and then try to submit another couple hundred frivolous amendments to put the brakes on it. The race is on to seize the greatest economic opportunity of our time, to unlock the potential of renewables, to create thousands of jobs, to drive sustainable economic growth. Right now, companies are deciding where to invest, where to build. This Liberal government is meeting this momentum right now, but the Conservatives are throwing temper tantrums. Now Conservatives, again, haven't told us where they stand on C-58. In fact, in 2016, the member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, opposed similar legislation, arguing that replacement workers offered opportunities for the unemployed to gain temporary work and valuable experience. Imagine being so out of touch with working Canadians that you think temporary jobs to replace working Canadians are somehow a solution. More recently, the member of Battleford's Lloydminster complained that similar legislation would result in a higher share of company profits going to unionized workers. Imagine in a time of record corporate profits, being upset that working Canadians might get a greater share of the profits that they're responsible in producing. Speaker, we know how important this legislation is to Canada's labour union and the workers they represent. We know that exports support this bill. We know that this bill has the support of the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and the Green Party. I urge my Conservative colleagues to reconsider their efforts to oppose working Canadians and consider just this once to actually support workers. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member on a point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent from the House to come back to the Interparliamentary Delegation's reports in order to present a report from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association.
The member doesn't have the unanimous consent. Okay, well, apologies. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Adria-Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'm just wondering if he had an opportunity to be at the drafting table for this piece of legislation, if he would have put something in the legislation that would have ensured that foreign workers wouldn't be getting the largesse from the publicly funded investments into electric vehicle battery plants here in Canada. We know from information from various sources that thousands of employees from Korea and other places will be coming in to take jobs that are subsidized by Canadian taxpayers. I'm wondering why we're not actually protecting Canadians with an investment with Canadian tax dollars.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, this piece of legislation is long overdue. It's been called for by Canadian workers before Canada was even a country. And it will absolutely strengthen this economy. It will continue to grow our country, the greatest place to work, live, and play. And I can tell you that we did a lot of consulting. We consulted with workers, with labor, with employers, with Indigenous communities that helped us craft this very important legislation. And it's long overdue, and I would ask that member to support C-58.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to seize the opportunity to wish a lovely holiday to everyone, especially the people in Berthier-Masquinongé. You have all worked very hard this year. I hope you spent some time with your loved ones. And to the colleague who just made a speech, I know him well enough to say Merry Christmas. And I think if we know each other well enough to say Merry Christmas, I'm sure that we can give each other real direct answers. And that's the favor that I would ask. Why the 18-month delay? It's been 47 years that this equivalent legislation exists in Quebec and that there's been unfairness for workers' rights. It works very well in Quebec. How is it that we finish after years of promises by presenting this and then adding an 18-month delay? I'd like a real answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame Presidente, merci beaucoup.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to you as well.
The reason why the 18 months are there is we have a proud history of tripartisanship in this country, bringing employers, workers, and the government together to make sure we get the correct balance right. It's in that spirit that we're giving all the parties time to prepare, and it's because of this most significant changes that we all agree on, and then federal collective bargaining that Canada has ever seen. It cannot be rushed. In particular, the Canada Industrial Relations Board needs time to build capacity and to work closely with employers and unions on the implementation of these changes. The bill will come into force, and 18 months after, as the member knows, it will give the parties the time to adapt to these new requirements and obligations that this country has not seen before.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In the members' and my friends' comments, he made reference to other pieces of legislation in which the government had overturned that Stephen Harper had put into place. And when I look at this legislation, today, the anti-scab legislation, it was actually a part of the election platform that he and I ran on, and I'm quite happy to see the legislation. And one of the questions I had posed to other opposition members is, we know that the Bloc and the NDP are supporting it. We're not sure what the Conservatives are going to do as of yet. They say they're for the worker. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to see ultimately the debate collapse to the degree in which we could see this bill ultimately go to committee before Christmas? And wouldn't that be a wonderful gesture for our union movement in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to all my constituents too as well. And those two pieces of legislation, what they did is they made it very difficult for unions to operate, made it difficult to certify their members, easy to decertify them, and tried to bury them in red tape. I was pleased to run under that banner, and I was pleased to run again when we put pro-union, pro-worker legislation in our platform. And this is a promise made and a promise kept. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Blandford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am so pleased to be able to rise in the House today to speak to this important bill, Bill C-58, which I do want to note is a part of the confidence and supply agreement that we have with the government. I want to quote from the section of that agreement under the heading, A Better Deal for Workers. It goes like this, Madam Speaker, quote, introducing legislation by the end of 2023 to prohibit the use of replacement workers, scabs, when a union employer in a federally regulated industry has locked out its employees or is in a strike, end quote. So, Madam Speaker, that was an important part of the agreement. That is why I am so happy to see this bill. And the reason why is because we need to stand in this place every single day as representatives of our constituents and show that we are here to fight for workers. They deserve our respect, they deserve better wages, and they deserve better working conditions. And when you look at the history of collective bargaining in this country, it is the union movement that has done that. I think of my own riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, going back to the 1920s and the 1930s. I come from a part of Canada where the forestry industry was dominant. I mean, if you ever come out to British Columbia, to the beautiful forests of Vancouver Island, you will see trees that you think could only exist in your imagination. Massive timber industry. And it was back there in the labor unrest of the 1920s and 1930s, the absolutely brutal working conditions that those workers were subjected to, low pay, dangerous working conditions and everything. That's where the worker militancy in the forests of British Columbia was born. Those workers used their power to fight for rights, and that is a small part of the history of Canada from my part of the world. And I am so proud of that heritage from the part of the world that I come from, Madam Speaker. I am so proud to be a party that is of the workers and for the workers. Everyone knows, of course, that our party, the NDP, was formed in 1961 as an alliance between the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation and the Canadian Labour Congress. And we carry that heritage proudly with us to this day, Madam Speaker. This bill is particularly important because in the last 15 years, it is the NDP that has introduced 8 anti-scab bills. And the last time they came up for a vote in 2016, it was the Liberals and the Conservatives that teamed up together to defeat it. We often are accused of having a short memory in this place, Madam Speaker, so I'll say that into the record. In 2016, it was the Liberals and the Conservatives that teamed up to defeat our last attempt to bring in anti-scab legislation. And I don't know where the Conservatives are going to stand on this bill. I mean, they have tried so desperately and spent millions of dollars to try and recast themselves as a party for the workers. You know, they like to make their YouTube videos and stand out there. I've yet to see the leader of the opposition out on a picket line. I still don't know where they're going to stand on this bill. Every time it's come to actual action to stand up for workers, they are more interested in their words. This is a moment, Madam Speaker, to stand in this place through a vote to show that you are in favor of actual legislative change that is going to help the working movement. I'm proud that we have not given up on this issue, Madam Speaker, and that is why we can stand here proudly, offer our support to Bill C-58, and show the workers of Canada that we are committed to moving this forward, to making sure that the Canada Labour Code is there for workers and that it has that important change. We know that this bill would not be moving forward if it had not been spelled out in the agreement, and we know that this bill will require multiple party support to advance to the next stage. Now, I have a few theories as to why the Conservatives have been so absent on this debate. The few times that they have gotten up and put speakers on this bill, they have talked about anything but the bill. In fact, we've often had to raise points of order in the House to try and bring them back on topic. And one of my theories is because I think the Conservatives, under the previous Prime Minister Stephen Harper, have a long and brutal legislative track record against workers, and particularly ones who work under federal jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, we can go back to 2007 when the Conservatives introduced Bill C-46, the Railway Continuation Act. That was back-to-work legislation against railway workers. It forced 2,800 members of the United Transportation Workers Union at CN Rail back to work. The drivers, the yard masters, and trainmen, and it forced them back with, complying with pretty brutal demands from the employer. Fast forward, Madam Speaker, to 2011, Bill C-6, the Restoring Mail Delivery for Canadians Act, which forced 48,000 locked-out postal workers back to work and imposed wage raises lower than what the employer had agreed to earlier. Fast forward to 2012, Madam Speaker, Bill C-33, when, again, the Conservatives intervened, this time for between Air Canada and its employees.
Honourable Member, there's a point of order from the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I have yet to hear about what's good or bad about the bill, so if you could get on with the point.
For knows there's a lot of latitude in how we present our speeches on a bill. I will let the Honourable Member pursue. He still has almost 5 minutes.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, I understand why he's uncomfortable with my speech right now. If I'm talking about a history of the Conservative government intervening and forcing workers back to work, when we're talking about a bill, Bill C-58, which is designed to protect those collective bargaining rights. So that's the context of my speech. I understand if he's uncomfortable taking a little walk down memory lane as we talk about Bill C-58. But we can also talk about 2012, Madam Speaker, when, again, the Conservative government intervened in a railway strike, demonstrating again that they have no problem using a legislative sledgehammer against unions and workers, and I hope on C-58 they can stand up one day and show that they are going to vote for this bill. But it wasn't just the government, Madam Speaker, because in the previous Harper government we had two private members' bills, C-525 and C-377.
The same point of order, I'm sure. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Already asked politely. Point of order. Can you please get to the point and talk about the bill?
The Honourable Member started off his speech by talking to the bill, so I'm not going to limit his latitude in discussing the bill within the frames of what we're talking about.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am talking about C58, but when I'm talking about that bill, we have to put it in the historical context of why the Conservatives have been so anti-worker and so anti-union and have been repeatedly unafraid to use a legislative sledgehammer against workers and their unions in federally regulated sectors. That's what C58 is designed to protect, and I think Canadians need to understand that they have a long history of being anti-worker and anti-union. This is a chance for them to try and redeem themselves from that shameful history. So, Madam Speaker, now, before the Liberals think they're going to get off the hook in my speech, let's turn to the Liberals and back-to-work legislation, because both of these parties are equally guilty when it comes to that, Madam Speaker. In 2018, the Liberals brought in Bill C-89, which ended the postal strikes and forced the Canadian Union of Postal Workers back to union. There was in 2021, there was Bill C-29, which ended the strike of QP Local 375 and their fight against the Port of Montreal. Now, before my Conservative colleagues get a little too high on their horse, I'd like to point out for both of those bills, the Conservatives supported the Liberals, showing that when it comes to controlling workers and fighting against their interests, these parties more often than not have been voting in lockstep together. Madam Speaker, this is important because if you look at the different lines of work that are covered by the Canada Labour Code, we're talking about federally regulated workers in air transportation, those who work in banks, in our grain elevators, feed and seed mills, most of our federal crown corporations, the hard workers in our ports, marine shipping, in our ferries who work for canals, bridges, and pipelines, postal and courier service, radio and television broadcasting, railways, and many more. So this legislation is going to impact thousands of workers, and it's important that we show a united front and demonstrate that as members of Parliament we've got their back and we're putting in legislative safeguards. The history of Canada is one of Labour fighting for its rights against corporations. There has been too much corporate deference over the last number of decades, and I'm proud to see how that pendulum is starting to swing back into workers' favors these days. They are becoming more militant, more assured of their rights, more ready to use their collective bargaining to achieve those more powerful working conditions and better paychecks for themselves, and I'm proud to be able to stand in this place and offer their support. And Madam Speaker, seeing as that I am in the closing minute, I do want to take this final opportunity I have in the House to wish all of my colleagues from all political parties a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy New Year. We've had strong principled debates and arguments in this place, but I hope everyone in this place has the opportunity over Christmas to spend some much-needed time with their family, with their friends, and to reconnect with their constituents. And I'll look forward to seeing everyone back here in 2024 as we continue on with the hard work of governing this country. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle is rising on a point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would actually ask for unanimous consent to table the report of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. All opposed to the motion, please say nay. Okay, hearing none.
Of the motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Adopté. Merci.
Carried. Thank you very much.
To the Government House Leader on questions and comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's great. It's nice to see the anti-scab legislation. This is legislation that was promised to Canadians in the Liberal Party's election platform. I noticed the members seemed to take a little bit of delight when he was talking about back-to-work legislation. What he didn't mention was the fact that provincial NDP governments have actually brought in back-to-work legislation also. So I don't think it's quite as simple as the member tries to portray it. It also, to the member's disadvantage, I guess, to a certain degree, is I was a parliamentarian in the Manitoba legislature for many years where the NDP did not bring back to work legislation. In fact, as a compromise, they brought in final offer selection. So my question to the member is, would he not agree it would appear as if we have good support inside the chamber from at least the NDP bloc, Liberals. The Conservatives go around the country saying they support workers. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to see this legislation pass out of committee pass to committee stage? And it would be a wonderful statement if it was unanimous, because at the end of the day, with Christmas upon us, and it would make a powerful statement for our unionized and non-union workers.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can't speak for members of the other parties. Of course, we do want to see this bill advance through all stages of the House, but I just want to remind my honourable colleague that this is an issue that the NDP has been fighting for many years, and we've got the record to prove it. 8 attempts with 8 different bills, and a united vote by both Liberals and Conservatives in 2016 to squash one of those legislative efforts. So I am not going to interfere with the right of my NDP colleagues who want to speak to this bill at second reading to demonstrate that history and that renewed commitment to workers in federally regulated places, that we've got their back and that we are putting in legislative safeguards so that their collective bargaining rights will not be undermined by scab labor and big, powerful corporations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for... I'm sorry? No, not Mission, no. I'm sorry, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, the past year have been visiting work sites throughout the Lower Mainland, Vancouver Island, British Columbia. The leader of the opposition has been there, and we've had great response, whether it's in the forestry sector, the fishing, the shipbuilding, welders, trades, unions. They want to get pictures, they want to be there, and they want to share their concerns. And what really most concerns the union workers is the cost of living. I talked to one welder at the C-SPAN shipyards and saying that he has to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day just to make ends meet, and he can't give his body a rest because of the cost of living caused by this inflationary spending by the Liberal NDP government. Wonder if the member would respond to that the real issues are bread and butter issues for workers. Thank you.
For Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask where that member has been when we have seen all of the evidence with corporations making record profits while workers suffer. Of course, the inflation is hurting workers. It's hurting workers in my riding. It's hurting workers from coast to coast to coast. But we know it's corporate profits driving that inflation. Oil and gas profits up by over 1,000% over the last 3 years. Crickets from the Conservatives. Grocery CEOs making bonuses and driving their companies to record profits. Crickets from the Conservatives. So yes, I'll stand in this place and talk about cost of living, but unlike my Conservative colleagues, I am going to name the Conservatives that are driving that inflation and show the workers in my riding who their actual friend is, not just their perceived friend.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his last answer about crickets. I really like that one. I'd like to hear him talk about the 18-month deadline to bring this bill into force. I don't understand. We already have a similar act in Quebec. It's been on the books for 47 years. We know how it works. We know that it works. I'd like for my colleague to comment on that. Why is there an 18-month coming into force timeline? It doesn't make sense.
That indeed is a great question from my honourable colleague who I have the pleasure of sitting with on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. And, all I can say at the second reading stage is that this is a debate and a vote to vote in principle of the bill. And that is one provision of the bill that I have personally identified as problematic. And that's something that I would hope that my colleagues from all parties who are sitting on committee would take a close, hard look at, because I don't understand why we need that length of time when this issue is so serious and workers need to have those legislative safeguards to make sure that they have an even hand with their employers.
Order. Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to inform the House the questions to be dealt with during the late show.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin, carbon pricing. The honourable member for Park Marico, Quicklum, housing. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Sudbury.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
I'm pleased to stand today in support of Bill C-58. On November 9th, 2023, we tabled Bill C-58 to ban the use of replacement workers in federally regulated industries during a strike or a lockout. When the Minister of Labour argued his case, he clearly illustrated how resorting to strike breakers does no good for anyone, not for employers, not for strikers, and certainly not for Canadians. And yet, the Minister reminded us that hiring replacement workers in 2023 is still legal. We have seen many examples where a workplace that has been poisoned over the years, often including the use of replacement workers, they experience long and frequent work stoppages. Each side will argue its position, but ultimately the use of replacement workers can undermine the rights of workers. Addressing the use of replacement workers is long overdue. Unions have repeatedly told us that using replacement workers can poison relationships, prolong disputes, and keep people from focusing on getting an agreement at the bargaining table. That's not good for either side, and it's especially bad for the Canadian economy. The Canadian labour movement has long been asking for this, and we have listened. The unions explain that allowing replacement workers undermines workers' rights to strike, and that gives employers the upper hand. They argued that this imbalance of power leads to more difficult bargaining processes, and it makes strikes and lockouts longer. The government believes in free and fair collective bargaining because we know that's how the best deals are reached. Deals that bring stability and certainty to our supply chains and services because they are built on agreements and compromises between the parties. Thorough collective bargaining and stability are not mutually exclusive, as some might argue. In fact, I believe that one reinforces the other. And that belief is at the core of the legislation we introduced on November 9. Bill C-58 proposes to ban new hires and contractors from doing the work of striking or locked out employees. And if it's a full strike where everyone's supposed to stop working, employers wouldn't be able to use members of that bargaining unit and have them cross the picket line, even to work from home, for example. And we're going beyond a simple prohibition. We are proposing clear timelines to address issues with the maintenance of activities provisions in the Canada Labour Code. If and when the bill comes into force, the parties will have 15 days to come to an agreement on what services they need to maintain to protect the public from an immediate and serious danger during work. And if they cannot come to an agreement, the matter would have to be referred to the Canada Industrial Relations Board to resolve within 90 days. That's important because right now, if negotiating parties have to go to the board for this kind of decision, it can take months or even over a year. And during that time, the right to strike or lockout is suspended while the parties present arguments in that forum. It's also a distraction from the central issue, which is the collective agreement that they're meant to be negotiating. This bill is about keeping parties focused on the table so we can provide more stability and certainty for the economy. I don't think it's overstating to say this would be the biggest thing to happen to collective bargaining in Canada in decades. We recognize that the ability to form a union, bargain collectively, and strike is essential to a healthy workforce. Tensions can be extremely high during a work stoppage, and this only gets compounded by the use of replacement workers, which many people feel poisons the atmosphere, makes it hard for relationships to come back to normal, and it can also prolong disputes. We need employers and unions to come to the table ready to bargain and to get serious about getting things done. This legislation is pushing us in that direction. The lesson from history is that collective bargaining is successful when the parties recognize they've got to sit down and negotiate fairly with each other. The ban on the use of replacement workers would set the table for free and fair collective bargaining, and the timelines for establishing maintenance of activities agreements would add structure to that portion of the bargaining process. It's amazing what happens when you allow room for unions and employers to come to a deal. That's where strong labour relations are forged, where the best deals are made, and that's where we get stability for our economy. As the Minister of Labour said, our economy depends on employers and workers negotiating agreement at the table. By tackling head-on the problem of poison workplaces and prolonged disputes, this legislation would bring more stability, more certainty, and better collective agreements. We believe that stability and certainty in our supply chains and services are essential. This bill would deliver on that. It's good for unions, good for employers, and it's good for Canadians. Madam Speaker, Quebec has had a ban on replacement workers now going on to close to 5 decades. Successive governments have protected the legislation because they recognize its importance. In British Columbia, we've seen the same thing, and successive governments again there have also maintained the legislation. I think it's important to point out neither of those economies have collapsed. Businesses continue to open, operate, and be profitable in those jurisdictions. This legislation is not anti-employer, nor is it unreasonable. I know unions are often seen as wanting to take away something from employers, but when workers are better off, we all benefit. Tackling problems is hard work, but when two parties sit down together to defend their interests, they find compromises and an agreement. And Bill C-58 encourages unions and employers to do exactly that. B. Brusque, who's the president of the Canadian Labour Congress, said this legislation will lead to less labour disruptions, to fewer work stoppages, and will help build a more balanced economy. Lara Payne, who leads Unifor's nearly 70,000 members, said, finally, a government is taking important steps to uphold workers' fundamental rights to collective bargaining, something that would change lives, lift workers up, and build equality and equity. Madam Speaker, I would encourage all members to read this bill, to read what union leaders are saying, because what we've done here is so important to our economy. This is about the stability and the certainty that comes with not being distracted by anything other than finding a solution at the table. That's where strong and lasting contracts are formed. With clear and fair rules in place, we may be able to avoid unnecessary strikes and lockouts, which will create more stability for Canadians and more certainty for investors. That's what we are doing with Bill C-58. This is a strong bill that reflects needed change in this country. It's how we build a successful economy and a successful country. The time to get this done is now. That's why I'm asking each of you to support Bill C-58. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We've been on the Industry Committee together, and she's aware of conversations and motions that were tabled regarding why the government has allowed temporary foreign workers in battery plants. So I'd like to know whether this current legislation would have avoided such a situation that we're seeing with Swedish, South Korean, and other workers who are coming to Canada to replace Canadian workers. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that the unions that are in Windsor have told us very clearly that that is not the case, and that jobs will be offered to Canadians and the citizens of our country. And I will say again that we will make sure that this bill will ensure that the parties concentrate on the negotiation table. That's how we can find stability and predictability in our supply chains and throughout our economy.
Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We remember the brutal 2011 Valley strike in Sudbury, where Valley came in because of Stephen Harper and Tony Clement allowed Inco and Falconbridge, two world-class mining companies, to be taken over by the corporate raider Glencore, and then Valley came in to try and break the back of the working class in Sudbury. Workers were out for over a year. It caused huge damage to the community, but people stood up and they resisted, and they fought for better wages. I want to ask the member who was in Sudbury at the time of the damaging impacts of these kind of strikes and the need to make sure that we have rules in place so that those workers can negotiate fair agreements with their employers.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I certainly was in Sudbury during that strike, and I will tell you that the legacy of that strike still haunts Sudburyans to this day and people from across Northern Ontario. We had colleagues in dispute amongst each other, neighbors arguing with each other. And we talk about a poisoned work environment. After the strike, when workers returned, the relationship with Vale was not in any way in a healthy state because of what went on for over a year. We saw families being impoverished. We saw their homes being put in jeopardy. Luckily, we had local bank branches that helped them in able to still be able to afford the payments they needed to make. It was difficult on the community of Sudbury. It is something that we still feel today, and that is why this legislation is so very important to avoid that kind of situation from ever happening again.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was wondering if my honourable colleague could just comment on her thoughts or the rationale of the government on why the 18-month implementation date for the legislation and why the government, for example, would preclude the largest employer group, the federal public service, from this legislation.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
So as I mentioned in my remarks, this is probably the largest legislation we've seen in decades. And so we need to make sure that we get it right. This is indeed one of the most significant changes to the federal collective bargaining that Canada has ever seen. And so we need to give all parties time to prepare. And so that is the reason why it will only come into force 18 months after it receives the royal assent, to give employers, unions, and Canada Industrial Relations Board time to adapt to their new requirements and their obligations. This is significant, and we need to make sure that if we're going to be successful in the execution, that we give all those parties the time that they need.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska.
The honourable member from Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak to this bill today. Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board regulations. And so, if you allow me to do so, I will just read the summary of the bill. I think that it's important. And it amends the scope of the prohibition relating to replacement workers by removing the requirement of demonstrating a purpose of undermining a trade union's representational capacity, by adding persons whose services must not be used during legal strikes and lockouts, and by providing certain exceptions. Prohibit employers from using during a legal strike or lockout intended to involve the cessation of work by all employees in a bargaining unit the services of an employee in that unit subject to certain exceptions. Make the contravention by employers of either of those prohibitions an offence punishable by a fine of up to $100,000 per day. Authorize the Governor and Council to make regulations establishing an administrative monetary penalty scheme for the purpose of promoting compliance with those prohibitions. And finally, amend the maintenance of activities process in order to, among other things, encourage employers and trade unions to reach an earlier agreement respecting activities to be maintained in the event of a legal strike or lockout. Encourage faster decision-making by the Canada Industrial Relations Board when parties are unable to agree, and reduce the need for the Minister of Labour to make referrals to the board. Madam Speaker, this bill gives me an opportunity to talk about what's not working throughout Canada right now, and the trust that this government engenders in Canadians or not, and how it's abandoned Canadians. We want to protect Canadian workers, of course, but unfortunately this government is unable to do so. This government says that it will be unable to implement this, that it will be able to implement this bill within 18 months, as it states. But we don't believe that the government will actually be able to do that. Just as we've seen frequently before, this government doesn't always keep its promises. For example, in 2015, this government promised that there would only be 3 small deficits and then get back to a balanced budget. But now we have a $600 billion additional deficit. So once again, we don't believe that this government will keep its promise. And yet, as my colleagues have stated several times, in Quebec, this type of legislation has been there for almost 50 years, and it didn't take 18 months to implement it. This government always gives itself time to maneuver. But of course, in about 18 or 24 months, we'll be in an election. Even if the bill were adopted tomorrow morning, which won't be the case, it probably won't be implemented before the next government. Which just shows that this government is incapable of protecting Canadian jobs. We saw that with Volkswagen. I mentioned it earlier when I asked my colleague a question. We see it with Volkswagen, Stellantis, Northvolt. These are factories that will be headquartered in various places in Canada, especially Ontario and Quebec, and they will bring in temporary foreign workers. We were never told that, despite all of the motions we brought in at the Industry Committee. We were never told about this. What I don't understand, and what I still don't, is why we can't hire Canadians. Instead of bringing in workers from South Korea, the Embassy of South Korea went to see the police chief in the region of Windsor to ask him to find a place to house 1,800 employees. These are people who are going to take the place of Canadian workers. It's unfortunate. And we're going to see that at Northvolt in Quebec as well. This is a plant that will be partly in the constituency of the leader of the Bloc Québécois. A great deal of money will be given to these companies as a subsidy, and these subsidies will be partly used to pay replacement workers. We don't even know how long they'll be here. And this bill wouldn't necessarily change things.
For Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
The workers that will be brought in to work at the battery plant and the setup are not scab labor. They're not replacement workers.
Well,
I think the member needs to understand
that is a point
more.
of debate and perhaps to be made during questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska.
The Honourable Member. Well, I'm sorry to tell my colleague that we heard at the Industry Committee that these are replacement workers who will be brought to Canada. And in fact, even on the Government of Canada website, positions are open to hire temporary foreign workers who will come here to Canada and who must speak Korean. And I don't know how many people in Windsor know Korean, Madam Speaker, but what's very clear is that this is going to take jobs away from Canadians. I myself am an entrepreneur. Once you've decided to build a factory, these aren't decisions that are made overnight. It takes years to plan that kind of thing, so you could just as well decide to hire Canadians and get them trained in Korea so they'd be ready, but that's not being done. We're bringing in people from South Korea, from Sweden at Northvolt. This isn't appropriate if we're trying to develop employability in Canada. One thing is very clear. When Canadian families pay their taxes next year, they'll realize that $1,000 from their taxes is being used to fund these temporary foreign workers, because these $45 billion represent nearly $4,000 per family over the next 10 years. It's really a bad idea to spend money to build batteries that are going to be manufactured by temporary foreign workers. That's not good for Canada. I'll give another example, Madam Speaker. Right now, it says we're looking for electrode quality engineers, and they must be bilingual, English and Korean. Once again, I don't know how many Korean-speaking workers in the area of Windsor there are who would be qualified for this work. I think it would have been much better for people to be hired in Canada, sent to Korea to be trained, and then they can be brought back to work in these factories. Now, just to mention, at the Industry Committee, we also asked to see the infamous battery plant contracts. Both Stellantis, Northvolt, and Volkswagen. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie on a point of order. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague from the Conservative Party that we're discussing a piece of anti-scab legislation. That has nothing to do with what he's saying. The two are unrelated. I know he doesn't want to talk about what's actually in the bill, but that's a problem. Yes, but the member knows that there is a great deal of latitude in how members make their speeches. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup did touch on the bill, and I'll let him finish his speech. He has 2 minutes left. Madam Speaker, there are anti-scab laws in several Canadian provinces, including Quebec and BC. And if we are to have federal anti-scab legislation, we should make sure that it applies in all spheres of economic activity. And these battery plants, which the government is investing $50 billion into, is an important area. These are unionized. They're trying to move things forward, and I think it's very important to understand the context for all of these bills. We need to know about all this and to protect workers as well as possible. And in regard to what the government has brought into place for years, we know that the Liberal government has been there for years. Oh, I'm so sorry. There was a sound from the papers on the mic. I'm so sorry. I apologize to the interpreters. So this Liberal government, which has been in power for 8 years, hasn't done anything to help Canadians. There have been up to 300 major work stoppages over the last 8 years under this Liberal government. And if there were only pressure from the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we wouldn't even be here today, because the Liberals just don't care about Canadian workers. They've shown that several times. The government is delaying on this. Even once it's brought in, there will be an 18-month delay. It's just all a terrible idea. So after 8 years under these Liberals, work is just not as valuable in Canada. Oh, my time is already up. I can't believe it. I had so much more to say, at least 30 minutes worth. Well, I'm ready to take questions. I'm so sorry, but your time is up.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't know if the member truly understands. The anti-scab legislation is where you have companies that are existing today, where they have a workforce, and a strike mandate is given where workers will go out on strike. That's when, from a national perspective, that is where the anti-scab legislation would be applicable. It is there to ensure that employers are not able to hire workers to replace the workers that are out on strike. That's the simplicity of the legislation. It seems to have fairly broad support inside the House. The only thing that we're having a difficult time with is trying to determine whether or not the Conservatives actually support, and by support I mean, will the member or his caucus colleagues vote in favor of this legislation ultimately going to committee, or does the member and his Conservative caucus plan to vote against the legislation?
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, les Rivières-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. My colleague very frequently speaks in the House of Commons, and he'll see what we decide when the time comes. But one thing is certain, me and my colleagues are here to consider the legislation that this government tries to bring in, which in many cases takes a very, very long time, and we see that with this one as well. And anyway, we'll see what we decide when the time comes.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Well, my colleague just said that we're here to consider legislation and move it forward. And so it would be so helpful to know whether he and his party actually are in favor of this bill. That would speed things up. If that's really what they're here for, this is the right time to speak up. The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And my colleague has worked very hard her whole life to support workers and improve their lives, which we in the Conservative Party have also struggled to do ever since our party was founded. We've always wanted to help Canadian workers to get better wages, better working conditions, and not find themselves in the types of conflicts that we've seen with the Liberals for 8 years.
Madam Speaker, it's one of the fascinating things since the member for Carleton took over is the Trojan horse approach. So the Conservatives say they want to deal with all the stuff that's in the budget and keep us here till Christmas. But it was a way so that they could be visibly on the record voting against Ukraine. So they managed to do that. What they've been doing with this bill on anti-scab is carrying on their constant attack on investment in EV technology. We see the Conservatives on the 401 corridor making fun of EV batteries, that they're going to catch fire, that it's inefficient, that we should just give the money out as though we give them out to everybody. Volkswagen is making a $7 billion investment in Canada. That's enormous. $5 billion from Stellantis. GM is going to spend $35 billion on EV technology, and the Conservatives are claiming that the people who are being brought over to help set up the plant are scab labor. This is not that they misunderstand the bill. This is that they're abusing this bill in order to drive the agenda of the Conservative leader, the member who lives in Stornoway, who has undermined the EV investments that Canadians are dependent upon.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, what my colleague just said is totally false. We are not against new technology. We are not against battery plants either. And we never said that we were against any of that. Quite the contrary. What we are saying is that things need to be done right. We are giving $45 billion taxpayer dollars, that's Canadians' money, and we're giving it to a battery plant, and we need to ensure that Canadians are hired rather than foreign workers.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great personal pleasure to stand in this House today and speak to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code that would finally ban the use of replacement workers, or as we in the Labour movement used to call them and still call them scabs, in federally regulated workplaces. Prior to being elected in 2008, I had the honor of working for 16 years with the Teamsters Union. And unlike many people in this place, I had the opportunity to experience firsthand how important this legislation is. I have been on and walked on many picket lines in my life. Unlike most members in this House, I sat in on bargaining tables and negotiated collective agreements. I represented workers at labor board hearings and in unfair labor practices when employers would fire workers who did nothing more than exercise their rights under the Canada Labour Code and under the Charter of Rights. I have sat through hearings when I've seen what happens when employers use replacement workers to undermine unions and workers who are exercising their constitutional right to strike. Now, the NDP has been Canada's political party for workers for many decades. Prior to its formation in 1960 as the New Democratic Party, it took the form of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, and in all of its iterations has always been a party that puts at the center of our being the need to make sure that workers in this country are protected. Because we believe as New Democrats that Canadian workers deserve respect, dignity, generous wages, proper benefits, safe and healthy working conditions, and we know that workers are the backbone of the Canadian economy. We believe that all Canadian workers should get a fair share of the fruits of the wealth that their labor, talents, and skills play such a pivotal role in creating. Now, in this venue or milieu, no entity has done more to achieve these goals than Canada's labor movement. It is unions who, through their hard work, their efforts, their courage, and very often their sacrifices, that Canadian workers have come to enjoy the many benefits that they do today. I want to touch on just a few of these that were fought for by unions, benefits that Canadian workers take for granted today in some cases, that were fought for by unions, demanded at bargaining tables, and in many cases paid for by the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of Canadian workers on picket lines. The 40-hour work week, overtime, paid vacations, pensions, health and welfare plans, providing workers and their families with eyeglasses and dental services and prescriptions, paid sick time, having a voice in the workplace, and most importantly, having an opportunity for workers to collectively bargain the terms and conditions of their work instead of simply taking whatever their employer was dictating to them. Now, these and many other rights were not given to workers. They are the products of hard-fought bargaining, often by workers who had to suffer great wage losses by striking or being locked out for these gains. They won these rights through collective bargaining. And incidentally, all workers, whether they're unionized or not in this country, now enjoy those benefits paid for by the sacrifices of those unions and workers who sacrificed for them. Now, often, they never had to make these sacrifices without pain. They did so for all other workers and their children. These people didn't do this only for themselves. They did it for other workers and for their children and generations to come. And many of these workers did these sacrifices at great risk to their personal safety. Canadian labor history is replete with horrific examples of employers hiring private security forces, often goons, to attack striking workers. Some workers, many workers, even died. And many had to watch as they laid down their tools, forwent their wages to exercise their right to strike for the betterment of their fellow workers and for generations to come, while unscrupulous workers hired replacement workers, scabs, to cross those picket lines to perform their work. What is the impact of that? Well, when replacement workers are used, it undermines the workers. Workers lose money while they're striking, but employers continue to profit and operate during a strike. So that tilts the bargaining table in favor of management. It also prolongs strikes and lockouts. On average, labor disputes where scabs are used last 6 times longer than when they're not. It leads to picket line violence. It divides communities. It causes family tension and suffering. I want to go through a few examples, Madam Speaker. In Canadian history, many people may remember the giant mine strike, one of the most tragic events in Canadian labor history that happened in Yellowknife. At that time, Royal Oak Mines locked out its workers in 1992, and they decided to use replacement workers in that small community of Yellowknife. And Canadian mines had not seen a replacement worker used in the previous 50 years before that. The scabs were used explicitly as strike breakers. that undercut bargaining. It enraged the local workers. It split families in the community. And the tragic result was that 9 workers died in a bombing incident. Now, I personally experienced this kind of violence myself. In the Gainers strike in Edmonton in 1986, that was a 6.5-month-long strike where Peter Pocklington, the owner of Gainers, hired strike breakers to break the strike of workers doing some of the hardest, most physical, unpleasant work there is, working in a rendering plant. And I watched as Peter Pocklington brought in scabs, and I saw firsthand the violence that caused on the picket line. I remember the Ziedler Forest Product strike in the 1980s, where I saw scabs speed up in the cars that they were driving at the men and women who were on the picket lines, narrowly missing them, and in some cases hitting striking picket workers as they sped by, impervious to the striking workers. Now, lest we think this is a relic of the past, just this month, I visited a picket line here in Vancouver at the Rogers Communications, who locked out their workers in British Columbia and used scabs to cross the picket line to do those workers' jobs. Now, I also want to talk about the fact that the Liberals and Conservatives only seem to care about the rights of workers to strike in this country when the impact of those strikes is strong. So they will order Canada Post workers back to strike. They will order port workers back to strike. But right now, as we speak, there are hundreds of people on strike at the Sheraton Vancouver Airport who've been on strike going into their 3rd year. Women, immigrants, because maybe the impact of the strike isn't strong in the economy. In that case, Liberals and Conservatives will let workers rot on the picket line for years. But if workers have any actually real economic clout, then all of a sudden their rights take less meaning. Now, the answer, Madam Speaker, to this is to ban scabs. British Columbia has done it in this country for many decades, so has Quebec. Now, the NDP has introduced anti-scab legislation 8 times in the last 15 years, and the Liberals and Conservatives voted against those every single time. So today, C-58, make no mistake, I want every Canadian worker in this country to know that this is the product of one party in this House, and that's the NDP. We forced the Liberals to put this in as a demand in our confidence supply agreement. That agreement is not a mutual agreement. It is a series of 27 demands that the NDP made of the Liberals in exchange for our support of this government. Now, I've heard the Liberals in this House bragging about their 2021 platform. Well, I went and looked at it. And in that platform, for the first time in history, the Liberals talked about banning replacement workers, but only in the case of a lockout. So they campaigned, they didn't care about banning replacement workers if workers exercised the right to strike. It was only in the narrow incidents where an employer might lock out its workers that they were prepared to give the right or to extend the ban of replacement workers. It was the NDP that said, no, we must ban replacement workers in all labor disputes, lockouts and strikes. Now, I want to thank organized labor, the CLC, the building trades, the Teamsters Union, and I want to have a shout out to all my brothers and sisters in Teamsters Local 31 and Teamsters Canada across this country who have been fighting for decades for this very basic and equitable measure in Canadian labor law.
And we have to go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I start, I just want to wish you and all my colleagues a very Merry Christmas, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. As he knows, I'm from Oshawa. One of the extremely important things in the automotive industry is supply chains. And the fact that some of these parts move across the border so often, quite often by rail in federally regulated industries. I was wondering, with his knowledge about this bill, as he said the NDP put it forward, has the NDP ever done any analysis on this bill, how it would affect supply chains, the investment climate in Canada, our competitiveness versus our partners in CUSMA, for example, the United States and Mexico? And I was wondering if you could alleviate some of the concerns on that. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Madam Speaker, there are reams of evidence, decades of evidence that shows that when you ban replacement workers, you shorten labor disputes, you reduce picket line violence, and you, by evening the bargaining relationship at the table, you get to agreements more. So it's good for business, it's good for the economy. But I'm glad my friend spoke up, because the Conservative Party lately has been trying to pull the wool over Canadians' eyes that they're somehow the friends of workers. They have voted against anti-scab legislation every time in the House. They have ordered workers back to work, violating their charter right to strike. They even tried to raise the retirement age to 67, which is particularly hard on blue-collar workers who have to do physical work and use their bodies. They oppose dental care. They oppose pharmacare, anything that helps workers actually get a break in these affordable times. And I just want to conclude by saying, when we filibustered in 2011 for 3 days as New Democrats, we did so when the Harper government wanted to order Canadian Post workers back to work. The Conservatives, when they did it just this week, were doing it to give a break to their corporate friends for a carbon tax. I think that tells workers all they need to know about which party really stands up for workers in this House.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Team.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate many of the things that the member has said. The only thing that I would really want to qualify it is that there are many individuals, I can attest in terms of within the Liberal caucus, that are very strong advocates. You know, I go back and I represent a north end of Winnipeg, and I have done that now for 30 years, Madam Speaker, in one way or another. And you can talk about the 1919 strike and the replacement workers and how that ultimately caused the overturning of a streetcar, which was known today as the Bloody Saturday, something that made North American news, possibly even worldwide news, Madam Speaker. A long history in supporting anti-scab legislation. I appreciated when it was incorporated into the election platform, and today we have it. And it's not to undervalue. I think it's great that it has the support from Bloc and the NDP, and I'm glad that we're looking at the province of BC, which was NDP when anti-scab legislation was brought in, or the province of Quebec when it was Liberal administration that brought it in. At times we get strong leadership, and what really needs to be emphasized is that parties should work together and get behind Labour and see ultimately that the legislation gets passed. Would he not agree?
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, the NDP doesn't support this bill. We're the ones who drove it onto the agenda. You know, it's funny. The giant mine that happened in 1992 saw the murders of 9 people. And you would think that a federal government after that would have seen fit to take the logical common sense step of banning replacement workers after we saw Canadians killed. Well, the Liberals have been in power for many years since that and never did it. It took the NDP demanding that in this Parliament as a price for our support in the Confidence Supply Agreement to bring it to Canadians. And once again, the Liberals only campaigned on it.
I have to give one last question to l'honorable député de Repentigny, no? Ah, no, désolé. Okay, so the honourable member can finish the answer. Sorry.
Thank you. And the Liberals only campaigned on banning replacement workers once in the last election, and then again only in a lockout situation. So the Liberals can take no credit for this. Canadian workers know which party is responsible for bringing anti-scab legislation finally to this country, and it took the NDP to do it, and I'm very proud of this. And you know what? Workers across this country are going to benefit from this measure, and I want to thank my colleague from Rosemont La Patrie for bringing in this legislation and being such a strong driving force for workers in this country.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I will start by talking to you about democracy, and especially about democracy in unions. Some people think that unions just do whatever they feel like, but that's not the case, because being unionized is a recognized right. And those who lead unions have been elected to their positions. They can even be removed from their positions if union members are dissatisfied with their performance. So union leaders don't just do whatever they want willy-nilly, and their power is limited to the authority conferred to them by union members. Democracy does apply in unions. So now that I've shared how unions are very democratic bodies, I would like to
get to today's topics. In almost all of my Bloc colleagues' speeches, we have expressed that we very strongly support this very important legislation. So I'll repeat what's already been said. We have waited a long time. We have hoped and waited. We have waited for anti-scab legislation because that is an important legislative tool to protect workers. Because striking is the last resort to put pressure on an employer to have proper working conditions, and this legislation protects them. Now, workers are never excited about striking, but it's necessary sometimes. Unifor was founded by the Canada Auto Union and the Energy and Paper Union. Unifor has more members than my union. Unifor has 315,000 members, 600 some local sectors, 90 some sectors. So this legislation comes down to respect, basic respect. So I'll take inspiration from what Unifor has said. They say that strike breakers break up communities and make conflicts last longer. Unifor is well aware of situations like that. Since Unifor was founded in 2013, the two longest labor conflicts in terms of missed days were those which had strike breakers. Strike breaker strikes lasted, in fact, 6 times longer than strikes without scabs. Because when there are replacement workers, workers lose power. Workers who are trying to exercise their rights when an employer is being unreasonable. So that should be clear. And that quote is on the Unifor site, so they're very clear about their stance. Now, it's always important to remind this House that Quebec implemented strike breaker legislation in 1977. Many of us were quite young in 1977, and we might not remember how in Quebec it was harmful to not have such legislation. It's a matter of perception. But the Quebec legislation is limited because it does not apply to federally regulated employees. Employees have a legitimate right to be heard by their employers. And when it's time to review an expired collective agreement, negotiations should be fair, honest, and equitable. That is fundamental. Strike breakers are thus a direct affront to strikers' rights. And also, back to work legislation is also very disrespectful. Canada has used that a lot. I remember during my first term here.
That's another attack on the right to strike. The Cour suprême has written that in labor relations, the right to strike is an essential element of a true collective negotiation process. The right to organize and strike, as such, must be recognized throughout the country. It was high time to enact federal legislation to this effect, given that currently workers in federally regulated jurisdictions, even if they're in Quebec, constitute somewhat of a second class. The same is true in BC, which implemented similar anti-scab legislation back in '93. Quebec and BC, this will make for the same rights for all workers in Quebec and BC. The Bloc has been fighting for this since it was created. I know that the NDP has as well. Our esteemed co-partisan and your colleague here in the House, the Dean of the House of Commons, has been waiting for this moment for 33 years. He was actually the one who tabled the first anti-scab law back in 1990. And 11 bills were tabled after that. I'm sure that the member for Bacon-Nord, Nicolet Sorel, is reliving some pleasant memories from those days. Now, I'm going to return to the Unifor column. The scab is perhaps the most polarizing person in the world of labor relations. For employers, that's an effective way to exercise economic pressure when negotiations with a union fail. it reduces the financial impact of a lockout and reduces the effectiveness of strikes. Meanwhile, for unionized workers on the picket line, strike breakers rupture the picket line and undermine collective solidarity. At the same time, strike breakers disturb the very essence of negotiations between the union and the employer. The provisions set out in Bill C-58, which would prevent the use of scabs and subcontractors, except in very specific situations, which would ban picket line crossing, and which would put out fines when the act is not followed. Those are all important parts of anti-scab legislation. This bill is very detailed, as going into ministerial powers, punishments, etc. But surprise, surprise, business groups like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the Canadian Independent Business Federation are worried. I mean, look at their lobbyists. They're worried about losing their competitive edge. Certainly, this is to be expected. They write that if the bill is passed, it will prevent employers from reducing the harms caused by prolonged work interruptions, and it would cause other problems with supply chains, which are still recovering from the COVID-19 era closure. Look, COVID-19 looms large over this debate, sure. But here's what I wonder. What about the workers? It's disappointing that in 2023, these organizations like these ones are lining up behind each other to oppose this act. It's from another era. They're only thinking about the impact on business and not on workers. The fact that the government of Canada has taken so long to implement a bill like this one leaves a sour taste in my mouth. So even after this, it's not necessary to wait 18 additional months after royal assent for the bill to come into effect. The government's job is to legislate, not to kowtow to big lobbies and companies. All lobbies do is seek to undermine government legislation. As I close out this speech, I would like to read a quote from The Scab by Jack London. He writes, "In the group struggle over the division of the joint product, labor utilizes the union with its two great weapons, the strike and the boycott, while capital utilizes the trust and the association, the weapons of which are the blacklist, the lockout, and the scab. The scab is by far the most formidable weapon of the three. He is the man who breaks, strikes, and causes all the trouble." I will conclude on a realistic note. We cannot celebrate yet. The legislative process is long. There might be filibustering. There might even be snap elections. We're not at the finish line yet, but the Bloc is pleased that people who work under the Canadian Labour Code will soon enjoy the same rights that Quebecers already enjoy. This will resolve an unfairness in labour. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to pick up on the member's last words in regards to we're not there yet, and she's right in her assessment. We don't know the position that the Conservative Party is going to take, and if they end up voting against the legislation, I trust that they will do whatever they can in order to filibuster the debate so that it doesn't become a law. But my question to the member is that given the nature of the support that we are seeing, and I appreciated her comments in regards to scab labor, and I wanted her just to expand her thoughts in regards to how scabs ultimately cause a great deal of harm, both within the workforce and that area in which they're working, even into the communities themselves. So it causes a great deal of harm having a scab that crosses the line, not only in the workforce, but even outside the workforce in our communities.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. That it's true, we don't know what the official opposition thinks about this bill, and I believe that is slowing things down somewhat, especially given that I recently read that the Conservative leader said they were pro-worker. Well, it's easy. I mean, if you're pro-worker, you should vote in favor of the bill. A strong, fair bill. What would that lead to? First, it would make conflicts last less time. I gave examples of this earlier. It would make things safer on work sites, because sometimes when scabs come in, there can be confrontations, and then on picket lines, there will be things will run smoother. Anti-scab legislation makes labor relations healthier, especially during strikes. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague from Repentigny for her excellent speech. I 100% agree with it. I am proud that we were able to force the Liberal government to finally update Canadian laws with anti-scab legislation. This has taken far too long. It will solve an unfair situation in Quebec and BC, and it will protect workers under federal jurisdictions. Workers in my riding are in the street. I know that is the case in Quebec as well. Workers want us to move forward with this bill. They know it's important for their future. I also agree with the member that the 18-month timeline is concerning. We in the NDP are worried about this. So, are we willing to work together in committee to deal with this 18-month timeline, which we believe is far too long? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's also a Montreal MPA. In 2005, we were short only 12 votes to pass similar legislation, and they weren't block votes. So I think it's clear that the bloc will do all we can to get this bill passed. And yes, the 18-month timeline concerns us. I already asked about it, and the government response was, well, amended in committee. Well, it's a government bill. So how come they put the 18-month timeline in there? We could have had the bill go into effect right at royal assent. So certainly, we will be working with my colleague to get rid of that provision. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot with a brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, regarding that 18-month timeline, I really feel like this whole debate is a bit moot, because if the 18-month timeline really does come into effect, even if the election does take place in 2025, the bill won't have come into effect. So are we just debating a scam? With 25 seconds, the member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, we wonder the same thing. Is all of this moot? Will it all fizzle out with no bill in effect? The reason we ask this is because in the infamous agreement between the NDP and the Liberals, it says that the government will table an anti-scab bill. It doesn't say anything about passing it, so we're concerned about that. And my colleague used the word a sham. I wonder about that myself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to start by wishing everyone Joyeux Noel, as well as Merry Christmas to all on these final strokes of the parliamentary calendar for this year. I want to talk a little bit about the context of C58, and let's start where we know we have 100%, at least I would believe 100%. Agreement amongst all members and really probably amongst all Canadians, and that is we need more great paying union jobs in this country. And so I want to talk about how we get there and how we make sure that there are more great paying union jobs here in Canada. And the challenge is right now as a nation, we have a productivity crisis in our country. And the productivity is what powers our economy. If you can imagine the country or the economy of the country as a business itself, if in fact the business is producing things efficiently and effectively, then guess what? Good wages, if there's a strong union in place, should follow. And that's exactly what we want for the nation. Unfortunately, our factory, that is our economy, is not keeping up with other OECD countries. And let's unpack productivity. What does that mean? Well, in layman's terms, it basically means how efficiently, how effectively are we delivering goods and service? How efficiently, how effectively is our economy running? And the answer is it's not great, unfortunately, because of a number of standards. So productivity in itself is basically a three-legged stool. One leg is technology, another is capital investment, and another is workers. And so we'll go through those stools one by one by one, those legs one by one, to make sure that we understand what the challenges are and why, unfortunately, this government is just not making the challenge. So first, let's start with technology. It makes sense, and it's been true since the Roman Empire and even before the Roman Empire. A society or an economy that has leading technology will have the ability to bring prosperity relative to the rest of the world to their shores. Unfortunately, in Canada, we have a government that is stifling technology and innovation. We have, for multiple years, in fact, going on almost a decade, we've been calling on this government for open banking legislation that was supposed to be here a year ago, a year before that, a year ago. Finally, in the fall economic statement, we got a promise for another promise to have open banking legislation. That was supposed to be here years and years ago. In the UK, open banking has saved customers, depending on which academic or which economist you approve, it could be $1 to $10 billion. That's money we're leaving on the table every year because this government can't get out of its own way. We look at legislation with respect to innovation. Around the world, there's lots of innovation about how we nurture these small or medium-sized technology companies and make them into the behemoths that they are. And unfortunately, in Canada, we're struggling with that. We have innovations like a patent box that are available to this government for a tool. We have special regulatory and tax breaks that we can give these companies, not just to move factories on our shores by giving multinationals billions and billions of dollars, but by creating it here at home. And we're failing there when it comes to the technology aspect. Another element of the technology world where we're letting people down is the real-time rail. So in fact, I believe it's all G7 countries. I might be incorrect, but in any rate, most G7 countries, they have a thing that's called real-time rail. So for you, those who are viewing at home, you go, well, what the heck is a real-time rail? Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, and that's exactly what they said. That's exactly what they said. What is this real-time rail? Well, what it is it's just having money travel instantly. So you might say, you know what? Well, when I do an e-transfer to my friend for paying half the dinner bill, it seems to go immediately. That's the reality, is it seems to go immediately. It's actually what happens is that financial institutions are actually fronting the money, and then the money is coming back. Our current money transfer payment system is really held together by a duct tape and a dream. And it will break down, mark my words, at some point if we don't have some legislative innovation to allow a real-time rail system, which most of the other G7 and most of the OECD countries have. Why that's an issue is because the flows of capital, the flows of transfer are incredibly important to an innovation economy. We have some great startups, some great fintechs across this country, but this government seems to be doing everything it can to stifle their development. There's tremendous opportunities, and these are, by the way, these are not partisan issues. It was, I believe, both in the Liberal policy item as well as the Conservative policy items in the last election to have open banking. But we just need to deliver is the problem. And many times, my issue is not so much ideological with this government, it's just competency. These are things that every other country seems to get done, but this country can't. Secondly, the other leg I talked about was capital investment. When we look at capital investment, that is the money that powers the technology, that powers the worker. And we have decisions to make as a society as to how much money we have put into the public sector, which is incredibly important, and how much money we put in the private sector, which I would argue is just as important and if not more important, because the private sector is that economy. It's what's driving the money flow. If we don't have a vibrant private sector generating revenue and income for the rest of our economy, that means we won't have a vibrant public sector, because the taxes come from the private sector. They come from the small business owner who's working 20 out of 24 hours a day. But our current regulatory regime, as well as our taxation regime, is not fair to these individuals. And in fact, even this government's approach to business, it's stifling growth. It's preventing winning from happening. Because, and I say this not for partisan reasons per se, but it does sort of illuminate where this government stands with respect to business. When they called small business owners tax cheats, that doesn't just affect the bottom line, it also affects the way that people think about business. It shows the way that this government thinks about business. When in reality, without that strong business, without those entrepreneurs, without those doers in our society, we won't have the revenue that we need to fund our very important public sector programs. And then the final leg of which I'm going to talk about today is with respect to our workers. So our workers are, I think, in fact, I know, are the best in the world. We have so many intelligent, hardworking women and men across this great country that go to work every day. But what's happening to them is, over these last 8 years, I mean, it just isn't fair. I don't know how else to put it. So let's start by discussing what this government's doing directly, and then we can talk about what it's doing indirectly to our workers. So there's something called the marginal effective tax rate. What that marginal effective tax rate really means is how much do you pay for the next dollar to the government. And so that involves both taxation and clawbacks. It is still just shocking to me. It's shocking to me that we have Canadians earning less than $50,000 who on their next dollar earned will be giving upwards of 70, 80, even 90 cents back to a government. Can you imagine, for those of us who have children, imagine saying to them, you know what, I'm going to give you an allowance. Okay, I want you to shovel the snow, which is no doubt coming. I want you to rake the leaves or whatever, and I'm going to give you $10 an hour to do it. But oh, by the way, I'm going to take $9 an hour back. It's unbelievable the impact that would have in terms of the taking away from workers. So in sum, we need to improve the productivity of our country through reductions in red tape, reductions in taxation, so that we can have the productivity we need to make sure that there are great, high-paying union jobs across this country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister for Citizen Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend opposite for his relatively nonpartisan speech. In the spirit of the holidays, I just wanted to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas, and to say that upon reflection, I think it's important for all of us to realize that no matter what party we sit in this House, we all represent Canadians, and we all, at the end of the day, play for the same team. I recently had a chance to meet the member opposite's son, who happens to share a birthday with my daughter, and I know that he wants to build a great country for my daughter in the same way that I want to build a great country for his son, and that's something that I think all members of this House can come together on. We agree with a lot of the things and ideas that he talked about. I am also excited by open banking. I'm also excited by patent boxes. In fact, that's something that I've worked on for some time. I often think that there is a wonderful opportunity for the opposition in this House, not just to oppose, but to propose. And I think good ideas can come from all sides of the House. So I congratulate the member opposite for a year of hard work, for his relatively nonpartisan speech. And I will end my comment with by agreeing with him, which is in the last part of his statement where he said, our workers are the best workers in the world. Well, Merry Christmas to everyone, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Peterborough.
We agree unanimously with respect to our workers being the best in the world. With respect to the rest of it, it may be on division. Thank you very much for those kind words. And I did very much enjoy working with this member on the finance committee. What I would say is I do believe, Madam Speaker, that everyone in here wants the best for Canada and Canadians. The difference, though, between every other party in this House and the Conservatives is that they will define compassion as to how many people the government helps. We will define compassion as how many people the government does not have to help.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may, I would just like to have this opportunity to wish a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah to all of the colleagues here and to residents of my community in Kelowna Lake Country. I would like to thank the member for his speech today, and he did talk a lot about the cost of living and people needing how people's paychecks aren't going as far as they used to. So I'm wondering if he can maybe just expand a little bit on how inflation and how interest rates are affecting families and how really the decisions of this government have caused inflation and have caused interest rates. If you could maybe comment on that, interest rates increasing.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that was part of my speech. Unfortunately, I didn't make it there, but we've got a double-edged sword here because Canadians are getting hit twice. One, because of low economic growth, the worst since the Great Depression. Canadians' wages are not increasing, and then on the other hand, because this government's propensity to outspend any reasonable metric, we have inflation, which is driving up the cost. So we have Canadians earning more, paying less, which is why the polls look like they do.
Member for Skeena Buckley Valley. On a question?
On a question? Yeah, sure. Okay. I know I'm speaking next, so maybe this will just flow right into my speech. Who knows? And I thank my colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for his remarks. And in the spirit of the holidays, I wonder if he would grant me a few words about the topic of the bill, which is the use of replacement workers during strikes and lockouts. I listened intently to what he shared with this House, and while he touched on many different topics, and I know that he's a very intelligent person, he did not speak to the actual topic of the bill at hand, Bill C-58, which is about finally banning replacement workers during strikes and lockouts. And I missed the first about 30 seconds or minute of his speech, so perhaps I missed it, but if he could repeat it for me, I'd much appreciate it.
Honourable Member for Peterborough, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I actually outlined the Conservative position on this bill in the first 30 seconds. I'm sorry you missed it, but but what I will say is this is a little bit of a microcosm of the way that Conservatives see the world as opposed to NDP folks, and I do have a ton of respect for that member. But that being said, is that in order to have those strong union jobs, those jobs that pay the bills, we need a strong economy, and that's what Conservatives are committed to bringing to Canada.
Before I give the floor to the Honourable Member to Skinavakli Valley, I just would like to wish everyone a very happy Christmas and a great start to 2024. Et je vous remercie à toutes et à tous.
I'd like to thank all of you for your support over the last few months. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a real distinct honor to rise this evening and speak to Bill C-58, which bans the use of replacement workers in strikes and lockouts. This is a bill that is the result of a lot of work over a lot of years by a lot of folks. The other day I had a chance to stand at the press conference out here in the foyer when the tabling of this bill was announced, and standing there listening to labor leaders about the long history behind this bill, how long workers in this country have been fighting to have their rights protected, to ensure that when they make that difficult decision to go on strike, they're not going to be at risk of violence. Their rights to collectively bargain aren't going to be undermined by the use of replacement workers. This is an effort that has taken place over more than 100 years. And certainly I'm proud to rise as part of the NDP, a party whose roots are in labor and which has worked for the past over 15 years to bring forward bills time and time again in this House that would do precisely what is done by Bill C-58. This is really a momentous occasion, and I wanted to take a moment to read into the record part of an email that I received from a constituent who reached out and wanted me to understand what this bill means for him in his workplace. He writes to me, he says, hello, Mr. Backrack. I don't know, can I use my own name, Madam Speaker? He didn't say hello, member for Skinavakli Valley, but there you have it. In the spirit of Christmas, you'll allow me. My constituent writes, I've been a union member for over 13 years while working at TELUS. I've seen TELUS attempt to get away with bullying and scare tactics in the workplace to reduce the numbers of our union members and their voice, then benefit from it at the bargaining table. Negotiation after negotiation. This time around, we lost more again. I plead with you to assist in pushing the anti-scab legislation forward to prevent large corporations from allowing scabs or replacement workers in to do our work during a dispute and undermining our negotiations. And I think, Madam Speaker, that really speaks to the significance of this bill for working people across this country. Nobody takes the decision to go on strike lightly. This is something that affects the families of working people, and they need to know that when they make that difficult decision and when they choose to exercise their constitutionally protected right to strike, that their rights are going to be respected and that their rights are not going to be undermined. They're going to be able to fight for better wages.
Merci beaucoup.
And to do so in a way that results in a fair and equitable deal at the end of the day. So, Madam Speaker, I think that brings my 4 minutes to an end. It's far too little time to really do justice to such an important issue, but I just want to say how proud I am to stand in this House and support this bill. I do hope that our Conservative friends down the way will also see fit to support C-58. Yeah. What better message to send to the working people of this country than to vote unanimously for this bill to ban replacement workers? And I've listened intently, and I have a lot of respect for many of my colleagues down the way. I've listened intently to what they've said on this bill, and I do believe...
I'm sorry. I do have to unfortunately interrupt parce que comme il est 17h30, la Chambre abordera...
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-355, Prohibition of the Export of Horses by Air for Slaughter Act, standing in the name of Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
And before we start, I have the honor to inform the House that that messages have been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act and to make related amendments to other acts, and Bill S-14, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act the Canada National Marine Conservation Areas Act, the Rouge National Urban Park Act, and the National Parks of Canada Fishing Regulations. Yes, debate. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-355. If passed, Bill C-355 would prohibit the export of live horses from Canada for the purpose of being slaughtered. I assume that the Liberals and the activists behind this legislation have deliberately chosen the word slaughter in their communication strategy in hopes to evoking an emotional outcry from Canadians. While some Canadians may not like hearing the word slaughter, as a lifelong farmer myself, I think it is important to point out that the humane slaughter of animals is something that has been sustained our society since human existence. It is the humane and responsible slaughter of animals that will continue to sustain the world, especially during a time of such high food insecurity. Instead of focusing on addressing the worst cost of living crisis in a generation, the Liberals are more focused on targeting Canadian livestock producers in an attempt to score cheap political points. In typical Liberal fashion, they have chosen to divide, distract, and stigmatize once again. Madam Speaker, most Canadians are unfamiliar with Canada's horse export industry and the details of horse meat consumption. Although the consumption of horse meat is not very popular in Canada, it's important to note that over 1 billion people worldwide consume horse meat as a form of protein. The vast majority of horses exported from Canada for consumption go to our friends in Japan, a nation whose culture highly regards horses. It may surprise some Canadians, but even here in Canada, over 1,000 tons of horse meat are consumed annually. I know my colleagues from Quebec are used to seeing horse meat available for purchase in grocery stores across the province. Exporting horses for consumption is not a practice exclusive to Canada. The United Kingdom, Argentina, Belgium, Poland, Brazil, France, Netherlands, and Uruguay all export horses for consumption. Here in Canada, there are currently over 300 breeders who raise horses for export. These livestock breeders and producers make living through their work in the segment of Canada's agriculture industry. And while some members have no regard for these families whose livelihoods depend on raising horses for export, many of these producers live in my constituency where I represent in Parliament. So when we debate the proposed Liberal law that would kill this industry, I believe it's paramount that members understand the impact it will have on the livelihoods of Canadian producers. Last year, Canada exported $19 million in horses for consumption. If this legislation passes, that means $19 million will be removed from our rural economies. Much will be removed from Indigenous communities. In fact, of the Canadian horses exported for consumption, 25% of the horses come from Indigenous herds owned and managed by Canadian Indigenous breeders. Over the past 8 years, this Prime Minister has never shown any understanding for the livelihoods of rural Canadians, so I'm not surprised to see his government support this legislation without considering rural Canada. However, while the economic impacts of this bill are concerning, the most disturbing aspect of this proposed law is the underlying notion that producers have no regard for the welfare of the animals they raise. The notion is false and extremely insulting to Canadian producers. As someone who's personally raised livestock for export and consumption, I can just assure you Canadian producers take the highest level of care in treating their animals. I do not tolerate animal abuse, nor does Canada's agriculture producers. Canada is recognized across the world as a leader in the safe and responsible production of animals. Bill C-355 fails to recognize the strict standards followed by Canadian producers. This is just another prime example of how disconnected the current NDP Liberal government is from the realities in Canadian agriculture industry. Madam Speaker, the political ideology of this government has distracted its members from the facts when it comes to the export of horses. Fact is, since 2013, 41,000 horses have been exported from Canada for consumption. Fact is, of those 41,000 horses, the mortality rate at all stages of transport is 0.012%. Fact is, since 2014, 0 deaths have occurred as a result of transport. And fact is, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency ensures that veterinary inspectors are present at airports to make sure that every shipment of live horses, regardless of purpose, are compliant with animal welfare regulations. But these facts don't matter to this NDP Liberal government. This government has no shame in pushing forward an emotionally driven narrative that totally disregards the facts. The Liberals rather share anecdotes than share the facts of how Canadian producers follow some of the world's most stringent transport requirements for livestock. Madam Speaker, let's be honest. The only reason the Liberals are moving ahead with this politically motivated and scientifically baseless legislation is because of a group of self-proclaimed activists who have never raised livestock for a living. These activists have singled out one species of livestock solely to exploit society's emotional connection to horses. But let's not be fooled. The activists who want to pass this legislation are the same people who want to outlaw the sale of fur and erase Canada's hunting and trapping heritage. These activists are the same people who believe livestock shouldn't be raised for personal consumption. These are the same activists who believe feeding your family with nutritious meat is morally wrong. I don't believe this for a second that these activists will stop at horses if this bill becomes law. The fact is that these activists don't believe any animal should be transported for slaughter to feed the world. So my question is, what is next? Is it pigs? Is it sheep? Is it chickens? Is it goats? Cows? Where does this end? I don't think this activist-led campaign against the responsible production of consumption of animals does end. It's because of these constant attacks against responsible animal use that I fear not only for Canadian producers, but also for the millions of people around the world who are hungry because of food insecurity. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I want to note that industry experts are raising concerns too. The Canadian Meat Council, Equestrian Canada, the Horse Welfare Alliance, the Canadian Quarter Horse Association, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and many Canadian equine veterinarian practitioners oppose this legislation. I hope that every member of this House takes the time to visit one of the 300-plus breeders in Canada who raise horses for export before they vote on this legislation. Maybe they will understand the facts and the realities of the industry before punishing Canadian producers again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great speech.
Reprise le débat. L'honorable député de Berthier.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'm very happy to speak to the House tonight about Bill C-355. This bill would prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter. This is a very specific bill. I listened to the remarks of the colleague who just spoke. The colleague made some interesting points, in the conservative way, of course. But the colleague raised some issues. I like how my colleagues are reacting to what I just said. But the colleague did raise some concerns about where this bill will take us. The Bloc Québécois, I'll say right off the bat, that there are some parts of this bill which have been studied. Well, in fact, we don't support the principle of the bill, but we're willing to listen, see different arguments, and hear different arguments about the bill. The last colleague said that this bill appeals to people's emotions. We heard from witnesses and experts who said that Canada was built on the backs of horses, that horses helped us build Canada. So some feel that horses are more like domestic animals or pets than comparable to cows or chickens or other livestock. But that's not clear whether they're more like livestock or more like pets, and I worry about what precedent this might set. We export many live animals. not necessarily with a view to mistreat them. For example, baby pigs are exported live to be fattened abroad. Some animals are exported to Japan and then kept there for some time. That's part of the ritual process in Japan. The animal has to have been fed there in Japan. So this bill raises many questions. First question, if it's cruel to export live animals, and I don't deny that it can be in some circumstances, but if it's cruel, why are we only legislating to protect one animal? Why aren't we legislating to prevent, for example, the exportation of all animals? And that's what New Zealand has done. They banned the export of all live animals. And in Great Britain, they have banned exportation for the purposes of slaughter. Is exporting a live animal for slaughter necessarily more cruel than exporting for purchase? There are different breeds of horses which are sold abroad, for example, for horse shows. And so should we necessarily ban exporting those animals? And those animals who are exported, which are exported for reasons other than slaughter, are they necessarily exported in a more humane manner? These questions merit further study. There are many questions. Next question, why only by air? What's the difference between air transport and truck transport? I don't know which is necessarily more comfortable for animals. If we're concerned about animal welfare during transportation, should we not perhaps review transportation standards for all modes of transportation? That's a second question I'm raising. So should we perhaps review how we do air transportation, review the standards? Is it in cages? There was a review of our legislation that's strengthening in 2020. Now, I did say that the Bloc Québécois is against the principle of the bill, but I don't want anyone to feel that the Bloc Québécois does not support animal welfare. In fact, we strongly support animal welfare. Industry-wise, no industry will be viable if the animals are in poor health or being mistreated. No one in this parliament wants to mistreat animals. It is our goal to eventually cease exportation of animals for slaughter. A Conservative colleague mentioned that possibility earlier. This is an interesting discussion. When we vote on legislation, Madam Speaker, we need to be quite vigilant and attentive to all issues. So why is this bill only about horses? Why are we having this new bill about horses rather than amending other acts, such as the Health of Animal Act? I'd like to raise another issue, Madam Speaker. That is the nebulous intentions of the Liberal government. They often make lovely, lofty promises. They promise to do great things, which never really occur. And I get the impression that that's the case here. The colleague who spoke before me mentioned advocacy groups. I've seen communications from advocacy group who are calling on us to stop exporting live horses. So maybe this has been promised to them to please these advocacy groups. The former agriculture minister, in fact, in her mandate letter was included the banning of exporting live horses. Now, this is taking the form of a private member's bill. So, does this mean that the Liberal government made that commitment without really understanding what that would entail, or they didn't really feel like moving forward, so they asked a private member to table a private member's bill so that they can say to advocacy groups, look what we've accomplished, but the bill may in fact die on the order paper, or be voted down, so the government will not accomplish what it promised. When one makes commitments, one must follow through. I often say the exact same thing in my speeches, I know that, but could the government commit and then do what they commit to doing? It's only empty promises that the government doesn't really commit to. So I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but I just wanted to raise that issue of promises which are not kept, Madam Speaker. This may be a cultural matter, or it might be about our feelings, about which animals matter more than others. What about other animals? Will we stop exporting live pigs, live cows, live poultry? If this is about how we feel, well, some people say that horses are very sensitive. Well, pigs are also very sensitive. Pigs are, in fact, so sensitive that we have clear instructions regarding transportation of pigs to decrease the stress of the pigs. So there are rules about the size of the enclosure, for example, how much water the pigs have to drink. Thousands of animals are exported live every year. This bill would only change things for one animal, and it's rather specific, so we don't support the bill in principle. We're open to being convinced, though, otherwise. So please do try to convince us otherwise, but as it stands, we don't understand why we would prohibit the exportation by air of one animal species. All animals are important. All animals deserve to be treated humanely. If we want to ensure animal welfare without compromising animal production, that might also be one of the hidden goals of this bill. I'm not suggesting anything formally, but that's possible. But if the goal truly is animal welfare, then why don't we sit down and review our animal transportation standards, which were in fact reviewed recently, though. The Bloc Québécois does agree that in some circumstances, some aspects may need to be reviewed, but the bill as it stands, we require further convincing. We will listen to debates and arguments and see how things evolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge a staffer in my office who was a page last year who diligently served here in this House, who's celebrating a birthday today. Jacob Wilson, happy 20th birthday. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to stand in support of my colleague's private member's bill C-55, the Prohibition of the Export of Horses by Air for Slaughter Act. During his speech during the first hour of debate, the member for Kitchener-Conestoga spoke admirably about the significance horses have had throughout Canadian history, including the important symbol they provide our Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the special relationships that so many Canadians have with horses. Our Liberal government knows that Canadians are deeply concerned with the live export of horses for slaughter. In 2021, as a part of the Liberal Party platform, we pledged to move forward on improving protections for our animals and species around the world. This commitment was also listed in the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods 2021 mandate letter. A part of this pledge includes banning the live export of horses for slaughter, and the member for Kitchener-Conestoga's bill delivers on this promise. We know that there are different views on this issue, but I want to reassure this House that I've heard the concerns of Canadians. Almost 27,000 pieces of correspondence on this issue has been received by the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. The goal of Bill C-355 to ban the export for horses for slaughter is shared across party lines for many years with many bills and petitions. The Member of Parliament for Cowichan Malahat Langford also tabled a petition to ban this practice, which had over 36,000 signatures. It is abundantly clear that Canadians want to see this practice to come to an end. Several countries, including the United States and the United Kingdom, have already banned this practice, and as many honourable colleagues noted back in November, it is time for Canada to join them. Now, I would like to remind members of this House, Bill C-355 proposes to create a new act that would prohibit the export of horses by air for slaughter. Horse exporters would be required to provide a written declaration that exported horses are not for the purpose of slaughter or fattening for slaughter. First, a bit of background, Madam Speaker. Last year, some 2,600 horses were exported from Canada for slaughter. The number of horses exported for slaughter has decreased significantly over the past decade, which had reached a peak of 7,000 horses in 2014. All horses exported for this purpose are transported by aircraft. Currently, all horses exported live for slaughter are for a niche market, providing draft or cross-draft horses to foreign countries for further fattening prior to the horses being slaughtered for human consumption. This market requires the horses to be exported live, as the horses are slaughtered and the horse meat is consumed raw. The initial consultations with producers, including Indigenous producers, as well as other players along the transportation and export supply chain. These consultations included producers, feedlot operators, exporters, and freight forwarders to organize shipments. Horses bound for export may come from different types of farms, ranging from small multi-purpose producers who are also breeding horses for other primary uses, to larger operations specifically breeding for this market. Our government takes the issue of animal welfare very seriously. Canada is a leader in animal welfare, with a unique and robust system in place to ensure that animals are well cared for through all stages of production. Our government has heard the views of concerned Canadians and remains committed to ban the export of live horses for slaughter. For this reason, I would like to thank the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga for bringing forward a bill that does not amend the Health of Animals Act, but rather positions this as a standalone act to address a concern of so many Canadians. Agricultural and Agri-Food Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency have been engaging with a variety of stakeholders, including animal rights advocacy groups, provincial governments, industry representatives, and Indigenous organizations. These engagements were pursued to better understand the point of view of various stakeholders and the potential impacts of a prohibition on the live export of horses for slaughter. Our government continues to perform its due diligence to minimize potential unintended consequences related to any changes in policies or laws. I appreciate that the member from Kitchener-Conestoga took into consideration when drafting Bill C-355 that horses which are transported for other reasons like sporting events will not be impacted by this bill. We value the perspectives of all stakeholders. I appreciate that the member from Kitchener-Conestoga committed to continuing his collaborative approach as the parliamentary process plays out.
I know that our government also remains committed to working collectively with all relevant stakeholders to advance the work underway to meet our platform and mandate letter commitment. This includes, but is not limited to, engagement with animal rights advocacy groups, provincial governments, industry representatives, Indigenous business owners and organizations, and Canadians, to obtain information and their points of view regarding this important issue. To summarize, Madam Speaker, our government is committed to addressing the concerns expressed by Canadians. We remain committed to working and engaging with key stakeholders, provincial and territorial partners, Indigenous communities, and animal rights advocacy groups to better understand the potential impacts of a ban. Once again, I thank the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga for bringing this important bill before this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member starts. I just want to make sure that other members know that I didn't recognize them. If they wish to participate in the debate, they might want to stand up if there's enough time. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe, because I'm sure that they want to hear what their colleague has to say.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I begin this debate a little heavy-hearted because this is an issue that's near and dear to me, and I just want to reiterate what I just heard. I just heard the Member of Parliament for Calgary-Skyview advocate against jobs in his own riding in the Calgary airport, shipping horses from a bill from the member from Kitchener-Conestoga. And apparently this is the pressing issue in Kitchener-Conestoga. You know, it's not affordability, it's not any other issue like daycare or crime or violence in our communities and streets or people using food banks. The most pressing issue in Kitchener-Conestoga apparently is what some Métis people in Alberta are doing and a few farmers in Manitoba, Alberta, and Quebec are doing when it comes to horses. So I rise to speak. It's a niche market. I'll freely admit that. My constituents admit that, but it's important. It's an important issue, and I'm referring to obviously this notion of somehow selecting out and singling out horses for export from our agricultural community. So in essence, the government and their acolytes in the Senate have launched a two-pronged attack. The first bill here is C-355, which we are debating today, and of course the second bill is S-270. Both of these bills prohibit the export of live horses from Canada for the purposes of slaughter. The primary difference is that Bill C-355 only restricts that export by air, while the Senate bill does so more generally and broadly. And since this issue is not often discussed in the public domain, other than misinformation campaigns, I would like to begin my speech today with a few key statistics and information about this valuable industry. There are only 347 breeders in Canada, exporting a total of 2,600 animals for slaughter in the last year of 2022. And for the education of my colleague from Calgary-Skyview who just spoke, he said that we used to export 7,000. Well, that's because we used to have PMU barns who used to produce a lot more horses because of that pregnant mare urine, which is a biotic used for the creation of birth control. So as that was phased out in favor of therapeutics, the number of horses has gone down, but we still need a market for these animals, Madam Speaker. But he wouldn't know that. I don't think there's a whole lot of horse breeders or horse raisers in Calgary-Skyview, which is fine. I always take a lot of humor in listening to sometimes my liberal colleagues from urban areas talking about how much they clearly don't know about agriculture, but the number is complemented by another 10,840 live horses that are also exported, but not for the purpose of slaughter. So basically a 5-to-1 ratio of horses that are actually exported, not for slaughter. But who's going to know what the motives are of the buyer of that particular horse when it is purchased in Canada and shipped on an airplane? So while the distribution of this industry is, like I said, is spread across the country, in my province of Alberta, Ontario, Manitoba, this is where the most volume of these animals come from, and it should be noted that 25% of these horses come from Indigenous herds. I remember when this government used to say there's no relationship more important to it than that with its First Nations people. So a quarter of this industry is actually providing income and stability to the economic viability of First Nations, primarily the Métis in Alberta. Canada consumes 1,000 to 1,200 tons of horse meat every year. This is mainly in La Belle Province of Quebec, and over 1 billion people, almost 16%, so almost 2 in 10 people on this planet consume horse meat. 2 in 10, almost. 16 in 100. Almost 20% of human beings on the planet consume horses. That's an astounding number. But apparently, it's not good enough for those who don't know the industry, don't know anything about agriculture, never represented anybody in agriculture, so they're just going to shut down this industry. It's also, Madam Speaker, very healthy meat. 20% more protein than beef, 25% less fat, 20% less sodium, and double the iron of a beef sirloin. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know why my colleagues across the way are protesting so much. So now that we have a picture, Madam Speaker, of what this industry looks like in this country, I would like to state what the Liberals propose to do with Bill C-355, and it's nothing short of shameful. The bill will require an unreasonable regulatory process to be undertaken prior to any flight being allowed to depart with a horse on board. This includes a signed declaration that the horses are not being exported for slaughter to be approved by the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Could you imagine? There's about 5 minutes when the plane pushes back from the gate that the pilots have the authority to get their documentations, get everything signed, and push back and take off. But now we have to have an approved letter from the Minister of Agriculture just before pushback. I'm sure that's going to be an interesting bureaucratic hoop to jump through. And then this declaration must be in the hands of the pilots of that aircraft and the Chief Customs Officer of the airport. And if it's contravened, the consequences of this act would be devastating. On the higher end, fines may be up to $250,000 or result in imprisonment for a term of not more than 2 years or both. You get less for violating a gun prohibition order in this country, Madam Speaker. But this is the way the folks across the aisle think about these particular issues. There's nothing more damaging to Canada, apparently, than a farmer. This is not speculation, Madam Speaker. The Airline Pilots Association, the International for Canada, and has expressed their concerns about the bill, and they represent 95% of the unionized pilot workforce employed at 21 airlines. The result of this bill is that it will essentially restrict the air transportation of all horses in and out of Canada for all purposes. Not only does this bill impose an unfair burden of proof on the pilots and exporters, who can't always be assured of what the end use is of the horse that's on board, but it also dissuades them from even taking any live horses as cargo due to the overly punitive fines. And as previously mentioned, Canada exports 10,840 live horses for purposes other than slaughter. This bill will inadvertently hurt those producers as well, and it makes it harder for them to find air shippers that are willing to take their cargo. For example, this may cause delays for those who need to fly horses used in Olympic competition, or those horses who engage in other equestrian competitions, or horses that are simply sold for their genetics and used in breeding programs elsewhere in the world. These delays could jeopardize their opportunities to compete, represent their country internationally, and we would lose things like spruce meadows, we would lose show jumping, we would have all kinds of problems, even applying for an Olympic bid in this country, because somebody would bring their horse here and would like to take it home with them. Not a chance in Canada, say the Liberals. I must say that this bill is not just about the export of horses. It is part of a larger issue, and that being of a general assault on the Canadian farmer. Already burdened by costly carbon taxes and excessive regulations. We saw this disregard for farmers again recently when the Liberal-controlled independent senators blocked C-234's passage through the Senate, and finally when they did pass it, they amended it to gut the bill of its impact. Instead of healing the urban-rural divide, this government is still stoking it. This debate is personal for me, Madam Speaker, as the horse exporting industry is prominent in my riding of Red Deer-Lacombe. A testament to this importance can be found in some of the feedback that I have received from constituents and stakeholders. As you can imagine, in mixed and rural ridings such as mine, the impact of such legislation can be an oversized importance. This includes a member of Alberta Métis group, part of a larger statement to us that they have stated, Madam Speaker, and I'll quote, "There has been no consultation with Indigenous producers and people on the plan to ban the export of live horses. The Canadian government has a history of stepping on Indigenous farmers." There is a duty to consult in the Constitution. And they haven't done it with this bill, Madam Speaker. I would also like to point out that the rationale for banning this bill is based on our so-called premise on animal welfare, which is all based on misinformation and untruths. This is especially the case when it comes to claims of mistreatment and abuse of these animals when it comes to their transportation. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I grew up on a farm. Our animals on the farm are the most important thing that we have. They're part of our business. We have to treat them well and with respect because our business depends on, and our livelihood depends on the health and viability of these animals. And since 2013, over 41,000 horses have been exported. Of those 41,000, the mortality rate at all stages of transport, all, not just the airplane, all stages of transport, is 0.012%. This is basically statistically insignificant. And I want to highlight that no deaths as a result of transportation of these animals has occurred since 2014. Madam Speaker, there is no reason. We have veterinary oversight. We have very stringent transportation rules for animals. This is a clear campaign by misinformed individuals who simply want to make an emotional argument to try and shut down an industry that they ideologically disagree with. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely frustrating for not only my constituents, but for all farmers. This is the slippery slope, Madam Speaker. I urge all my colleagues in this bill to vote against this bill.
Maybe I'll just also ask the Sergeant at Arms just to maybe go out into the outside of the lobby. There's somebody on the phone, and that's what we hear every once in a while, a loud voice of somebody on the phone. I see him walking back and forth there. So, resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga has a right to reply for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here today to discuss an issue that's important to me and to many Canadians, my private member's bill C-355, which seeks to ban the export of live horses for slaughter. I tabled this private member's bill in September, and I continue hearing and consulting with stakeholders, calls and emails as recently as today. I commit to continue this dialogue, and I'm open to hearing people's concerns and ideas. If this bill passes the second reading, it now looks like the vote will be at the end of January, and I look forward to moving this bill to the Agriculture Committee and continuing this conversation. Especially proud of the fact that I do sit on the Agriculture Committee myself. So I thank everyone for speaking today. I thank everyone who's reached out to me, members, and who's reached out to all members of Parliament throughout Canada to share your opinions about this about this practice. I want you to know that your voices are being heard. The most important thing to me, the goal that I commit to work toward, is that we join other countries in the world and ban the export of live horses for slaughter. I welcome the opportunity to work together across party lines and advance this important legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready to vote? The question is as follows.
Kitchener-Conestoga, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that Bill C-355, an act to prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter and to make related amendments to certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Si un député participant en personne des...
If a member participating in person wants the motion to be adopted or adopted on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, adoption de rapport de comité, concurrence in committee reports, resuming consideration of motion number 44 to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, room to grow, strengthening food processing capacity in Canada for food security and exports, standing in the name of Mr. Barlow.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to just first start by saying I'll be sharing my time with the excellent member for Red Deer Lacombe. Madam Speaker, it's a very challenging time for Canadians. We've seen that food price inflation is that of which we've never seen before in this country. Food bank usage is at an all-time high. A third of all food bank users are children. And we've seen the reports from the experts that the inflationary policies of the NDP Liberal government are contributing to food price inflation. Canadians are, as we move into the holiday season, they're getting ready for Christmas, and they're struggling. Rents are up, mortgage payments are up, the interest that people are paying on everything that they've borrowed on, whether it's a line of credit or a credit card or their vehicle loans, their payments are up. And they're looking for a little bit of relief. And when we talk about food in particular, the food that we get doesn't come from the grocery store. That's not its point of origin. Food comes from the farmers who grow it. And one way that we can address food insecurity and food price inflation is by reducing some of the pressure that is on our farmers, our producers. And Conservatives put forward a common sense bill, C-234. And 234 would remove the carbon tax for our farmers on their grain drying, on their heating and cooling of their buildings. And when we have farmers paying, an average of $150,000 for their carbon tax bill, and it's set to quadruple with these Liberals, it's incredibly concerning what the effect, the downstream effect of that is going to be for Canadians when they go to the grocery store. Because our farmers have two options, really. They can either cut production to cut their carbon tax bill, or they can pass the increased costs onto consumers who are already feeling the effects of the food price inflation. This is, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, an unsustainable path that they've put us on. And what you'll hear from Liberal members is that, well, the alternative is Canada's Conservatives, and they would cut. What we will cut is Liberal corruption. What we will cut is Liberal taxes. And I can list a few of the areas very quickly where they've found no dollar that they're not willing to take from Canadians' pockets and put in the form of taxes. And instead of helping Canadians out, they help friends and insiders out. Of course, we had the infamous $54 million Arrive scam. This is not a project that Conservatives support. We would cut that kind of spending. The billions of dollars that they've given to their friends in high-priced consulting fees, and in a true Liberal fashion, when they were called out on their high-priced consultants, no one ever having spent more on consulting than these Liberals, they hired a consultant to tell them how to spend less on consultants, and that cost taxpayers $750,000. So we would cut that. You
take a look at the $1 billion green slush fund, which is mired in scandal. We had a whistleblower at committee just this week talk about $150 million, and these Liberals allowed that money to line the pockets of well-connected insiders. We have two Liberal appointees who are now under investigation by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner for voting to give themselves $600,000 between the two of them. We would cut that kind of spending, and of course, we would root out that kind of corrupt behavior. Another director on that board also has been identified as having furthered their own interests.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, when I was speaking on the agricultural report and concurrence, I didn't talk about the corruption that was there with Stephen Harper.
So it is a point of debate. No, it is a point of debate. So I would just ask members when they rise on the point of order to please specify the standing order that they're speaking on. But that is a point of debate. And the other thing is instead of trying to interrupt members or making comments while the member is speaking, I would ask members to please wait because there's going to be an opportunity for questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, they can't even help but heckle the Speaker when they're so desperate, when that member's so desperate to try and defend the indefensible. And that's Liberal corruption that's costing Canadians, and it's forcing them to go and skip meals. Their inflationary spending isn't for legacy projects. They're not. It's not to build bridges or build homes. It's to line the pockets of insiders. Well, we have tent cities that didn't exist 8 years ago. Well, we have food bank use in numbers that didn't exist 8 years ago, and corruption, the likes of which has never existed in this country except for under this NDP Liberal government. It's clear that after 8 years of this Prime Minister that he's not worth that cost. He's not worth the cost of record food bank usage. He's not worth the cost of record food price inflation. He's not worth the cost of scandals. It's hard not to be disappointed in your government when every day there is a new scandal. And these Liberals just can't help but jump up to defend the indefensible. And we saw it today, in fact, when the industry minister stood up and was very animated in defense of all of the conduct at the $1 billion green slush fund. Look, these are Liberal appointees who are under investigation. I understand that there might be an initial instinct, but many months have passed. They've seen the evidence. The Auditor General has now launched an investigation. That's the stage that we're at. We're at the stage where we have many millions of dollars go missing, and instead of saying we're going to get Canadians your money back and we're going to make sure that everyone who had anything to do with it is held fully accountable, and of course we're going to clean house. Everyone is fired. They fired nobody, not a single person. They haven't sought to recover a single dollar. I've got to tell you, my first call would be to the RCMP, because with Canadians starving and struggling and freezing in the dark, that's the kind of reaction that we should have to misappropriation and embezzlement. Not looking to jump up and, as I said, defend corrupt practices. And that's why we've put forward common sense solutions, like Bill C-234. And it's horrible to have seen the pressure that the PMO and his radical environment minister used to have senators amend that bill before sending it back here. It's brutal. It could have provided real relief to Canadians. It could have had a real effect on food price inflation. It could have contributed to food security for Canadians. And while the Liberals may have given up on doing the right thing, we are always going to stand up for Canadians, and we're going to bring home lower prices and food that people can afford. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting the member talks about food security. You know, when you talk about the issue of affordability, at the end of the day, you will find the impact of what's happening in Europe is having more of an impact than the price on pollution here in Canada on the issue of inflation. And yet, what did the Conservative Party do, Madam Speaker, in regards to Europe? Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 times. They voted against Ukraine, whether it was the trade agreement or budgetary allocations. That does nothing in terms of world or European stability, which has an impact on food prices. My question to the member is that as opposed to trying to have his fairy tales of corruption as if it only happens, Madam Speaker, in his mind, why doesn't he recognize the fact that the Conservative approach on substantive policies like Ukraine, the member opposite and his caucus in its entirety votes against Ukraine at every opportunity they've had in the last number of weeks, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I'll offer some facts to the Parliamentary Secretary. The Auditor General of Canada is investigating the embezzlement and corruption at the Liberal $1 billion Green Slush Fund. That's a fact. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating not 1, but 2 Liberal appointees to the $1 billion Green Slush Fund for their conflicts of interest in voting for motions that put hundreds of thousands of dollars in their own pocket. That's a fact. The report that was commissioned by the government found $40 million in misappropriated funds, but a whistleblower has now said that there's $150 million in misappropriated funds. Madam Speaker, these Liberals have sent gas turbines to Russia. They've sent detonators that are blowing up Ukrainian soldiers, and they voted with Russia in support of Hamas at the United Nations. We're not taking any lessons on foreign policy from these jokers today or any day.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Langer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague about his interpretation of, well, of what we saw from the Minister of Industry. Essentially, it was theater when he brought in the grocery bosses to committee and asked them to simply force price stabilization. Whereas those same CEOs came to the Agriculture Committee and said they hadn't changed their practices or the prices. So I'd like to hear what he thinks about that. Rather than taking the committee's recommendations that were already there, why just try to call them in to be impressive and gain popular support?
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I thank the member for the question. Look, the same theater that we saw from the minister when talking about his refusal to take action on the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, an awful lot of motion, like he was quite blustery, but he wanted us to confuse that for action. He's not taking any action there, and he's not taking any action on food price affordability. When standing committees particularly make recommendations, those should be the first thing that the minister looks at, instead of having a big show trial where he brings in grocery CEOs to look them in the eye and talk sternly to them. We've presented concrete ways that they can bring down food price inflation, and some of those ways include passing Common Sense Conservatives Bill C-234.
Brief question, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, the member for the parliamentary secretary in debate on this seemed to doubt that there was any kind of a problem with the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, wherein members have actually admitted at committee to have voted to vote themselves money. I wonder if the member has, with whatever time he's got left, could ensure that the parliamentary secretary does have his facts straight.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, a brief answer.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's a great question from the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, who rightly identifies that it was the Liberal-appointed chair of the billion-dollar Green Slush Fund who not only moved the motion, but then voted for a motion to give herself hundreds of thousands of dollars. She put it into a company and then withdrew a salary for $120,000 from that company at a time when Canadians are struggling to feed themselves. That's what this minister is defending. That's what the parliamentary secretary is defending. It is indefensible, and we need common sense solutions like Conservative Bill C-234.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an ironic situation to be standing in the House talking about the concurrence in of a committee report dealing with strengthening food processing capacity after we just spent an hour of private members' business talking about a Liberal private members' bill that's actually going to shut down an entire portion of Canada's agricultural economy. Madam Speaker, it's bizarre to stand here today and talk about food security in the context of the greatest food insecurity time that we've ever had. Since food banks have started to record information in 1989, there has never been more demand at our food banks than right now. After 8 years of Liberal NDPs, now propped up by the NDP, doing bad policy and bad law and bad budget after bad policy, bad law, and bad budget, we find ourselves in a scenario here where inflation caused by the doubling of our national debt, all previous prime ministers combined, a little over $600 billion. This current prime minister, $600 billion in just 8 years, making the cost of everything go up. And their proudest moment was when the Prime Minister stood in this House and announced he was going to implement a carbon tax. A tax that we as Conservatives said would be a tax on everything. Here we are. Canadians choosing between heating their homes and eating. Seniors moving back in with their children. Children not even able to move out of their parents' house. Parents wondering, am I going to have my kids and my parents living in my house? There's a lot of people asking themselves those questions right now. So the Agriculture Committee studies food processing. Well, that's part of the entire supply chain, Madam Speaker. So let's take a look at how we actually get food here. Liberals would have us believe that Canada can't even produce its own food, that we somehow need to support other countries around the world in order to have food here. That's actually not true. We're actually one of 5 countries, I believe there's only 5 nations in the world that are net food exporters, and we're one of them. Yep. That's right. This means that Canada not only can make more than enough food for ourselves, but we can export food around the world, and that's what we do. Beef, grain, oilseeds, pork, and hopefully still horses, if there's any sensibility in the room. Imagine the arrogance of knowing what people should have to be able to choose on the shelf. Imagine being so knowledgeable that you could do people shopping for them right here in the House of Commons and tell them what they can and can't have. But we see that all the time with this government. It's not just on the food we eat, it's on the energy that we can use for our vehicles and for our homes and the modes of transportation we can choose. And whether it's on the firearms that we get to use when we decide to go hunting. Lots of more people are hunting these days, Madam Speaker. You're from a riding with a lot of hunters in it. That's not just necessarily because they want to. It's by necessity because of the cost of food. Lots of uptick in hunting, which is a good thing. I'm a hunter. I like that. So, carbon tax. And this is all premised on the notion that the government has, and the government has no trouble, this Liberal government has no trouble berating its own industries that it doesn't like. It berates our oil and gas sector, even though we have one of the cleanest oil and gas sectors on the planet. It berates our agricultural sector, even though we are one of the most advanced societies relying on technology. We have to be innovative. We've only got 4 or 5 months growing season in the year to grow crops. If we weren't innovative, we couldn't compete with countries that can grow grass 12 months of the year. We can't keep up with them. We need to be innovative with greenhouses. In my riding at Red Deer Lacombe, we have great greenhouses. Guess what they do to increase the efficiency of food production in the greenhouse? Any idea what they might pump into the greenhouse to make plants grow faster and help the crop be more, not only grow faster, but to be more productive? Carbon dioxide. Wow. That's what they put into the greenhouse. Crazy. I thought there was a crisis. What goes into fertilizer? Natural gas. Creation of urea. Methane. We need this so that we can use our innovative farming techniques for single pass. When I was a kid growing up on a farm in central Alberta, we used to have things like rod weeders and all kinds of other equipment that we would use. We would even contemplate summer fallow, which is leaving the ground empty for an entire growing season just to deal with the weed problem. We don't have to deal with that anymore because we have so much innovation making our land more productive and reducing our input costs. How do we reduce our input costs? By using the innovative technologies like I just talked about, which all depend on things like natural gas, the creation of fertilizer. But now that's taxed. So before the first inputs, farm fuel, we're talking about Bill C-234 right now. It was in the Senate, it was passed by this place, so that farmers could have a bit of an easier go when it comes to drying their grain. Some years you can take it off dry, some years you can't. You don't get to pick and choose. Farmers in my riding, Madam Speaker, are showing me their carbon tax bills, $18,000 a year to dry 90,000 bushels of grains and oilseeds. Where are they going to recoup that cost, Madam Speaker? Are they just going to pass it along to the consumer, to the next purchaser? They're already paying more for their fertilizer because there's a carbon tax on that as well. So before the inputs even get there, now the shipping of new farm equipment to their farm. New truck, new tractor, new cultivator, new harvester, carbon tax. Not only on the creation of that machinery, but now the shipping of that machinery. So before they even get a dollar or a kernel of grain, a cow raised, they're already paying the carbon tax on the items that were brought to that farm. Now they go through their growing season, they're harvesting. Everything that they do is taxed. They get a few little exemptions on farm fuel, and it's taxed. Then what happens? Put it in the truck, take it to wherever it is the market, right? Marketing it either to the grain terminal, taking their livestock to the auction market, wherever it happens to be, carbon tax on that fuel, carbon tax on that vehicle. And then it gets purchased by a buyer, it gets shipped someplace else in the world, carbon tax. Anytime this stuff moves or changes hands, then it hopefully ends up at a processor, which is what this report's all about. And by that time, it's already had the carbon tax applied 2 or 3 times directly or indirectly just to get enough grain over to a terminal where it's sent to a processor, and now that processor is paying a carbon tax on the electricity that they're using in the building, for the shipment of all the boxes and every other type of thing that they might have. Their entire production line is going to consume energy. Carbon tax, carbon tax, carbon tax, carbon tax. Is it any wonder that we've seen the price of food? We haven't even got to the grocery store yet, Madam Speaker. How do Canadian farmers, shippers, and processors and grocers have a chance at all when they're taxed to bring us the food that the consumer ends up having to pay the bill for? They can't do it, Madam Speaker. It's time to axe the tax. We want to help innovation for processors. Let's get out of their way, axe the tax, and make it affordable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And just today, Madam Speaker, I was alerted to something that was really unfortunate with two people in my riding. I found out that two family members of a family that I grew up with recently passed. On Tuesday, Alan Nordic passed away. May perpetual light shine upon him. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the day following, his mother passed away, Mabel Nordic, at 93. So two deaths in the family within 24 hours. Very difficult to see a mother and her son both pass away. May perpetual light shine on Mabel Nordic as well. I will be attending the funerals, the joint funeral on Monday, and my deepest condolences go to them. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, I wonder if he could highlight, if he could change one thing that this Liberal government could do in light of his speech. What would that be? Thank you.
I also want to wish to extend my condolences on behalf of myself and this House to your constituents' family. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague. Thank him for the question and obviously the difficult issue that he brought up, and I extend my support and sympathies as well. Madam Speaker, it's really quite simple. Carbon tax is a tax on everything because energy is what we use to do everything we do in our lives. It makes our economy, the entire economy rests upon our ability to have energy. It powers us with everything that we do with work, play, and our quality of life. When we tax our quality of life goes down. That's what's happening. Our productivity is going down. Our affordability is going down. Our cost of living is going up. And Canadians are struggling. It's time to axe the tax, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The questions and comments. The honourable member Selkirk into Lake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comments made by my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe and his hard work on this file, representing a large agriculture area as I do, and both of us are farm kids and have firsthand experience. And we witnessed here all fall the Liberals refusing to give carbon tax carve-out for our farmers, that they are creating food inflation, that they are creating food insecurity. And as they bring in more and more of their environmental restrictions, and now we're looking at methane, we're looking at reductions in fertilizer applications across this country, Madam Speaker, it will drive down production significantly, it will drive down profitability of our farms, and it will increase the price of food to consumers. And these Liberals would rather import food from other countries that do not have the same regulatory standards, the environmental standards that we have here in Canada, plus pay the cost of transporting all that food to feed Canadians at probably even higher costs. And that, to me, is ridiculous. Now, these guys like to talk about, making sure that we're protecting Ukraine, and as a Ukrainian Canadian, that's something that's very near and dear to my heart. But these individuals, instead of helping Ukraine by sending them more weapons, they're actually allowing detonators to go in landmines that are being planted in those fields and are actually killing Ukrainian farmers. So my question is to the honourable colleague from Red Deer Lacombe is, does he believe these Liberals are undermining food security in Canada and around the world?
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman is exactly right. He knows very well how things work right from the farm gate right to the grocery store. And he's actually, it's really sad actually to see what's transpiring in this place with the accusations from the government about support from Ukraine. If this government was actually truly supporting Ukraine, they would make absolute certain that no products leaving Canada would ever be used against our friends in Ukraine. We see that with detonators. We see that with the turbine. We've seen the humiliating incident right here in this chamber where the government hosted President Zelensky and had the unfortunate incident that led to the resignation of the previous speaker, hopefully before the resignation of the current one, Madam Speaker. We'll take no lessons from the chaps on the other side. It's time that we actually had a new government in this country to restore our credibility and reputation internationally and to restore some hope to the Canadian public.
Here, here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise, and while I'm not going to speak at length about the report at all, I do want to move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same by adding to recommendation 5 of the report a call to the government to discontinue the carbon tax, given that over 100 First Nations communities have taken the government to court because it is violating the rights of First Nations with the carbon tax on rural and remote people, and the recent request of from the Premier of the Northwest Territories, who joins other premiers for an exemption from the carbon tax. Your Lacombe is the seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, presented on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with instruction that it amend the same by adding the recommendation 5 of the report, a call to the government to discontinue the carbon tax, given that over 100 First Nation communities have taken the government to court because it is violating the rights of First Nations with the carbon tax on rural and remote people, and the recent request from the Premier of the Northwest Territories, who joins other premiers, for an exemption from the carbon tax. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? There being no further members rising pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put and recorded. Divisions are deemed requested. Conformément à l'article 660.
Pursuant to Article 666 of the Standing Orders, divisions stand deferred until Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. A few weeks ago, I asked the government when it would rein in its inflationary spending and balance the budget to bring down inflation and give Canadian homeowners interest rate relief. The parliamentary secretary took a cheap shot at the Conservative Party leader, but the main meat of his response needs some unpacking. He referred to his government supposedly working with the city of Calgary, and that point needs correcting. In the case of the city of Calgary, the minister that the parliamentary secretary speaks for wrote a threatening letter to the mayor of Calgary demanding that the city council take a specific vote on a specific proposal or lose housing accelerated funding. They weren't working with the city of Calgary, they were threatening the city, and it's a classic my way or the highway type move, one that they have sadly also undertaken with other municipalities. And I'd like to contrast that approach with the housing plan that has already been partly tabled in the House of Commons by the Conservative Party's leader, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. So under the Conservative plan, the federal government would tie municipal funding to outcomes, not by sticking their nose into municipal government's business. A Conservative government approach would respect municipal decision-making. It would simply tie national government funding to national policy objectives, and increasing the national housing supply is a critical national policy imperative. But the question that I asked remains unanswered. Under the NDP Liberal government, interest rates have gone through the roof. Even the government's own experts and all kinds of random Liberals have affirmed, without any doubt, that the government's spending and borrowing are contributing to inflation. Former Liberal finance ministers like Bill Morneau and John Manley have clearly said that the government is losing the battle against inflation because it keeps pouring gasoline on the inflationary fire. Current and former governors of the Bank of Canada have also weighed in with concern about how this government's spending and deficits make inflation worse. So the finance minister herself even admitted this earlier this year, that her government was going to have to rein in its spending to fight inflation. But then she tabled a fall economic statement with more spending, more taxes, more borrowing, and more deficits, which means more inflation and higher interest rates. Inflation has been called the cruelest tax ever. It robs workers of the value of their wages. It robs savers of the value of their savings. And it robs seniors of the value of their pensions. So inflation is crushing Canadians and lower income retirees with higher interest rates, and higher interest rates threaten mortgagors and threaten to suppress housing construction. They even threaten the entire financial system, Madam Speaker, because of the weight of mortgage asset balances. So Canadians can't afford the homes that they already own in many cases because they were forced to buy at peak prices that were bid up by a lack of supply, and now their mortgages are maturing at shockingly high rates. So under this government's watch, some were even forced into fixed payment variable rate mortgages because at the very peak of prices, qualifying calculations actually made it more advantageous to do so. So people were just trying to put a roof over their head, and they had to take on these riskier mortgages just to get into a home. And now they have negatively amortizing mortgages where their balance the balance owing is increasing. And now they're having to make either giant payments of principal or face huge increases on their payments. But they don't have any extra money, Madam Speaker. People are desperately worried they're going to lose their homes, and observers worry that the banking system itself is at risk. So I ask again, when will this government rein in its deficits, reduce its wasteful spending, get inflation under control so that interest rates can come down, and so Canadians can afford to keep a roof over their own head and builders can afford to build?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The challenges we're facing are complex and multifaceted. There is no simple solution. This is a nationwide issue that can only be solved with close cooperation between partners in every sector and all levels of government. After decades of absence at the housing table, this government has stepped up and assumed a leadership role. To this end, I'm happy to remind members what the Government of Canada is doing for Canadians and the solutions we've put forward for Canadians to find homes they can afford and improve communities across the country. On housing, we're taking a practical approach to increase the supply of all types of homes. We have to look at the housing challenge holistically. As I said, this is multifaceted with a range of factors that requires participation from all concerned. We're talking about shelters, transitional housing, community housing, affordable rental housing, and more. Each of these comes with its own unique set of challenges. So with that in mind, we're attacking it from all angles. To get more homes built, we're working with partners directly or indirectly involved in the housing sector. That includes provinces, Indigenous governments, municipalities, and private and community sectors. Thanks to various programs under the National Housing Strategy, many projects have been started in my colleague city of Calgary. One such example is the Sheriff King Home Women's Shelter. By working with the Government of Alberta, we were able to double the number of available spaces. Another example is the Temple Mount Place and Gardens Residence, which opened last spring. This 120-unit affordable housing project for seniors provides 50 affordable housing units and 70 supportive housing units, where residents have access to on-site doctors and nurses. This housing complex was made possible thanks to contributions from the National Housing Co-Investment Fund and the Canada-Alberta National Housing Strategy Bilateral Agreement and the Seed Funding Program. No doubt this initiative demonstrates the success that comes through a concentrated approach, and this is the approach we're taking to get more homes built more quickly. This government invests to ensure greater equity across the country, and it's essential to making a difference for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, he still hasn't answered my question. When are they going to rein in the spending, rein in their deficits, so that they'll get inflation under control, so that interest rates can come down, so that Canadians can get on with living their lives and not have to deal with the catastrophic effects of the inflationary and high interest rate environment that they've created. People's payments are in some cases doubling, Madam Speaker. It is normal now for a maturing mortgage to add $700 or $800 or more a month to people's payments. They can't afford it. They can't afford to keep the homes they're in. So I didn't hear an answer to his question. I heard him name tick a couple of announcements of funding and openings. But that comes amid the need for millions of new housing construction in the years to come. And the answer that I got is not going to cut it for the needs of Canadian housing, and certainly will give no relief to existing Canadian mortgage holders, which is the substance of the question that I had asked.
Parliamentary Secretary.
We have the lowest, Madam Speaker, we have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have a AAA credit rating, and all this member wants to do is cut. Last week, him and the Conservative leader voted against measures that are creating 86,000 new apartments for Canadians, including over 15,000 deeply affordable homes. They voted against emergency shelters for women and girls. They voted against veterans experience homelessness. All this party wants to do, Madam Speaker, is cut. They were absent when they were in government last, and they think cutting more will build more houses. Madam Speaker, they're absolutely wrong. We're in strong financial shape, and we're going to invest in Canadians. They're reckless, Madam Speaker. We have Canadians' backs.
The honourable member Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, Canadians just found out that the Environment Minister charged taxpayers $140,000 for his trip to China this year. The Minister's trip to China was only 2 days long. That's a cost of $70,000 a day. The Environment Minister was just in Dubai for 2 weeks. How much money did he charge taxpayers for his high-carbon trip to Dubai?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's disappointing when members, and it's their right to do so, change the topic of the question they have. I believe the Honourable Minister was actually there for 4 days. There are no points of order. The Honourable Member was there for 4 days. But what this underlines, Madam Speaker, what this underlines, and it's been the bent of the Conservative Party this entire Parliament, has been a let-it-burn philosophy for Canada. Let the country burn, to deny climate change. That honourable member ran on a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. He ran on it. But just moments ago, in this very place, he mocked that the government is concerned and Canadians are concerned about carbon dioxide. He laughed at a joke his honourable colleague told about carbon dioxide as a problem for Canadians. Climate deniers, as he sees fires and floods in communities like his across the country, all he'll come to do is remove environmental, or choose to remove environmental spending, choose to fight against Canadians, fight against an existential threat to our country, an existential threat to the world, Madam Speaker. They are not serious on climate change. Their questions show, day after day after day, show that they are unserious about this. And when billions of dollars are racked up to farmers, to communities, against infrastructure, the cost of climate change is real. And what do? Nothing. Just let it burn, Madam Speaker. It's disappointing. The Conservatives don't care. They are reckless, Madam Speaker, and it's truly unfortunate.
So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, because apparently the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary had mentioned that it was not the right topic. I just want to say that the topic that is before the House is regarding Bill 234, and the question that was asked was, we know why the Prime Minister is blocking the carbon tax carve-out for Canadian farmers. It is because his Environment Minister has threatened to quit if Bill C-234 passes. The Environment Minister does not care about Canadian farmers. He is getting off to Dubai for 2 weeks. So the Honourable Member's question was relevant to the question that he had brought forward. So I just want to make sure that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is aware of that. So I'm not sure if there was, if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary got a different question. And so I wanted to raise that. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Chair. And so, there you go. Madam Speaker, the government did not answer my question, so I'll give him a second crack. My question was simple. How much did the Environment Minister spend jetting off to Dubai?
We're going to say the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Sorry, it's not.
Madam Speaker, again, what this member doesn't want to say is he's denying the impacts of climate change, and he'll use any opportunity, and same with the members of his caucus, any opportunity to deny, to stick their heads in the sand on the most important thing facing Canadians. It's truly shameful, Mr. Speaker, that Speaker after Speaker for the Conservatives don't wish to address anything meaningful in climate change when just 2 short years ago that member ran on a price of pollution, and now he's running away from Canadians. It's truly unfortunate, Madam Speaker. They're reckless.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The cost of living is past the breaking point for many people in my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and this government's lack of action to build affordable homes is pushing more people to be homeless this winter. Many shelters are at full capacity across the nation, and Canadians are unable to find adequate housing solutions in their communities. Sequential Liberal and Conservative governments turned their backs on affordable homes across Canada for 40 years. 800,000 affordable homes were lost under the former Conservative government alone, and the Liberals did not replace them. In the Greater Vancouver area, homelessness just continues to go up under the shadow of luxury condo towers, many used as investment vehicles and Airbnbs. The inequity and injustice of this reality is a result of Liberal and Conservative policy decisions. Bad policy decisions, Madam Speaker. In my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, luxury towers continue to reign, and those people whose affordable housing has been displaced by the insatiable appetite of luxury condo builders are struggling to find a new home. They simply cannot afford a place to live because of unchecked corporate greed. Market-driven policies that the Liberals and the Conservatives before them started and perpetuated is not working for people. People can't afford housing, like seniors who are feeling the affordability gap more and more. The average 70-year-old who is dependent on their well-earned government benefit spends about 78% of their income to rent a one-bedroom apartment in BC. This leaves them with very little at the end of the month. Many seniors are left to choose which one they can afford: groceries, rent, or medications. The same is happening with persons with disabilities and anyone on a fixed income who simply cannot absorb these enormous rent increases. With increased rent evictions driven by corporate profit and greed, my community members are suffering. Not-for-profit organizations are pleading with the federal government for better investments in affordable housing. This government must act and invest in housing solutions that meet people's needs now. Will the Liberals front-load their investments into purpose-built rental, including more investment in co-op housing, and immediately match the BC Rental Protection Fund to save affordable housing in the most expensive region of the country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam for her question and her concern for the well-being for those who are unable to find an affordable place to live. The Government of Canada shares this concern. Far too many Canadians are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, and those particularly affected are our most vulnerable neighbours. That's why we've urgently addressed this issue. Identifying and implementing effective solutions to Canada's housing crisis is our top priority. We're already making deep investments in affordable housing through the National Housing Strategy. This $82 billion plan focuses first and foremost on providing housing for our most vulnerable neighbours, women and children fleeing family violence, seniors, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, veterans and young adults. The Rapid Housing Initiative, for example, is expected to create more than 15,500 permanent affordable homes across the country. These homes are being rapidly built to address the most urgent need of those experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Several cities in my colleague's province have already benefited from this funding, including Vancouver, Surrey, and Burnaby. The National Housing Co-Investment Fund is another program geared to helping the most vulnerable population. It provides low-cost loans and contributions to nonprofit organizations to build affordable housing. It's already committed funding to build close to 40,000 new homes and repair more than 126,000 existing homes. At the same time, our new Housing Accelerator Fund is an incentive for municipalities to make regulatory changes and planning commitments they need to get more homes built faster. The federal government also recently announced GST exemptions for rental construction and additional financing available through the Canada Mortgage Bonds. All of this will help cut the red tape and make the math work for our partners across the country so we can quickly get shovels in the ground. We know that increasing the housing supply We know that increasing the housing supply alone can't be the only lever we pull, especially when too many of our most vulnerable neighbours are presently experiencing homelessness. It is unacceptable that anyone in Canada has a place to go without a home, but there is no magic solution to address this challenge. It requires all hands on deck to deliver innovative solutions and challenge how we tackled the crisis. Since its launch in April 2019, Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy, has helped connect over 122,000 people with homelessness prevention supports like rental assistance and mediation, and has helped place almost 70,000 people in stable housing. In the Tri-City areas of Coquitlam and Port Moody, Reaching Home is supporting Share Family and Community Services Society. Share delivers homelessness prevention and client support services focused on tenant advocacy. This nonprofit organization has received $100,000 in funding from Reaching Home from July 2022 through March 2024. Through Reaching Home, we're also supporting The Link, which is a continuum for care for homelessness or at imminent risk youth from foster care living in Coquitlam and nearby municipalities. Reaching Home is also providing nearly $854,000 in funding to support housing placements, prevention, shelter diversion, and client support services. This Housing First program ensures youth in great need can enter difficult rental markets and develop essential life skills. I invite my colleague and all members of the House to work with your communities to make the most of the National Housing Strategy programs and other initiatives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the comments, and I certainly appreciate highlighting the work of Share in our community. Share is one of the largest organizations in our community that has so many services for people, and I really appreciate the work that Share does in the Tri-Cities. The member talked about the Rapid Housing Initiative, and at this point in time, I am actually trying to reach Infrastructure Canada to talk about some modular housing in regards to Rapid Housing Initiative. The member knows that the Rapid Housing Initiative is well oversubscribed and many denials of the Rapid Housing Initiative because it's just not enough. I want to go back to the fact that a one-bedroom apartment in Coquitlam is renting for $2,350 right now, and we just cannot ask people to be waiting for homes that they can't afford homes right now, Madam Speaker. They need action. So again, I will ask, will the government front-load their investments into co-ops, purpose-built rentals, and immediately match the BC Rental Protection Fund and help those who need to get in a home today?
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada is firmly committed to helping Canadians find an affordable place to call home in these challenging times. We've taken a leadership role, making historic investments in housing after decades of absence in the sector from all levels of government. We're meeting the goals of our national housing strategy. we've recently introduced new measures to incentivize the kind of housing that Canadian families need now and the types the honourable member is discussing. We're continuing to work with our partners in government, in the housing sector and beyond to find solutions that will solve our housing shortage and bring relief to Canadians, especially our most vulnerable Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merry Christmas to you and to all the residents of St. Catharines. Thank you.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.